envision being an overweight individual who is unable to shed any pounds. He was called Siwoo. From an early age, he sprinted 20 kilometers. He adhered to Saitama's regimen. He pushed himself to the utmost. He consumed the bare minimum. Yet nonetheless, his body fat consistently remained unchanged. Consequently, he was spurned by women. One day, he is called to another globe, teeming with creatures, due to Siwoo's descent from the goblin lineage. At this point, to endure, he'll need to push himself to the limits and develop a muscular physique. However, his existence has not consistently been this way. As the day draws to a close, the last school bell chimes. Taken aback, she inquires about his recent statement. He reiterates his sentiments, admitting that he genuinely has affection for her. Subsequently, he discloses that he has been fond of her since the very first moment he beheld her. Positioned in the classroom, he expresses that his emotions have remained constant. Upon hearing his admission, she places her hand over her mouth and remains silent. As he awaits a response, he continues to gaze at the young woman. Bowing his head, he expresses regret for uttering something she despises. Responding without hesitation, she refutes it and asserts that she could never despise him. Gazing at him, she begins to express that she believes he is truly kind. She mentions that he is considerate and enjoyable as well. She then inquires why she would ever feel animosity towards someone like him. Following a brief interruption, she begins to articulate another thought, yet falters. The setting shifts. Outdoors, a group of students is engaged in a game. Close to the basketball court, another student stood by themselves. Rising to his feet, his companion strides over and inquires about how everything transpired. Strolling. As he walks by, the boy merely suggests letting it go. Then his companion drapes an arm over his shoulder, remarking that he suspected as much. With watery eyes, he confides that she informed him she wishes to concentrate on her academics. However, his companion claims it's merely a pretext, as he has never observed her with a novel. Bowing his head, he begins to contemplate why he is this way. At that moment, a football hurtles towards them with great velocity. With a swift motion, he extends his arm and halts the ball in suspension. Immediately after, the participants rush over, expressing remorse and inquiring if they are all right. As he clutches the ball, he inquires aloud why he is like this. Searching. Looking at him, his companion responds that he too is quite eager to discover the response. His companion reminds him that he doesn't despise athletics and is, in fact, quite proficient at them. He also notes that he regulates all his food choices at each dining occasion. Subsequently, he remarks that if individuals on weight loss plans engaged in even a portion of his activities, the globe would solely be inhabited by physically fit individuals. His companion subsequently recommends that he consult a physician, but he replies that he has already done so. His companion inquires about what the physician remarked, and he clarifies they informed him it is probably hereditary. Upon arriving home, he unlocks the door and steps into his flat by himself. Upon entering, he gazes at the images and murmurs the term heredity to himself. Observing the likenesses, he expresses a desire for that to be accurate. Clutching a photograph of his parents, he contemplates the idea that he might finally relinquish his struggles. He gazes at his mother and remarks on her timeless beauty, acknowledging how stunning she was and remains. Gliding his finger across the image, he articulates that he never had the opportunity to meet his father. Yet while grasping the image, he claims he is well acquainted with his narrative. In a recollection, it is revealed that his father was a renowned Korean combatant. Despite a brief career, his achievements and prowess were remarkable. As per his mother, he developed muscle effortlessly. Returning to the moment, he merely mumbles to himself, "What a day." Upon pivoting, he appears to reach a conclusion and remarks, "Very well then." Illuminating the burner, he resolves to abandon the diet as it proves ineffective. As he opens the refrigerator, he laments that countless years have elapsed without any transformation. He subsequently contemplates indulging in a substantial meal prior to the tension overwhelming him. With a piercing gaze, he remains motionless for a brief moment in quietude. Grasping the parcel, he compresses it firmly between his digits. Ultimately, his dish concludes as merely a solitary tomato on a skewer. Seated at the table, he starts to consume his salad with a meticulous approach. Subsequently that evening, he ventures out for a jog along the urban cycling trail. Entirely gasping for air, he continues to urge himself to persist in his stride. Glancing at his mobile device, he reviews the distance he has covered thus far. While he sprinted, the application alerted him that he was quicker than normal. Keeping the girl in his thoughts, he shouts that he will never relinquish his ambition. Halting, fatigued, he observes on his device that he has shattered a new milestone. Gasping for air, he admits that he exerted himself excessively this time. As he surveys his surroundings, he contemplates his location, remarking that he is unfamiliar with the locale. Opting to consult the map, he retrieves his phone to determine his whereabouts. Abruptly, a voice from the skies declares he possesses remarkable speed. The enigmatic figure subsequently remarks that it must be inherent to his lineage. Without any forewarning, the elderly man effortlessly springs down from above in his direction. The abrupt landing leaves the boy bewildered. Struck on the ground, the lad inquires if the elderly man is all right following the leap. Reassuring him not to be afraid, the individual presents himself as Mangti. Immediately afterward, he discloses that he is, in fact, the esteemed adjudicator of that realm. Mangti elucidates that he manages all the malevolent entities that inhabit Korea. Observing the young man's response, he comprehends that the lad is entirely unaware of what he is discussing. Without hesitation, he seizes the boy and instructs him to follow. In a swift motion, the elderly gentleman abruptly tosses him onto a fabric. Waving his mantle, the man uncovers an entirely distinct spectacle to the boy. Descending to his knees, he endeavors to grasp what is occurring in his surroundings. Raising his eyes, he gazes at the unfamiliar and strange location where he has emerged. Before him, an expansive and enigmatic realm unfolds for the very first time. Mangti then greets him, stating that this is the domain of demons. Informing, he gestures towards the scenery before them, prompting the elderly gentleman to observe his surroundings. Beneath them, an array of beings is in motion, and he clarifies that they are all infernal entities. He then states that those beings are the denizens of this domain. Mangti claims that humanity once revered them, but now regards them as nothing more than superstition. He subsequently elaborates that every 666 years, a celebration takes place to elect the new monarch. Each demon race across the globe is obligated to dispatch a youthful contender to the celebration. In a bygone era, he narrates the tale of a malevolent sovereign who ruled supreme. A fleeting view reveals the silhouette of that venerable and formidable monarch. Just as he is on the verge of proceeding, Mangti is halted by the lad calling out for him to pause, stating that he understands the essence of it. He inquires what relevance this holds for him. Restating the guideline, the elderly gentleman asserts that every species requires a representative for the celebration. He then discloses that the lad is the sole individual who has acquired goblin lineage. He clarifies that he is merely the fourth or fifth lineage in the ancestral line. Attempting to retreat, the lad claims he must have mistaken the individual. Glancing upward, he recoils as he notices something approaching him. Abruptly, a colossal being descends forcefully directly in front of the young man. Paralyzed in position, he listens as Mangti mentions they are about to conduct a small experiment. Gazing at the lad, the creature instructs the elder to honor his promise regarding this matter. Mangti subsequently verifies that he will if the creature arises as the ultimate champion. Concluding the statement, he asserts that the creature will be permitted to consume him. Upon hearing this, the being declares it will not allow the opportunity to savor him to escape. Witnessing the creature approach, the young boy attempts to protect himself by crouching low to the earth. In a rapid motion, the being springs forth and readies a crushing blow. Then it strikes the boy directly, launching him into the air with the impact. Catapulted through the atmosphere, he is hurled with tremendous power onto the earth. The force of his physique on the soil forms a minor indentation. From afar, the creature proclaims that they will not permit a human to take part in the celebration. Mangti subsequently cautions him to demonstrate his value if he desires to continue living. Reclining on the earth, he laments that he is experiencing significant anguish. As he gazes upward, he perceives the silhouette of the creature approaching to strike. And with a swift motion, the creature seizes him and thrusts him onto the earth. The creature grumbles that it's more resilient than anticipated. It subsequently cautions that engaging in amusement is integral to softening him for the feast. Stretching forth its limb, the creature readies itself for the impending assault. With its jaws agape, it lunges ahead to obliterate the boy once and for all. It then impacts the earth with tremendous force, sending a cloud of dust into the air. From afar, Mangti merely observes the succession of vicious assaults persist. Persisting with the assault, the creature incessantly strikes the earth, incapable of halting. However, as it elevates its hand, it becomes aware that it has overlooked its objective. Suddenly, the boy reemerges atop his limb without any prior warning. Reflecting on the goblins, Mangti remarks that their abilities seemed nearly boundless. In that instant, the youth clasps his hands to his jacket and tears it apart. With his physique altered, he lifts the creature's limb overhead. Mangti subsequently discloses that their primary tool was the games they cherish playing. Devoid of any necessity for learning, the ability was inherently inscribed within his physique. Summoning all his vigor, he succeeds in raising the creature's complete limb. Glancing upward, he exerts himself to sustain the entirety of that burden. Through an extraordinary maneuver, he hurls the creature to the floor, employing goblin grappling techniques. Utilizing the method, he hurls the creature to the earth with all his strength. Upon the collision, precision, a haze of debris envelopes the location of the monumental conflict. As he stands beside the vanquished foe, he seems merely mortal. Regaining his composure, he inhales deeply, following all that exertion. However, his genuine identity is uncovered. He is, in reality, a half-goblin. Return. As part of his daily rituals, he was positioned outside a store. Within, his companion inquires about the conclusion of the tale. Gulping his beverage, he asserts that nothing transpired and it all concluded at that moment. Recollecting the altercation, he clarifies that it was merely an exceedingly peculiar dream. Seated at the table, he refutes that it was enjoyable, claiming he was severely battered. However, his companion inquires about the decision, as aspirations can mirror actuality. His companion points out that he lacked combat skills, a fact he must acknowledge. Regarding the dream, he expresses that it seemed as though he had perpetually possessed the ability to combat. He subsequently asserts that he could accomplish it all once more at this very moment if necessary. Amused by the circumstance, his companion advises him not to become overly enthusiastic. Squeezing the juice container, he remarks that it must be due to tension. Observing his physique, he asserts that not even in a fantasy could he have transformed so rapidly. Abruptly, he observes his physique entirely altered once more and becomes frantic. Completely bewildered, he gazes downward and observes his transformed corporeal state. At that moment, a voice beckons him, and as he pivots, he comes upon the individual positioned nearby. Strolling alongside a girl, Mangti recounts that he lost consciousness and has just regained consciousness. Surveying his surroundings, he ultimately comprehends that everything was not a figment of his imagination. With a battered visage, he gazes upon the unfamiliar landscape with a somber intensity. Lying close by, the creature he had battled lay completely vanquished. Beside the being, he observes it wail in agony on the earth. Perched on the earth, he ponders how he will return home at this moment. From afar, Mangti shifts his gaze to the girl and inquires about her perception of him. In response, she reveals that he has been a significant letdown to her. Following her observation of him, she characterizes them as pitiful and senseless beings. She subsequently inquires of Mangti whether he is certain regarding the goblin blood. However, he asserts that she witnessed his battle, which she refutes. Gazing at the creature, she asserts it was merely an exhibition of raw power. She notes that he ultimately succeeded with considerable struggle. As he nears the pair, the young boy successfully interjects their discussion. Declaring that he has demonstrated his worth, he inquires whether he may return home now. Gazing at him, Mangti proclaims that he will reiterate his judgment. Reflecting on the developments, the audience appeared thoroughly astonished by the entire scenario. Upon observing the vanquished creature, they remark that it was overcome with a single strike. Conversations among them suggested that the offspring of the goblins were still existent. Close to the creature, he was struggling to regain his breath following the strenuous battle. While the boy regained his composure, Mangti gradually advanced toward him through the center of the arena. Striking his staff against the earth, he proclaims that he will deliver his ultimate judgment. Gesturing towards the lad, he formally proclaims him a fiend. Upon hearing this, the boy inhales sharply and inquires if there are any dissenting opinions. Having reached a conclusion, he instructs that the information be disseminated across the peninsula. Among the fiends, the revelation of a goblin's emergence was rather exhilarating. With this deed, Mangti asserts that henceforth no one will be able to harm him without justification. Seeking clarification, the young lad inquires again if he is allowed to leave. However, the girl refers to him as a fool and claims that he has become a monster now. With her arms folded, she clarifies that he is unable to re-enter the realm of humans. Addressing Mangti, he asserts that he has never created difficulties for anyone previously. In response, Mangti expresses his confusion regarding the circumstances and feels he has no alternative. Intimidating the boy, Mangti declares that he must eliminate him to resolve the situation. In response to the menace, he springs backward to create some space. Utterly bewildered, he inquires about what is occurring at that very instant. Recognizing the gap, he observes that he leaped significantly farther than he had anticipated. Upon touching down, he glances back toward the elderly man's direction. From a distance, Mangti inquires whether he is at last beginning to grasp it. On his knees, he is informed that his physique is now that of a fiend. Subsequently, Mangti elaborates that goblins possess great strength, and he himself is tenfold more powerful. To him, an ordinary human physique would have been shattered by such immense force. He comprehends, receiving word from Mangti that he merely needs to be patient for half a year. Astonished, he discovers that the 5th-century statute was established by the final monarch. Retracing 66 years, an individual was sprinting through a shadowy woodland under the cover of night. In that era, demons were at liberty to traverse the realm of humanity. Dashing through the woods, an individual stumbles and collapses, devoid of any chance of liberation. Reclining on the earth, he could merely quiver in terror at the glimpse of the beast. Before him, a colossal millipede materializes. Shifting its gaze toward him, the being gazes at him for a fleeting instant. With no place to turn, the man could only sob in utter hopelessness. However, abruptly, an additional demon emerges. As per folklore, they could rely on the demons who were rather amiable. Even with safeguards in place, the man continued to experience profound trepidation regarding the circumstance. Consequently, humanity had experienced both dread and reverence for them for 666 years. During the celebration, the newly appointed demon sovereign was far from satisfied with the circumstances. Instituting a new decree, he prohibited demons from inflicting harm upon humans. As a result, humanity neglected them and now regard them as nothing more than legends. However, Mengtai cautions that this will soon conclude, as the monarch will be overthrown. He clarifies that the malevolent spirits have lingered for 666 years in anticipation of this moment. During the purported evening of the fiends, they will all transition into the human realm. Listening to his alternatives, he inquires about how and where he can acquire his newfound skills. He subsequently ponders how formidable he might grow in comparison to the other demons. Noticing his newfound determination, Mengtai inquires about what prompted his shift in perspective. In response to the inquiry, he states that he aims to guarantee the protection of several individuals. Recollecting his mother and his companion, he understood he needed to safeguard everyone. Declaring, Mengtai asserts that his lineage is robust, and he claims he will be capable of safeguarding them. Introducing an option, he states that as monarch he could establish new regulations. However, the young woman claims there's no chance anyone of his kind could endure the festival. Nearly overlooking it, Mengtai expresses regret for the delayed introduction between the two. Presented as Sialwa, she asserts that it is unnecessary as she will not encounter him again. She then prompts Mengtai to recall his pledge regarding a competency examination for her. Elucidating, in her circumstances, Mengtai expresses her desire to visit the realm of humans. Perplexed, the lad recalls that he merely needed to be patient, yet she requests that he not delay excessively. Grumbling about the necessity of an examination, she asserts that she surpasses numerous other demons. Concurring with her, he asserts that she also requires perseverance and restraint. Expressing her comprehension, she wishes that it isn't merely another justification to delay everything. As he departs, he cautions that he lacks the patience for her outbursts with the festival imminent. Halting them both, he declares it's her fortunate day for an examination. Elucidating the strategy, he asserts that the lad represents an ideal chance for her. Not convinced by what she's listening to, she implores him not to utter what she suspects he's on the verge of saying. He subsequently allows her a month to instruct the boy in the fundamentals of demonhood. Provided that she triumphs, the pair can proceed together. In response to the suggestion, she exclaims that he cannot possibly be sincere. Indicating the child, she asserts that it is unfeasible to instruct him on anything within merely a month. Retaining, he remains composed. He merely states that if she persists in declining the proposal, observing she has no alternatives, she asserts that whether it is 1 month or 6, it wouldn't alter the situation. Entrusting the choice to her, he cautions that the proposal is time-sensitive. At that moment, a gateway starts to manifest in close proximity. Mangti suggests that she ought to place her wager on the young man, and Mangti exits via the portal. Addressing the boy, she declares her intention to inquire despite already being aware of the response. She subsequently inquires whether he possesses any understanding of what infernal energy entails. With a sigh, she concedes to herself that naturally, he would remain oblivious. At that instant, his gaze expands as he notices something emerge behind her. At the rear, the young woman, the creature from. Suddenly, it materializes without any prior indication. Indicating behind her, the being cautions that the lad belongs to him. Disregarding her, the beast inquires about Mangti's whereabouts as the battle has yet to conclude. Gazing at him, Seolwa sneers and inquires about what his issue is. Approaching the creature, she remarks that this is the reason his kind is so disparaged. Quaking with fury, the beast stares at her and attempts to articulate a response. The fiend subsequently lunges at her with all his might, igniting a fresh altercation. In the meantime, a commentary reveals that there are no significant distinctions among individuals. However, the clarification wraps up by stating that demons vary by type and lineage. Capacities and talents ultimately establish a distinct class distinction among demons. With the disappearance of the goblins, perspectives differ on which species currently holds the crown. Gazing at the immobilized creature, she wryly inquires if there's an issue with it. With a grin on her lips, she discloses the designation of the most formidable species. Unveiling her story, Seolwa challenges him to persist in the battle at this very moment. Behind, Seolwa Aeolwa, the monstrous entity with an enormous mouth, materializes, wholly constrained by enchanted shackles. Even confronting this bizarre spectacle, Seo Choi stays quiet, observing everything. He understands that being immobilized by astonishment would be of no assistance whatsoever in this circumstance. Addressing the young lad, she inquires whether he is able to perceive what is transpiring. She starts to clarify that this is infernal sorcery that utilizes malevolent energy. Preceding the instruction, she states that there are two categories of enchantment, innate and learned. It is then noted that a goblin's combat prowess is an inherent strength of their kind. In contrast, acquired magic is distinct, as any demon can utilize it with appropriate instruction. Indicating the loudmouth, she employs him as an illustration of an individual who disregarded their preparation. With contempt, she declares he epitomizes a being devoid of class. Following her explanation, she informs him that she intends to instruct him, but wishes to clarify a point. Gazing at him earnestly, she expresses her disdain for futile endeavors and suggests that he relinquish his efforts. She also cautions that the obstacle may be excessively daunting for a former human. Seo Choi subsequently responds that he is prepared to do anything necessary to match her training efforts. Observing his resolve, she listens as he expresses his need for knowledge, reassuring her not to be concerned for him. With a grin, she mentions that the likelihood is minimal, but it's preferable to having nothing at all. She then proclaims that they will commence with his dish, leaving Seo Choi entirely perplexed. She cautions him that one requires infernal energy to wield any form of sorcery. She proceeds, asserting that all beings in the demonic realm possess it, yet he retains barely any. Typically, the vitality builds up, yet this was his inaugural day in this location. She clarifies that sustenance from the human realm was ineffective for boosting his vitality, implying that he must be famished. She playfully jests with him following that fierce confrontation. However, Seo Choi responds that he doesn't believe he feels hungry at that particular time. Abruptly, he experiences a surge in his chest, his eyes expanding in sheer astonishment. His whole physique starts to twist, as though in abrupt agony. Searching in his own grasp, he observes that they are quaking uncontrollably. Seo subsequently reminds him that she cautioned him regarding the deficiency of vitality in his physique, and that he expended the scant resources remaining to him in that solitary strike during the preceding confrontation. She concludes by stating it was an ordinary exhaustion from depleting all his vitality. Declaring that the remedy is straightforward, she intercepts him just before he falls to the floor. Grasping Seo Choi, she gestures toward the fiend and inquires whether he perceives it. She subsequently clarifies that there exists a regulation among demons during formal, monitored confrontations. With a grin, she proclaims that the victor determines whether the defeated survives or perishes. Then, she instructs him to consume it, clarifying that it's the easiest method to acquire energy. She asserts that Big Mouth species is beneficial for revitalizing his energy. Motivated by intuition, Seo Choi starts to meander gradually towards his objective. This was the inaugural occasion he experienced such a profound urge as a fiend. Observing the spectacle, Seo discerns that the longing was ignited by her murmurs. With his crimson gaze locked, the singular thought occupying his mind was to devour the quarry. As he nears the creature, he advances without Seo while perceiving any significant alteration. However, the avarice of the goblin within him discovered a far more alluring quarry. Observing the change, Seo is astonished to discover that she has become the latest focus. In that instant, Seo Choi abruptly springs forward, dashing at a rapid pace towards Seo. Taken aback by the assault, Seo remarks that the entire scenario is utterly inconceivable. In response to the assault, she readies an incantation and summons shackles to protect herself. Seo executes a formidable assault, generating a massive burst of energy at the location. Astonished by the outcome, she merely observes the aftermath of her assault. However, the shackles succeed in restraining his limbs, hindering his progression forward. She subsequently expresses that it is unsettling for a half-demon to possess the boldness to attempt to consume her. Bound, Seo Choi shoots a fierce stare in her direction, demonstrating that he shall not relent effortlessly. Cautioning him that she intends to impart a lesson, she observes as the restraints constrict around him. He subsequently begins to exert his arms, resulting in the chains commencing to fracture. Upon witnessing this, she is astonished and remarks that she harnessed the strength of a single tail. With considerable exertion, he ultimately succeeds in liberating himself from the restraints utilizing his power. Unrestrained, he propels himself ahead and delivers a forceful strike on the earth directly beside her. Seo Choi subsequently remarks that he comprehended the communication she was attempting to convey. Seizing her finger, he inquires whether she believes he's merely an ordinary goblin. She concurs that he is correct, bracing herself for what lies ahead. As she descends, she readies herself and invokes the formidable formidable demon sovereign to assist her. She subsequently designates it as the initial assault of her conjured entity. Approaching from above, an enormous hand plummets with immense power towards Seo Choi. Steeling himself for the collision, he maintains his position, anticipating the tremendous strike. Focused on the assault, he doesn't avert his gaze for even an instant. Subsequently, the force strikes Seo Choi directly, propelling a massive cloud of dust and rubble. With his arms crossed, he shields himself from the impending force of the approaching explosion, while the ensnared creature is likewise affected by the onslaught. Promptly thereafter, a subsequent, more intense detonation of energy occurs. As the haze dissipates, she contemplates whether she might have unintentionally taken his life. Gazing at the upright figure, she remarks that ultimately he brought it upon himself. Seo Choi remains upright, conceding that she had low expectations of him from the beginning. Nevertheless, the circumstance could not be regarded as an error on Seo's side. Indeed, Seo Choi had roused a latent sorcery that scarcely anyone could acquire and wield. It was an uncommon ability, one that even the mightiest goblins could scarcely acquire. Although infrequent, that intense force starts to take shape in his grasp, clenching it firmly. He pulverizes the item that has come to represent his kind. Subsequently, the shattered item metamorphoses into an enormous and formidable weapon. As she pivots, she remarks that he is indeed a highly formidable hybrid. He now possesses the innate sorcery of goblins, a sinister, enchanted staff. Seo Hua was an extraordinarily remarkable demon, endowed with unparalleled skill. A rare genius of 1,000 years, she swiftly attained her 9 tails. As a result, she could perceive the imminent threat closing in on her at that moment. In front of her, Seo Choi grasped the infernal artifact that had remained unseen for centuries. Assured, she asserts that she could never be outmatched by him in the realm of infernal power. Yet the force he radiated was an experience she had never encountered previously. Advancing a step, Seo Choi readied himself to initiate his strike. Observing his motion, her eyes expanded due to the tension she was experiencing. He lunged ahead swiftly, wielding his sword with utmost force. With that, he hit the earth with a blade-like strike, triggering an eruption. Numerous fragments of stone erupted from the collision that obliterated the entire ground. Once she had recuperated, she merely remarked that it was acceptable and readied herself once more. Suddenly, a colossal hand emerged and seized the blade, as she remarked that she comprehended. Astonished, Seo Choi responded to having his armament entirely restrained by the colossal hand. With her arms crossed, Seo Hua cautioned him that it was now her moment to strike. Subsequently, the hand grasped the bat firmly, attempting to dominate the implement. He was propelled into the atmosphere, spun around by the being's motion. The enormous hand persisted in its assault, elevating the lad increasingly. Subsequently, he was forcefully launched away, soaring aimlessly through the air. With a triumphant grin, she remarked that she had struck him directly with that punch. However, he was yanked backward, tethered to his firearm by a surge of energy, which forcefully slammed him fully onto the ground. Gazing at the fist, she remarked that it likely wouldn't suffice to halt him. She then came to the conclusion that she would need to strike him several more times before he ceased. Modifying its hold on the club, the enormous hand readied itself for a fresh assault. The fist subsequently whirled, generating a formidable shockwave with the motion of the weapon. Abruptly, her gaze expanded, astonished by an event that had just transpired. Within the haze, his outline gradually faded, unveiling his existence. He then remained steadfast on the terrain, gripping the bat with his hand. Astonished, she contemplated whether his power matched that of the Emperor. Nevertheless, the colossal hand persisted in gripping the weapon with utmost force. He subsequently contorted his physique, propelling the club with a vigorous rotational sweep. In an effort to halt him, the colossal hand unfurled in an attempt to grasp the tip of the armament. The form of the club transformed in accordance with the user's desires and objectives. It was due to this capability that the goblins flourished remarkably in ancient times. With his gaze concentrated, he readied himself for his forthcoming significant offensive maneuver known as Metamorph. The weapon had the power to change into whatever he desired. At that moment, as a faction of annihilation, he assailed the colossal hand with a blow. Observing the alteration, she acknowledged it would be challenging to react to the novel assault strategies. In addition to the strength, she was captivated by the effectiveness and his application of infernal energy. She understood that a feeble strike would merely provide him with an opportunity to retaliate. Balling its hand into a fist, the being readied itself to unleash its most devastating strike. With a resolute expression, Seo Hua declared that she would need to defeat him to put an end to his actions. Two enormous hands materialized and commenced assaulting Seo Choi from every direction. In an effort to protect himself, he grasped one of the beast's limbs tightly. Yet the assaults persisted, striking his physique with significant force and ceaselessly. Astounded, she remarked that he was holding up remarkably and that novices would not surpass him. She subsequently grasped the reason the goblins dominated the demons in the far-off past. However, she concluded that the struggle had already progressed too far for him. Noticing the circumstances, she understood he was depleting his infernal power to combat. Seolwa realized that if he continued like this, he would damage his own physique from excessive combat. With a sigh, she remarked that he was not providing her with any alternative option. Noticing his approach, she realized she had to step in before it was too late, and Seo Choi commenced her retaliation against the colossal limb. Harnessing her energy, she resolved to employ the force of 3 tails to halt him. Reconsidering her decision, she employed 5 tails and declared that he ought to feel proud. And Seo Choi persisted in his assault, wielding an enormous blade of energy. With a grin, she remarked that he was the initial one to drain her of so much vitality. With that, the formidable demon sovereign emerged, brandishing his armament for the monumental clash. Seo Choi sprang to the side, successfully evading the strike descending from above. As he readied for the assault, the demon sovereign whirled his armament with utmost vigor. The edge of the instrument struck the earth, generating a tremendous force at that location. With a fierce slash, the entity unleashed its cataclysmic strike in his direction. Struck squarely by the impact, Seo Choi was propelled forcefully into the distance. Following the assault, the sovereign stayed motionless, anticipating her subsequent directive. The beast strike carved a path of devastation, splitting the combat zone. Gasping for air, he understood that it was already too late to attempt anything different. Collapsed on the floor, he listened as she proclaimed that his body was ceasing to function. Gazing at him, she remarked that this was the consequence of having assaulted her. She subsequently remarked that she would receive a genuine reprimand from Mongtai for everything. However, as she pivoted, she observed something unusual transpiring directly behind her. Collapsed on the earth, Seo Choi started to weep while calling for his mother. Watching the spectacle, Yahello gazed at him with an exceedingly solemn look on her countenance. She then reached out her hand to him, appearing rather irritated by the circumstances. With that, Seo Choi's form commenced to hover, gradually elevating above the earth. Suspended before her, he observed her signaling with her hands in his direction. Advancing, she cupped his face with both hands, gazing intently at him. She subsequently pressed her lips against his, conveying something directly from her mouth to his. Upon drawing back, she averted her gaze and expelled saliva onto the earth. As a result of the collision, he lost consciousness and collapsed onto his back on the floor, entirely unconscious. She claimed she harnessed the power of 5 tails along with the fox jewel. Gazing at him, she cautioned that if he failed to settle his debt, she would eliminate him. Transitioning to a new setting, his eyes fluttered and gradually opened in an unfamiliar location. He abruptly sat up, becoming aware that he was now reclined in a bed. Perplexed, he gazed about, attempting to comprehend his surroundings and the events that had transpired. Abruptly, the bedroom door swung open, disclosing what lay beyond. Then Yahello stepped into the room, carrying a platter with a cup perched on it. She subsequently gazed at him intently, her countenance bearing a remarkably solemn demeanor. Noticing her entrance, he glanced upward with a somewhat clumsy grin. Gazing at the bowl, Seo Choi appears to pause before uttering a word to her. With his gaze lowered, he expresses regret and states that he recalls all the details. He clarifies that he was aware yet uncertain about how he was performing those actions. Bending slightly, he expresses regret for endangering her when she merely intended to assist. Disregarding his apology, she merely instructs him to consume the substance in the basin. Taken aback by her reply, he inquires about what she intended by that. Indicating the beverage, she urges him to consume it entirely before it becomes lukewarm. Grasping the bowl, he expresses his gratitude to her and inquires whether it is a form of medication. After pausing for a brief instant, he ultimately sips the deep beverage. Grinning, he acknowledges her caution that he'll perish if he expels it. He then inquires about its composition, but she responds that even she is unaware. Striving to swallow, he heeds her advice to consume every last drop and focus intently. Yahello starts to clarify, stating that he mislaid something exceedingly significant during the altercation. She discloses that the loudmouth he had vanquished fled during their confrontation. However, she cautions him that he remains its possessor, thus the creature will conceal itself. Clearing his lips, he pays attention as she remarks that he declined a complimentary dinner. With a concerned demeanor, he remarks that there must be an alternative solution. With a grin, she prompts him to remember that he is no longer human. He then asserts that murdering and consuming individuals resembles a scene from a horror film. However, he understands that those creatures can harm individuals if they aren't halted promptly. With resolve, he proclaims he'll consume and eliminate if necessary to safeguard others. He subsequently clarifies that he merely inquired to determine if he possessed an alternative option. She subsequently reiterates that the most effective method to enhance one's strength is to consume an additional demon. However, the principle of the duel safeguards the vulnerable from being consumed by the more powerful. Saolwa cautions him that he will not encounter such a simple feast again. The whispers concerning him must have already circulated across the demon realm. As a result, among this, the simpler quarry will be disinclined to confront him, and the sole adversaries who will confront him now will be fiends significantly more formidable than he is. She concludes by stating that he will not be able to cope with them in his present condition. Rising, she remarks that nonetheless, something is preferable to nothing. Shouting to him, she states that she has a present for the lad. Escorting him outdoors, they reach an external courtyard of the expansive structure. Observing the spectacle, he inquires if that was the present she referred to previously. Constrained by shackles, a beast writhes as she inquires if it isn't impressive. Astonished, he inquires whether that is a demon, and she responds affirmatively. Restrained, the creature displays its teeth as she asserts that it has forfeited that privilege. With a grin, she elucidates that certain demons forfeit their reason and succumb. She subsequently states that the unfortunate individuals ultimately engage in actions they cannot reverse. They are then labeled as beasts and forfeit all the privileges of a demon. From the terrace, she inquires what he is anticipating. The creature pounds on the earth as she asserts it's merely a beast. The kobold subsequently slams the earth with a forceful impact, targeting the lad. Yet Sayo Choi narrowly avoids the blow, bending down at the final moment. Gasping for breath, he regains his composure, preparing himself for the impending challenge. As she takes a seat, she notes that she anticipated he would pause, yet he is remarkably swift. She clarifies that the rival was renowned, yet avarice overcame him. Unable to restrain his vigor, he succumbed to madness and transformed into that entity. The kobold subsequently thrusts ahead, attempting to strike Sayo Choi with its pointed talons. Reeling backward, he successfully evades the strike and establishes some space between them. His gaze locked onto his adversary, Sayo Choi scrutinizes it intently, examining its every action. The creature lunges once more, attempting to sink its massive, razor-sharp teeth into him. From afar, Saolwa watches, recognizing that it is unable to wield its club at this moment. Although it was more powerful, the adversary was not the kind to allow itself to be seized. Her objective was to drive him to his utmost threshold to elicit his primal instincts. In a combat position, he readies himself to confront the beast directly. Observing his stance, Saolwa is taken aback and cannot comprehend his intentions. Gripping, clenching his hand into a fist, he gets ready to engage in combat with nothing but his bare hands. He subsequently dashes in, unleashing a barrage of strikes. The perspective shifts, revealing a boxing training facility from the exterior. In a recollection, his mentor commends his quick reactions, asserting that he has significantly improved. He inquires whether Sayo Choi has ever contemplated a profession in boxing. He responds that he will consider it after he successfully sheds some pounds. The trainer proposes assistance, asserting that he possesses the skill to contend. Resolved, he wished that boxing might ultimately assist him in shedding pounds. Re-entering the fray, he evades. As his aim was never to engage in battle, he continues to strike, for his intention was not centered on brute force or warfare. His sole aspiration was to shed pounds, and he was fervently eager to reach his objective. Although he never accomplished his aspirations, he continuously persevered. That is the reason he never relinquished his efforts, delivering a formidable strike directly onto the creature. By that time, he had mastered a total of 16 athletic disciplines to reach his objective. Among them, 7 were proficient in diverse combat techniques. Although he trained for a brief period, he was unable to shed significant pounds as a result. Yet his goblin prowess, coupled with his tremendous diligence and commitment, transformed him into an expert in the methods of all 7 combat disciplines. Administering the decisive strike, he delivers a precise strike to the beast's visage. In disbelief at what she observes, she is astounded by the spectacle in front of her. Struck by the impact, the kobold ultimately crumples to the earth, utterly vanquished by the lad. Breathing heavily following the battle, he gazes at the creature and inquires how he is meant to consume it. The kobold was vanquished. Breathless, Sayo Choi gazes at the defeated creature lying before him. Observing from the terrace, she contemplates whether his methods were derived from martial arts. She deduces that human skills were not suited to match the power of demons. He adapted to his demonic form swiftly, successfully employing it in genuine combat. She subsequently expresses that there could be an opportunity for him, pondering what will happen next. Sayo Choi remarks that he believes he has triumphed, but inquires whether eating is meant in a literal sense. With a grin, she responds affirmatively, playfully teasing his query. She subsequently cautions him that the battle is far from concluded, leaving him quite perplexed. Abruptly, the kobold darts ahead and sinks its teeth forcefully into Sayo Choi's shoulder. With his shoulder ensnared, he fights to liberate himself from the onslaught. Obsidian and fluid pours from the injury, tarnishing the ground and the young man's physique. The beast retracts, Seo Choi's limb quivering from the agony. As the kobold devours the morsel of meat, it gazes at him with a chilling grin. Grasping his shoulder, Seo Choi convulses in agony, wailing intensely. With eyes agape, he stands utterly immobilized by the creature's unexpected onslaught. Just subsequently, the kobold delivers a powerful strike, propelling him through the air forcefully. Observing the spectacle, Seo Choi contemplates why he failed to respond promptly. Reclining on the earth, he lies immobilized, sensing the consequences of his injury. That trepidation stemmed not from the agony, but from the quintessential human dread of deprivation. As a primal dread, his physique starts to shake involuntarily. Observing him in distress, the kobold bellows, gearing up for its following assault. Yet he observes the injury on his shoulder is mending independently. The creature subsequently lunges once more, striking with its talons at an accelerated pace. Stepping back, Seo Choi barely evades the strike. The creature's talons struck him, inflicting profound lacerations on his torso. Gazing at the injuries, he observes the lacerations sealing and recuperating swiftly. The creature strikes once more, perplexed as to why its assaults are ineffective. Recognizing his resilience, Seo Choi gears up to battle with a fresh sense of assurance. The distinction influences the mentality and behaviors of each individual throughout the conflict. He now realizes that injuries hold no significance unless they are lethal. Embracing this truth, he unleashes the entirety of his strength, shattering his own internal constraints. Witnessing the surge of energy, the kobold is astonished by the abrupt transformation. Delivering a crushing blow, he claims his arm nearly detached, yet it was effective. Gazing at the defeated creature, he comprehends that the strike had considerably greater impact. Aware that the creature also rejuvenates, he declares the battle is concluded. Seo Choi commends him for the strike, asserting that the kobold will not rise again. She then inquires about his emotions while harnessing the energy without relinquishing control. Puzzled, he inquires whether he genuinely utilized it, and she clarifies that there are numerous methods. She claims he utilized the energy to accelerate the recovery of his shoulder, and that the ultimate strike was a fusion of his vitality and his abilities. He responds that he's uncertain, yet it seemed like a flicker. In response, she affirms its malevolent energy, yet notes his deficiency in expertise. She clarifies that the struggle was intended to channel his energy in a certain manner. With the kobold levitating, she mentions he astonished her. She had anticipated it would require 10 days. Rubbing his scalp uncomfortably, he listens to her remark that he possesses considerable skill. She then advances towards the creature, declaring that it is moment for the concluding detail. Gazing into his eyes, she inquires whether he has ever ended another person's existence. Clearly apprehensive regarding the inquiry, he responds that he has never been required to do that previously. She subsequently cautions him that it would be preferable for both of them to conclude this immediately. To accomplish this, she instructs him to penetrate the crucial area just above the abdomen. Noticing his reluctance, she remarks that the initial attempt is invariably the most challenging. Taking a stride ahead, he readies himself to administer the decisive strike to the beast. Confronting, the kobold comprehends that he must eliminate it to harness its energy. Concentrating strength in his hands, he readies himself to undertake what many would hesitate to accomplish. Experiencing a brief recollection, he recalls strolling along the avenue with his companion. Another recollection depicts him alongside his mother, maintaining his previous appearance. However, the recollection shifts suddenly, depicting Seo concluding the kobold. The female individual then requests him to observe, as he ought to sense something in his grasp. In his palm, the power gem she referenced earlier materializes. Grasping the gemstone firmly, he consumes it in a single swift motion without any reluctance. With a resolute expression, he anticipates experiencing the crystal's influence on his physique. Gazing at his palms, he remarks that he consumed the gem, yet nothing occurred. A diminutive raven perches on his shoulder as he perceives the absence of response to be peculiar. Surprised, he shouts and inquires what it is, attempting to drive the bird off. The being then beats its wings and soars away from him. A bird metamorphoses, unveiling a girl before Seo Choi and Seol-Hwa. Irritated, Seol-Hwa inquires about the newcomer's presence. The girl responds that she doesn't require an explanation, as they are companions. However, she claims that she genuinely arrived here for significant matters concerning him. She then presents herself as Solmi and inquires if he is the half-goblin. Bowing slightly, he presents himself as Seo Choi, as Seol-Hwa observes him intently. Solmi subsequently clarifies that she is undertaking a part-time position for Mangtai. She clarifies that she has come to present them with the prize for the kobold they captured. However, Seol-Hwa instructs her to relinquish everything to him, as he vanquished the beast single-handedly. At this, Solmi declares that she observed everything and considered the altercation rather remarkable. She subsequently remarks that he might pose a formidable rival, yet Seolhwa is considerably skeptical. Upon hearing this, Solmi expresses that she must wholly dissent from her companion's viewpoint. Addressing Seo Choi, Solmi reveals that she will present him with the reward along with several alternatives, and she presents him with an option: return home or transform into a more formidable demon. The setting shifts, revealing the exterior of the school at daybreak. While Seo Choi strolls to school, a companion dials to inquire about. On the call, Seo Choi asserts that all is well, leaving his companion perplexed. He subsequently requests a kindness, despite it appearing absurd to his companion. His companion urges him to simply articulate it, asserting that he is the sole individual he can rely on. However, his companion is rendered mute upon hearing Seo Choi's plea. He subsequently inquires about the subject of Seo Choi's conversation and his current location. Seo Choi requests him to inform his mother that he is at a facility. Despite being aware that they don't merely take in anyone, he implores his companion for assistance. Exhaling, his companion concurs, even though he is unaware of the true motive behind the request. The companion then states that he can assist if Seo Choi reveals the situation. However, he observes Solmi alongside him, quietly imploring him to remain silent, accompanied by, with a finger pressed to her lips, she motions for him to remain silent. She warns him that he must not disclose their presence, or she will face consequences. Over the phone, his companion consents and advises Seo Choi to reach out if anything arises. Seo Choi disconnects, concluding the conversation with his schoolmate. Gazing at his mobile device, the companion struggles to comprehend what he has just learned and begins to feel anxious. Following the conclusion of the call, Seo Choi exhales deeply, while Solmi stays in her seat, observing him. Taken aback, he inquires whether he is truly able to return home now that the altercation has concluded. Solmi affirms, stating that he is correct and that she was not deceiving him. Seolhwa then interjects, stating that she is able to return him to the realm of humans at this moment. Wearing a solemn expression, she anticipates his response, urging him for a conclusion. He declines, stating that he will return in a month after he successfully completes the exam. He clarifies that if he neglects to train, a more detrimental outcome could occur to him in the future. The altercation affirmed for him that he must ready himself for fresh obstacles. Balling his hand into a fist, he asserts that he requires strength to manage these circumstances. That's why he elects to undergo training as a demon, as it is the correct course of action. Amazed, Solmi commends his resolve, offering him an approving gesture. Irritated, Seolhwa instructs her to refrain from tormenting him with non-existent options. She further clarifies that Solmi has a detrimental tendency to challenge individuals in such a manner. Solmi claims it was an examination of his character and thought processes. She then wagers that Seolhwa hasn't perused the book she provided. Seolhwa snaps back that the premise was ludicrous and that she authored the book herself. Mi then mentions that she requires his assistance for a moment to handle an issue. Indicating himself, Seo Choi is perplexed as to why she would require him at this moment. With a grin, Solmi metamorphoses, extending a set of expansive raven wings. Numerous plumes descend as he stands still, taken aback by her abrupt metamorphosis. She subsequently undergoes a complete metamorphosis into an enormous magpie demon, a legendary avian creature. She clarifies that she has the ability to journey to the mortal realm and brings along a single demon. Seolhwa cautions him that he may experience discomfort, yet assures him that he is capable of managing it. The avian creature subsequently bids farewell, informing them that she will meet them again later and then takes flight. Returning the phone, he expresses his gratitude to Solmi for permitting him to utilize it for the call. Perched in her seat, she inquires whether he also longs to reunite with his relatives. He responds that his only family is his mother, who is currently on a work assignment. She then proposes to prepare dinner, inquiring if he would like to have something to eat. He subsequently rises, declaring that he has always yearned to experience something novel and distinct. With an inquisitive expression, he inquires about what it is that she desires. Transitioning to the subsequent scene, several components are displayed on a chopping board atop the table. Subsequent to preparing the meal, an extensive assortment of cuisine is presented on the dining table. Taking it upon himself, he claims he exerted his utmost effort with the resources available in the home. She compliments the cuisine, expressing that she has always desired to experience a homemade meal prepared by humans. She subsequently discloses that she will be attending the same institution as him, astonishing the young man. While he consumes his meal, he perceives her mention that she lacks any intimate companions to call upon. Subsequent to consuming her food, she expresses gratitude to him for the repast, remarking that it was genuinely exquisite. With a flick of her fingers, she announces it is time to bestow his promised recompense, causing the item drifts. Solmi clarifies that it is a story storage parchment. Unfurling the parchment, Salmi demonstrates its functionality to him, resembling a display. As she delves into the parchment, she prepares to extract an item. Salmi subsequently retrieves a wooden container, clarifying the method for utilizing the item's storage capabilities. Presenting him with the container, Salmi remarks that there are alternative methods to utilize it. Upon unsealing the container, he discovers an assortment of objects, such as currency, manuscripts, and a small bag. With a grin, Salmi clarifies that the coins are infernal money. Selecting. Upon examining one of the coins, Shu Choi learns that the 40 coins possess significant value. Finally, she presents him the pouch, declaring it to be an infernal artifact. She clarifies that the object is capable of performing numerous astonishing feats, similar to those in human narratives. She subsequently discloses that Mang Ti presented him with the object, indicating that he possesses great expectations for him. He then inquires if it's due to the celebration of selecting a new monarch. She claims they would feel honored if a fiend from Korea ascended to the throne. She discloses that a Korean spirit nearly triumphed, but ultimately fell short. Moreover, that this fiend was likewise a goblin, the most powerful in the annals of Korean history. Clutching the pouch, he reveals that he was unaware of his goblin identity until just yesterday. Gazing at the bag, he comments that if this is merely an illusion, he wishes to awaken promptly. With a resolute expression, he declares that he will strive for greater heights now that he has reached his conclusion. With a grin, she remarks that he is apprehensive about the fate of the humans. She subsequently proposes that he assume the role of the next demon monarch to safeguard them. He is astonished to learn he would need to maintain the law for 6,666 years. With a grin, she remarks that he may inquire about anything he desires at this moment, indicating beside him. He subsequently inquires about the parchment resting close by. Gazing in that direction, she observes the parchment shimmering with an alert. She subsequently elaborates that it is an urgent summons for malevolent spirits. At that instant, she discloses that a fiend is violating the law and inflicting damage on humans. However, she remarks that a situation like this hasn't occurred in the human realm for generations. Abruptly, her demeanor shifts entirely as she perceives something quite peculiar. Gazing out the window, she shrieks upon noticing the call is originating from close by. In a state of alarm, they both gaze at the parchment, incredulous at what they are witnessing. The night had fallen, with the moon illuminating the structures of the magnificent metropolis. With a flick of his fingers, he conjured an enigmatic item into his chamber. At that moment, a venerable parchment emerged in front of him, rendering him utterly astonished. As he made contact with the item, he pondered what might occur if he rested his hand upon it. Consequently, he resolved to inquire with her about the method of utilizing the object at a later time. Pivoting his head, his eyes focused on an object across the way. Glancing at the timepiece, he observed that it had already surpassed 9:50. In another location, Salmi determined that they had to return by 10 o'clock. Recollecting their dialogue, he had instructed her to be patient, assuring her that he would return shortly. She had subsequently grinned, urging him to simply refer to her as Salmi, since they were companions. Once she departed, the door shut, leaving him solitary in the flat. The clock had surpassed 10, and he started to feel anxious, contemplating whether something had occurred to her. Becoming aware of the late hour, he lamented not acquiring her contact number sooner. Gazing at the bookshelf, he fixated on a vintage picture of his father. Ultimately, he surmised that if he possessed goblin blood, it likely originated from his paternal lineage. Mangt clarifies that the goblin lineage within him originates from the 4th or 5th generation. Gazing at the picture, Shu Choi pondered whether his father was already aware of their lineage. Something piqued his interest, prompting him to swiftly adopt a combat posture. Peering toward the balcony, he shouted for Salmi, yet was unable to locate her. In a shadowy passageway, an individual sprinted frantically, attempting to flee from an unknown threat. Assailed, a young man was seized by the throat by an enigmatic presence. At that moment, the entity unveiled its grotesque appearance before the young man. Parting its jaws, the creature unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the passageway. Launching an onslaught, a ray of energy surged into the shadows of the alley. Distantly, Salmi remarked to herself that this appeared interminable. She noted that at this pace, she would be devoid of any of her plumage. Shifting to the captive, the being inquired as to why he remained in anticipation. In response, Salmi challenged it, asserting that it was incapable of experiencing pain, and the pair participated in a overt confrontation. Upon the earth, the being composed of darkness started to rapidly disintegrate. Perched upon the earth, the salvaged youth shuddered as he observed the events transpire. Attending to the wounded individual, Salmi reassured him that his companion would recover shortly. Upon receiving the news, the young man started to weep with a mix of relief and apprehension. Yet, atop a structure, the enigmatic being materialized once more, observing them all. Perceiving Perceiving the threat, Salmi swiftly confronted the creature. With a bound, the being ascended the structure's facade with agility. Instantly afterwards, it thudded heavily onto the earth, startling Salmi and the young individual. As he drew near, he cautioned her that her tribe would be embarrassed by the predicament. Salmi responded that it was of no concern to her, as she was confident he would arrive to assist her. Approaching her, he labeled her self-satisfied for harboring such thoughts. He subsequently remarked that it would be preferable not to have a sister like her. Gazing at the captor, he clarified that it was merely unfortunate chance. Narrating, he let him rest until the ambulance showed up. He concluded the discussion. Astonished, Salmi remarked on the hypnotism, yet he stated that he had relinquished the pursuit of mastering it. Evaluating the vicinity, he cautioned that there were an additional 2 fiends in proximity. He notified her that, including the most recent one, he had seized a total of 24. Subsequently, he disclosed that they were merely kobolds, feeble beings manipulated by another. Anxious, Salmi conveyed that 7 individuals had perished and 50 others sustained severe injuries. He pondered the purpose of it all, yet swiftly amended his thoughts. He clarified that the objective wasn't amusement, but rather to secure a benefit. Starting to disclose the reality, he stated that malevolent entities pursued humans for an alternative motive. He went on, clarifying that the consumption of human blood and flesh is the supreme origin of strength and sustenance for the demon lineage. Astonished, Salmi remarked that it was the first occasion she had ever encountered something of that nature. Realizing that demons became more powerful through this means, she was filled with dread by the discovery. In a recollection, Mant remarked that several youthful demons exert great effort in examinations. He clarified that the present generation perceives the human realm as a monotonous environment. However, as the celebration draws near, numerous demons are prepared to gamble everything. He stated that as she was assisting Mant, she ought to be informed about the latest incidents. Averting his gaze, he claimed he grasped the intention, but not the approach employed. He subsequently remarked that he would have behaved with greater subtlety to avoid attracting notice. She labeled him a coward, yet he contended it would be more secure to take action himself. Infuriated, Salmi shouted for him to confront those accountable directly. Abruptly, she appeared to comprehend something, and her demeanor shifted. Declaring she needed to depart, she disappeared from the location, leaving nothing but her plumage in her wake. Returning to the flat, a perplexed Shu Choi rested against the balcony banister. He considered the ajar door peculiar, as he had no recollection of leaving it in that state. Unbeknownst to him, a mysterious silhouette slipped into the chamber behind him. The interloper advanced slowly towards him, drawing near with utter quietude. The being observed that it was remarkably effortless and demanded little exertion. Consequently, the enigmatic figure readied its hand to strike Shu Choi from the rear. However, just prior to the impact, Shu Choi appeared to perceive the entity lurking behind him. At the instant of the assault, he hurled himself aside, evading the strike. Seizing, Shu Choi successfully thwarted the unexpected assault from the adversary. He subsequently crashed his foot forcefully onto the surface, fracturing the entire ground below him. Astonished, the trespasser recognized that he had been aware of its motions from the very beginning. Employing a method, he propelled the beast with a forceful rotational movement. Breathless, he remarked with a sense of relief that the foe's assault had been a narrow escape. It was disclosed that this is a goblin characteristic, not an extraordinary skill. Consequently, he equipped himself, as goblins do not succumb to the identical ruse on 2 occasions. Following, the altercation has left the balcony guardrail utterly shattered and contorted. He exhales, experiencing a slight sense of relief following all that has transpired. Equally, with his back facing outward, he remains vigilant, anticipating any further motion. He recalls experiencing the identical shiver when he was bitten previously. Recognizing this, he comprehends that he would have been apprehended if he hadn't acknowledged the sensation. Gazing downward, he wishes that no one sustained injuries from the collision. In the parking area, a plume of dust ascends from the collision location. A depression has emerged in the pavement, illustrating the strength of his toss. Lacking caution, he is seized from behind before he has the chance to react. His adversary then reveals that he has rendered all the surrounding individuals unconscious. As he is being overwhelmed, he is informed that unrest in the community would complicate matters further. The entity remarks that for a goblin, his infernal energy is commendable. With a bound, the intruder springs from the veranda, bringing him with them. With a twirl, he pivots his tail and propels Sayachoi into the sky. Caught in the hold, he strives to escape with every ounce of his strength. With a grin, the fiend employs his tail to fling Sayachoi downward. Thrown with force, he plummets to the earth, generating a chasm. Reclining on the earth, he perceives the fiend state that it hadn't intended to cast him there. Descending next to him, the demon clarifies that the earth had been unstable from the outset. He observes that individuals will merely believe it was an arbitrary arbitrary mishap. Upon rising, the demon cautions that he ought to have perished earlier. Grinning oddly, he advises Sayachoi to simply abandon all pursuits. At that instant, the silhouette of a colossal serpent manifests, displaying its strength. He then presents an opportunity to pass away tranquilly, requesting to consume him. Observing the response, he claims he is merely doing Sayachoi a service. He elaborates that he operates on a different plane, and engaging in combat will only result in additional suffering. Proceeding, in his suggestion, he states that should Sayachoi agree to the arrangement at this moment, he vows not to consume his mother, presenting an image of the pair together. Silently, Sayachoi charges ahead, his hand poised to deliver a blow. He delivers a forceful strike directly to the demon's visage with all his strength. He firmly seizes the demon's collar, determined not to release his grip, expressing remorse. Regarding the menace, the demon concedes that it was an exceedingly blunt tactic. Subsequently, he states that he had no desire to proceed in that manner. Unveiling his sorcery, the demon clarifies that he required a stimulus to take action. Confronting the fiend, Sayachoi remarks that the potency of the toxin appears to be rather mild. Subsequently, the fiend presses against his torso, clarifying that physical contact is necessary to utilize the power. He subsequently acknowledges that his strength is insufficient when faced with adversaries more formidable than himself. As he starts to shudder, Sayachoi comprehends that his physique is entirely immobilized. Subsequently, the demon asserts that in this realm, the feeble become victims of the powerful. Gazing at his hand, he remarks that the narrative would change if Sayachoi understood how to utilize the object on his arm. Abruptly, the image of him and his mother tumbles to the earth beside them. A colossal serpent materializes, and the demon warns him against repeating the same error. With considerable exertion, he attempts to shift, asserting that he requires merely a single movement. Capitalizing on the opportunity, the serpent gapes its enormous jaws, bracing for the decisive blow. Bowing his head, he appears to focus, consolidating all his residual energy. Gripping, clenching his fist firmly, he concentrates all of his residual strength. Perceiving the danger, the colossal serpent gazes at the rising force. He then initiates a colossal assault that obliterates everything in its way. Breathing heavily and injured, he braces himself, attempting to recover his breath. His assault breaches the ceiling, creating a sizable opening in the subterranean parking facility. Peering through the aperture, the snake remarks that its strike was exceedingly near. Without hesitation, the serpent responds promptly and strikes Sayachoi. On force, Sayachoi's form crashes forcefully into the barrier. The fiend is astonished that he managed to accomplish that, even after being poisoned. With its tongue lolling, the being observes his every action closely. Unexpectedly, the grip of an unusual armament emerges lodged in its rear. Astonished, the snake gazes at the injury, bewildered by the events that transpired. The might of the sovereign deity of the ninth sky and his thunderbolts is subsequently unveiled. Subsequently, a plume-like object starts to materialize from the injury. The being begins howling as a force fully envelopes it. Additionally, wounded, he perceives someone remark that his evening has not arrived yet. At that moment, a hooded figure emerges, berating them for their actions, labeling them as worthless. With a weapon embedded in him, the demon instructs him to cease the dramatics. Grinning, he ponders how he was located so swiftly, despite the fact that it required some time. The cloaked figure draws his blade, demonstrating that he is far from a typical mystic. Clenching his jaw, the fiend understands that it will be his demise if he squanders any additional moments. He is aware that the Pegaboy poses a dilemma, but he will have no opportunity if the other individual shows up. Holding his wounded hand has left him frustrated with the predicament he has found himself in. The concealed figure perceives a shift, becoming acutely vigilant. Abruptly, the demon expels a vast quantity of blood onto the ground. At that moment, a colossal being surfaces, and he claims he was reserving it for the celebration. With a ponderous stride, the colossal creature takes its place before the individual. He clarifies that the being was renowned in the West and possessed a spiritual dimension. With a grin, he encourages the pair to enjoy themselves, as it's a worthy adversary. Now, he apologizes, stating that he will complete his meal with Sayachoi. Parting its jaws, the beast readies itself to assault the masked figure. Dashing swiftly, the man rushes toward the colossal beast. He evades the creature. The fiend pivots, astonished by the twist of occurrences in the battle. At that moment, the hooded figure emerges directly behind him, poised to attack. He thrusts the blade into the fiend. As Sayachoi witnesses the demon's figure descend, he stares at the spectacle in utter astonishment. As he nears the individual, the man cautions that it's wise to respond if he wishes to survive. Sayachoi subsequently inquires about his activities in that peculiar location. Upon hearing the inquiry, the cloaked figure appears to identify the voice and halts. Expressing his disbelief, Sayachoi remarks that he had identified that voice. Lifting a hand to his visage, passage, he gradually starts to take off the mask. Disclosing his identity as Yusin, he inquires about Sayo's presence at that particular moment. Uncertain of how to respond, Sayo Choi merely states that it's a lengthy tale. Strolling through the car park, Yusin nears the spot where the demon's corpse landed. Approaching, he strides towards Sayo, pronouncing his name with apprehension. Anxious, he grasps him and inquires about what transpired with his physique and the fiend. Gasping for air, Sayo implores his companion to hold on for a moment. Yusin understands it's a gift and advises him not to attempt to utter a word. Watching the venom dissipate from his physique, Yusin instructs Sayo to remain in that spot. In an instant, the injuries and traces of poison entirely vanish from his form. He then comprehends, quite astonished, that Sayo was recuperating rapidly without assistance. Shifting, he perceives an unusual motion at the rear of the parking area. The vanquished demon's silhouette starts to crawl along the earth in a bid for freedom. As it flees, the fiend abandons a path of crimson in its wake, disappearing into the shadows. The two companions observe the spectacle, and Yusin expresses frustration that the foe has escaped. Once outdoors, he pivots and inquires of Sayo about his well-being. Fatigued, Sayo inquires with sarcasm about how he believes he is faring. Chuckling, Sayo remarks that his companion is a semi-goblin who allowed the fiend to escape. Yusin regrets being an inadequate shaman for failing to recognize anything earlier. Claiming that he comprehends everything at this point, Sayo alludes to the training facility's clandestine nature. Affirming, in this instance, Yusin clarifies that Sayo would have considered him insane had he revealed the complete reality. He then cautions that this entire circumstance will conclude in merely 6 months. Upon acknowledging that Yusin is aware of the celebration, Sayo inquires about the assaults on humans. Yusin responses indicating that this was uncommon, as demons infrequently assaulted humans previously. Not comprehending, Sayo inquires about the significance of this recent alteration. Indeed, Yusin discloses that fiends are pursuing humans in their quest to ascend as the new sovereign. He mentions that a month prior, vanishings surged significantly in densely inhabited regions. Consequently, he deduces that this is the inaugural instance of a demon manifesting in such a manner. Abruptly, Yusin seizes him, leaving Sayo entirely bewildered by his response. Suddenly, a detonation occurs before them, interrupting their dialogue. Astonished by the assault, Yusin cries out Sayo's name with intense worry. Approaching, present at the location, Somi expresses her remorse and inquires if he is alright. With his blade grasped firmly, Yusin commands her to halt immediately in her tracks. Upon perceiving the menace, Somi retreats, intimidated by the command to remain at a distance. Yusin then cautions that a single additional move and he will eliminate her without a moment's pause. As Sayo attempts to clarify, Yusin interjects, asserting that she is a demon. He claims he observed that she adheres to the regulations, which is the reason he issued the caution. However, he interrupts him, cautioning that the obligation now rests entirely on him. He subsequently prompts Sayo concerning the qualification, inquiring if he comprehends its significance. Yusin claims they are creatures that consume humans to acquire strength. Gripping his blade, he asserts that Sayo is a person and doesn't require consent. Fuming over the circumstances, he vows he will never permit them to seize. At this moment, Somi realizes that, to Sayo, this entire situation appears to be an utterly unjust calamity. She remembers that his name is already included on the Demon Realm's official registry. Transgressing the regulations would result in the most severe repercussions for both companions. She determines she must take action before the circumstances deteriorate for all. Nevertheless, she questions her ability to confront such a formidable shaman by herself. Determined, she expresses her regrets and asserts that, as a protector, she must take him. Aiming his blade, Yusin proclaims that she has chosen to entirely disregard his caution. Prior to launching his assault, Sayo Choi strikes his arm. The strike propels Yusin through the air, and he lands on the ground in astonishment. Without wavering, he advances and extends his hand toward the dropped blade. He succeeds in seizing the firearm before Yusin is able to rise from the earth. Observing, regarding the blade, he remarks that it is an unusual sword adorned with carvings. Rising to his feet, Yusin inquires about his actions and the reason behind his assault. Sayo claims he concurs that malevolent beings eliminate others to acquire additional dominance and vigor. He then discloses that he consumed a demon earlier that day, astonishing his companion. He claims he took a life to safeguard himself and those dear to him. He proclaims that he will not cease and intends to consume demons to gain power. Frantic, Yusin attempts to convey that he need not proceed in that manner. He asserts that with his abilities, he can safeguard Sayo and his mother independently. Breaking in, during the dialogue, Sayo plunges the blade into the earth, separating them. He then claims he will introduce yet another ludicrous element to his previous statements. Beaming, he proclaims with certainty that he shall become the forthcoming demon sovereign. Astonished by the announcement, Yusin remains there, at a loss for words. The disclosure also catches Solmi off guard, rendering her utterly voiceless. Subsequently, Yusin inquires whether he has lost his sanity, but Sayo confesses that he is unaware of the specifics. Tightening his hand into a fist, he declares he possesses an opportunity to avert his anxieties from materializing. Noticing his response, Sayo urges his companion to refrain from feeling so disheartened. He articulates that this is his fresh circumstance and he prefers to take action rather than remain passive. Consequently, he declares with unwavering assurance that he will execute his strategy. Unsure of how to react, Yusin merely clenches his jaw, contemplating the choice. Reassuringly, he hands the sword back to his companion Sayo Choi. However, he cautions that should Sayo overstep the boundaries, he will take matters into his own hands and end his life. Concurring, Sayo asserts that if that occurs, he will have earned his demise. Following their conversation, Yusin stoops and retrieves his mask from the floor. As he pivots, he inquires about her name, and she presents herself as Solmi. Donning his mask, he expresses regret for meddling in demonic matters. He cautions that there are regulations that even demons are compelled to adhere to in this circumstance. Then he vows by the name of the principal shaman that he will eliminate all those implicated. Mentioning that he'll reconnect with him later, he advises Sayo not to be concerned about his mother. Following their dialogue, he pivots and departs, vacating the vicinity. Quaking with trepidation, she inquires whether all shamans are so intimidating. He responds likely not, asserting that Yusin must be an exceptionally unique situation. At that moment, she pivots and inquires of Goyu whether he had been trailing her. He affirms that he needed to pursue her since she ought not to have confronted directly. He then cautions that had it been a demon of a mystical caliber, she would have been consumed. Bowing respectfully, Sayo acknowledges him, while Goyu refers to him as the renowned half-goblin. He starts to elucidate on primal fiends, which manifest in the guise of creatures. Performing, by intuition, the majority of them bear a resemblance to their primal forebears. However, he asserts that elite demons conceal themselves more effectively as legendary beings. Moreover, he discloses that there exist entities that surpass their own celestial origins. Possessing immense strength, they were venerated by both humans and demons in former times. With a grin, he courteously presents himself to Sayo Choi as Goyu. Ultimately, he cautions that he is among the adversaries Sayo needs to overcome. Goyu presents himself, expressing delight at the opportunity to finally encounter Sayo. Perplexed, in response to the circumstance, Sayo reaches out his hand to reciprocate the greeting. In that moment, Somi fervently cries out, urging him not to grasp the demon's hand. Upon receiving her caution, Sayo pivots his gaze toward his companion. She subsequently shouts, inquiring what he believes he is doing to Sayo. Accompanied by, with a grin, Goyu claims he is indifferent to all of it. He subsequently takes Sayo's hand, remarking that he finds him enjoyable to hear. Unveiling his sorcery, he cautions that he will employ a method he learned from him. Using his dimensional warp, a gateway materializes and fully surrounds them. In an attempt to thwart him, Somi dives toward the gateway, but it shuts. With the alteration of landscape, they emerge at the brink of a lake. Arriving at the unfamiliar destination, Sayo trips, attempting to maintain his balance. As Sayo recuperates, Goyu remarks that he possesses greater strength than he appears to have. He clarifies that only a handful of demons are capable of coping with such an abrupt spatial distortion and staying upright. Maintaining an air of composure, Sayo inquires whether he's also planning to consume him. Affirming positively, he states that he has a question to pose prior to their commencement. Inquiring whether he engages in any form of games, he specifies that he is referring to video games. Sayo mentions that he played during his middle school years but discontinued in high school. Stating his preference for action role-playing games, he indicates that he has a distaste for online gaming. Upon listening, Goyu breaks into a grin and exclaims that's incredible. Aeawea, massive detonation occurs precisely at he had been positioned only moments prior. Successfully evading in the nick of time, he glides along the surface to avoid the collision. From the center of the lake, a massive ice shard abruptly emerges from the water. Observing the emerging danger, he dashes toward the woods to seek refuge. Numerous additional crystals emerge from the water, soaring at an accelerated pace towards him. Upon striking the earth, the icy missiles unleash an even more powerful detonation. From afar, Goyu observes everything with a grin, evaluating the results of the assault. He observes that Sayo is swift, recognizing that the demon had shifted earlier. Sayo understands that he must take the initiative, as he cannot merely continue evading. Astonished, Goyu concedes that Sayo is quite remarkable for a mere novice. Sayo's most remarkable talent at that instant was his astonishing capacity to acquire knowledge, since he had previously encountered an adversary who enticed enticed him. He had grown significantly more alert. His gaze narrowed, indicating he was prepared for whatever lay ahead. Then he discovers a solution in the insight he gained earlier that day. As he advances, he releases a surge of power with all his strength. The assault originates from the vessel's shielding, a gem that emits infernal energy. Upon collision, a plume of smoke ascends, enveloping the vicinity. He discovered another lesson from the altercation he experienced previously in the flat. Even if the assault succeeds, he must not lower his vigilance until it concludes. Amidst the haze, numerous orbs of energy are propelled toward him. He acknowledges that he is beginning to master the utilization of his energy. A feeling akin to a bolt of lightning ignites in his abdomen. He believes he retains approximately 60% of his vitality. The final strike absorbed 10% and the diminutive ones merely 3%. He ponders if depleting his energy will render him fatigued as he was previously. The haze. As the assault subsides, it becomes clear that Goyu is unharmed. He remarks that he misjudged Sayo, who effortlessly navigated the initial stage. On the back foot, Sayo inquires if he is genuinely attempting to consume him in that moment. He expresses that he cannot perceive the same motivation he experienced previously. Acknowledging his lack of finesse in feigning, Goyu expresses his disinterest in consuming him. Goyu subsequently inquires if he understands what a genuine demon monarch is. He elucidates that it is peculiar to select a monarch via a celebration of might. The rationale behind adhering to this guideline is an essential demon custom. Bound by their cravings, their essence would result in complete disorder. Thus, their forebears established a protection known as the Demon King. This would inhibit demons from annihilating one another until none remained. The Demon King governs all to guarantee their security. Goyu discloses that for a millennium, the demon monarchs have governed effectively. However, he cautions that this omits the present demon monarch. Goyu asks him to envision a scenario where their sovereign prohibited humanity from consuming meat. Sayo responses indicating that the legislation would be disregarded, while Goyu asserts that they adhered to it. With a nonchalant gesture, he elucidates the significance of the demon monarch and cultural heritage. Gazing into his eyes, he cautions that the demon's tolerance is waning. Sayo comprehends that if the forthcoming monarch enacts the identical legislation, they will not acquiesce. Commending with his sharp humor, Goyu asserts that not everyone will comply with the monarch this time. Despite being the mightiest, the monarch was unable to thwart a widespread uprising. When such an event occurs, the notion of the Demon King and his dominion will collapse. As he strolls, he expresses his desire for Sayo to grasp the essence of his words. He cautions that elder demons may attempt to assault him due to his remarks. Recalling Dian, he expresses that he comprehends the source of Sayo's optimism. In a combat position, Sayo inquires whether he desires him to retract everything. Accompanied by, with a grin, Goyu discloses that he initially contemplated defeating him. He subsequently beckons him to accompany him and assist in ruling. Shu Choi inquires about the strength of Goyu, doubting his self-assurance in ascending to the throne. In response, he states that he may not be the most powerful, yet he exceeds the other festival delegates. Following the conversation, Shu Choi simply acknowledges with a nod and moves a step closer to him. He subsequently reaches out his hand to Goyu as though to finalize an agreement. Conceding to the suggestion, he declares he merely requires a vow to safeguard his community. With a grin, Goyu remarks that he was confident they would harmonize and extends his hand for a shake. Then, Sayo cautions that he has made the correct decision, granting him peace of mind. Gripping firmly, he starts to release his infernal power upon his opponent. Upon observing the assault, Goyu declares that he is the individual who has been rambling absurdities all along. He proceeds, stating that Sayo initiated the confrontation, masked as a cordial greeting. Seizing his garments, Shu's combat skills appear significantly more formidable. He expended nearly all the infernal energy he possessed. On this occasion, it wasn't an instinctive reaction, but a deliberate and purposeful action. Employing his method, he rotates his physique to forcefully hurl Goyu. Without a moment's pause, he acts with immense resolve and concentration on the offensive. The collision generates a substantial eruption in the water, creating a significant amount of vapor. Consequently, a burst of vitality emerges across the vicinity. Collapsed on the earth, Sayo Choi struggles to regain his breath, evidently fatigued. He subsequently questions openly why he is trembling so intensely. Impotent, he understands he cannot recuperate as he has exhausted all resources. At that instant, Goyu materializes in front of him, gazing down upon him. With a grin, Goyu asserts that he possesses a knack for utilizing all that he has. He proceeds, asserting that the disparity in their fundamental vitality is what preserved him. He then inquires whether Sayo Choi has any final remarks. Responding in the negative, he states he was already ready for the repercussions. In the meantime, Goyu maintains his focus on the adversary, daring him. Lifting his hand, Seo Choi cautions him that he's premature if he expects to witness him plead. Fixing his stare on his adversary, he searches for a chance to strike. Derisively, Goyu comments that he speaks extensively for an individual who can hardly maintain their balance. At that moment, a bead of perspiration trickles down Seo Choi's cheek following the provocation. Reassuringly, Goyu reaches out his hand towards his adversary. With a grin, Goyu gently taps Seo Choi's shoulder and declares that he has succeeded. He then expresses his confidence, complimenting his endurance. Chuckling at the circumstance, Goyu elaborates that he was assessing whether Seo Choi was deserving of his backing. Inquiring about the backing, Seo Choi reminisces about his statements, yet Goyu verifies all details. He proceeds, expressing their lack of anticipation for the approaching Night of Spirits. In a recollection, a youthful Goyu expresses that he has never been fond of the disorder of the domain. In contrast to the human realm, he claims the location is more serene and tranquil. He subsequently commends humanity for their ability to relish free time through an array of trivial pursuits. Goyu expresses a preference for it over dining, and it would be a calamity to part with them. Even comprehending the rationale, Seo Choi asserts that this does not constitute a justification for endorsing him. When questioned about ascending to the throne, Goyu responds that he wouldn't bother attempting it. He discloses he possesses the greatest opportunity for victory, yet clarifies that there is another significant issue. Elaborating further, he asserts that the most formidable contenders originate from historical lineages. He states that the approach of employing enchantment is significant and tradition prevails. When likened to a human sentiment, he remarks that it resembles entering the world with a silver spoon in one's mouth. Inquiring about the circumstances, Seo Choi probes whether there is any familial strain. Goyu responds that it resembles suffocation more closely, articulating the strain that the clan imposes on him. Beneath the luminous full moon, he asserts that delegates possess no autonomy in their decisions. He subsequently clarifies that they can either depose him or appoint an alternative contender to succeed him. Seo Choi remarks that it's harsh to have the faction opposed to him, yet recalls that he is distinct. In a lively stance, he exclaims that Seo Choi is entirely distinct. He persists in stating that Seo Choi possesses skill and an incentive free from the constraints of a faction. As he approaches, Goyu asserts that he not only can, but is obligated to accomplish this. A raven soars past, prompting Seo Choi to call out for it to pause for a moment. Articulating, he expresses that he requires time to reflect, as it all occurred so abruptly. With a grin, Goyu expresses that he comprehends the lad's bewilderment. Abruptly, Salmi materializes and delivers a forceful strike to Goyu's skull. With an expression of sheer fury, she scowls at him following the unexpected assault. With immense power, her paw connects directly with his face. Utterly astonished, Seo Choi observes the spectacle, unable to respond to the events that have just unfolded. Due to the impact, Goyu is propelled a considerable distance, traversing the nocturnal heavens. He subsequently collides forcefully with a tree. Subsequently, with her wings unfurled, she gazes fiercely at the location where the adversary collapsed. Calling out for her to halt, Seo Choi dashes after the girl, attempting to prevent her from leaving. Without hesitation, she unleashes a flurry of feathers toward the objective. The assault subsequently triggers a substantial detonation in the far-off woodland. Noticing a plume on the earth, Seo Choi moves closer to observe the aftermath. She assures him not to fret, as the assault didn't even graze him. Understanding he escaped, Seo Choi inquires about the identity of the individual who vanished. She then clarifies that it wasn't Goyu, but rather a fractured aspect of his personality. Commencing her narration, she recounts the tale of the black tortoise and its beginnings. However, returning to its origins, it allegedly began with a rather commonplace turtle. Subsequently, the narrative recounts the tale of a prodigy who succeeded in separate pristine energy. Surpassing his boundaries, he emerged as a celestial being, transforming into the inaugural black tortoise. Subsequently, his offspring acquired his abilities, yet they require intensive instruction to reach their full potential. She subsequently clarifies that the serpent persona he perceived is a repercussion. However, she characterizes him as egocentric, asserting that he is indifferent to the needs of others. Composed of energy, the serpent is recognized for its tranquil and exceedingly cool demeanor. Utterly compliant, the serpent is expected to serve as a counselor and a tactician. Nevertheless, Goyu's serpent can seize command of his physique at any moment. This is the reason numerous demons opposed his selection as the clan's envoy. Attaining, he inquires if she is prepared, stating that it is essential for them to leave at this moment. He comforts her, stating that there will be no repercussions for them due to the postponement. She subsequently indicates the ravaged balcony, anxious about her mother's reaction. Reassuring her not to fret, he utterly astonishes her with his composed disposition. Abruptly, Mengti materializes and announces that but all will be reinstated by the following day. Attempting to justify Shio Choi, she claims she misinterpreted the circumstances, but is cut off. He then expresses a desire to converse with both Shio and herself, leaving them both perplexed. Observing. In addition, Meng-Ti notes that there is another visitor awaiting them all. Upon entering the chamber, Meng-Ti observes that this is the domain of humanity. Already, within, Shio Choi remarks that it's quite pleasant, discovering the location inviting. Whirling around in astonishment, he inquires if she has consent, to which she responds negatively. She subsequently clarifies that she was reluctant to attend, but Meng-Ti compelled her to go. Seeking clarification, Shio Choi fixes him with an intense stare, prompting him to consent to reveal the events that transpired. He starts to elucidate that at dusk, 50 kobolds assaulted humans. He claims they believed the objective was to entice out Shio and Solmi. As Solmi draws near, he inquires if that was not the case, but he discloses that Shio was the intended objective. With her arms folded, Shio Choi remarks that this was likely a component of a more extensive strategy. With a grave countenance, Meng-Ti discloses that 200 individuals vanished that evening in Seoul. He states that the actual figure should be no fewer than 500 individuals unaccounted for. Astonished by the revelation, Solmi states that this indicates a minimum of 5 demons were involved. Turning once more, he states that the crime scene unveiled a deeply unsettling reality. Concluding, in his clarification, he discloses that entities from beyond Korea arrived there to pursue humans. Recognizing the seriousness of the circumstances, she cautions that the pursuit will continue until the magnificent celebration. Meng-Ti subsequently clarifies that the eligibility examination was scheduled for a month later, but the circumstances are critical. He suggests that they both undertake the examination at this moment, but in an alternative manner. Wearing a grave expression, Meng-Ti discloses their objective to eradicate the fiends that have infiltrated Korea. The setting transforms. A fresh day breaks over the metropolis as the sun ascends. Strolling along the sidewalk, Yusun laments parting ways with Shio Choi in such a manner. Concerned for his companion, he believes it will be his responsibility if anything occurs. At that moment, Shio Choi arrives, declaring that he at least was familiar with the route to the school. Desiring to converse, Shio Choi requests a moment, clarifying that circumstances have shifted since yesterday. Presently in a cafe, Yusun exclaims in astonishment at the tale he has just encountered. Yusun shouts at Shio Choi, inquiring if he has lost his mind entirely, causing everyone present to feel frightened. Requesting him to relax, Shio Choi urges Yusun to soften his tone, reassuring him that he is alright. He contends that it's a favorable arrangement since he can remain without troubling his mother. Placing a hand on his cheek, Yusun inquires if anyone has informed him of his class designation. As he savored his beverage, Shio Choi proceeded to enumerate 5 peculiar names he had encountered. Yusun clarifies that those aren't titles, but rather the 5 categories of demons. He begins by stating that the most inferior class is the beast, referring to creatures. He goes on to assert that they pose a threat, albeit akin to untamed creatures from this realm. He concludes by stating that individuals equipped with the appropriate armaments can confront them with relative ease. He cautions that beyond that category, it is unfeasible for ordinary individuals to manage them. Regarding the demon class, he elucidates that they possess strength equivalent to that of 100 men merged. With a concerned look, Shio Choi inquires about the strength of the remaining classes. Yusun responses indicating they signify catastrophe, apprehending that the mystical category is an order of magnitude more detrimental. He asserts that they could transform an entire metropolis into a nightmare in a single night. Regarding the divine and spiritual categories, he cautions that it is preferable to avoid encountering them altogether. Requesting him to refrain from the pursuit, he provides his residence as a secure refuge. He claims the intruders belong to at least a mystical tier. Shio Choi subsequently inquires about what category he believes yesterday's serpent belonged to. Yusun responds that he was, at most, a fiend quite distant from being a sage. He clarifies that had it managed its strength, they would not be engaged in this conversation at this moment. Furthermore, he highlights that Shio was nearly consumed by an individual deemed so feeble. He then notes that Shio's category is also demonic, albeit a less formidable variety. Shouting, he advises his companion to regain composure and refrain from involving himself in matters that do not concern him. His arms, Shio Choi requests him to say it again, stating that he couldn't catch his words. With a grin, Shio Choi expresses that he believes he can triumph if they engage in combat once more. He confesses he might have perished previously, but maintains that he has changed significantly since then. Elucidating. Moreover, he claims he understands how to engage in combat and harness his energy at present. Rising from his seat, he expresses regret for causing his companion to be tardy for class. However, Yusun opts to forego class to impart a lesson, instructing him to accompany. The setting shifts. They reach the Olympic gymnastics venue, established in 1986. 1986. Constructed for the Olympic Games, the stadium has now become a renowned concert location. Upon reaching the lower level, Shio Choi is astonished by his discoveries. Within a training facility, he inquires whether everything here is part of his family's possessions. Yusin declines, clarifying that it was the authorities, which astonishes Shio Choi. He starts to clarify that the nation's rulers have consistently employed shamans to assist them. Rectifying his statement, he proposes that the shamans could have formed the very nation. Subsequently, he states that nobility established an organization to educate shamans long ago. Flinging his jacket aside, he asserts that the administration is fully aware of the existence of demons. Relaxing his necktie, he reveals that it's a mystery that not many regard with gravity. Positioned in a combat stance, Shio Choi urges him to approach when he feels prepared. Yusin asserts that there are no regulations and guarantees not to intervene any further. Shio Choi subsequently inquires why he isn't wielding a weapon as he did the previous day. He responses indicating that he is not, and that is the sole reason this confrontation is feasible. Absent his mystical instruments, he elaborates, his abilities are typically diminished by 50%. However, he assures that he can vanquish a demon-class fiend even in the absence of a weapon. As he strides, he cautions that should Shio defeat him, he will become mightier than a fiend. Then Yusin inquires what he is anticipating, urging him to strike at once. With his hand quivering ever so slightly, he readies himself for the initial strike of the battle. As he observes his rival prepare, Yusin gazes at him intently with an exceptionally stern demeanor. Shio Choi propels himself ahead, delivering a straight strike toward Yusin. However, Yusin successfully seizes his arm, effortlessly halting the assault. He subsequently retaliates with an open-handed blow directly to Shio's torso. Right afterward, he delivers a flurry of swift blows to his companion's torso. Concluding the sequence, he delivers a final, forceful strike directly to Shio's visage. Sewing his foot solidly planted on the earth, he delivers a forceful strike with his foot, propelling Shio Choi hurtling across the chamber. The power of the strike generates a tremendous burst of energy that envelopes the surroundings. Remaining, however, he monitors the outcome, recognizing that posing any inquiries would be futile at this moment. On the ravaged ground, Shio Choi's crimson fluid starts to trickle steadily. Despite his face being covered in blood, he conveys to Yusin that he is exceptionally resilient. Cleaning off the blood, he remarks that his companion resembled someone plucked directly from a graphic novel. Glancing at his own hand, Yusin acknowledges that he has sustained greater harm than his adversary. He then realizes that his hand would have been obliterated if he hadn't utilized his energy. Recognizing that his companion could handle it, he resolves to stop restraining himself any longer. Merely, at that moment, Yusin realizes that his companion was significantly more perilous than he had anticipated. Advancing swiftly, Shio Choi initiates the action, springing toward his companion. He attempts to deliver a strike, but Yusin effortlessly evades the hit. Evading the assault, Yusin observes that he is swifter, yet maintains the same rhythm. Abruptly, Shio Choi seizes Yusin's wrist, catching him off guard. Aiming to escape, Yusin swiftly rotates his form to retaliate against his adversary. Capitalizing on the opportunity, he delivers a powerful knee strike directly to Shio's face. The collision brutally hurls Shio's head to the side. Harnessing the force from the strike, Shio seizes his arm and hurls him into the air. He performs this action, gazing upward while employing his energy accumulation method. Still suspended, Yusin readies himself for the drop, employing his preferred descending method. Using his hands, he successfully dismantles the technique that restrained him throughout the toss. Upon touching down, he triggers a detonation that sends dust swirling in all directions. Emerged from the haze, he touches down on his feet, recuperating from the assault he has just faced. In skepticism, he inquires of his companion whether that is indeed what he believes it to be. Harnessing the energy, Shio declares that it is the inaugural instance he has conjured it independently. Considering recent occurrences, the present circumstances appeared unfavorable for him. Grasping regarding his vitality, his general state was poor for the impending match. Corporeally, he was alright, but the genuine issue lay in his malevolent energy. He had consumed nearly all of it in the prior battle against Goyu. Restoration in the human realm progressed gradually as demonic energy is limited in this domain, yet the fatigue enabled him to reconstruct the instance he conjured his armament. With lacking mastery over his physique, he recollected that sensation, that precise instant. As he nears, Yusin expresses that what he observes is somewhat unsatisfactory. He remarks that the armament Shio conjured appears rather unimpressive. Getting ready to attack, Yusin prepares to advance toward Shio. He subsequently springs toward Shio, meticulously observing the strike descending from above. He perceives that this armament appears considerably less potent than the previous one. At that moment, Shio's strike connects with Yusin, resulting in a tremendous burst of of energy, accompanied by, with his arms folded, he successfully withstands the force. Although the assault is powerful, he claims he can thwart it using his own vitality. He chooses to uphold his guard, anticipating that his adversary will exhaust themselves. At that moment, the force he conjured begins to fracture the ceiling. Brandishing a type of lash, Shio Choi asserts that the strategy is indeed effective. Perplexed, Yusin inquires about his actions. With a grin, Shio remarks that he couldn't indefinitely withstand his blows. Clenching the armament firmly, he readies himself to strike despite diminished strength. The armament's strength and dimensions were barely a fraction of what they had been previously. However, he can harness the weapon's capacity to alter its shape. He subsequently declares his assault, advancing swiftly with his armament. Steeling himself for the impact, Yusin confronts the approaching assault. Shio converts the armament into a globe and propels it towards his adversary, and Yusin entirely obstructs the assault. With his expression strained, he resists the force of the assault. The force pulls him rearward, generating a massive surge of energy. Following the assault, Shio Choi promptly transitions into his subsequent offensive maneuver. He subsequently springs away, establishing separation from his adversary's forthcoming action. At that moment, Shio's strike impacts the earth, resulting in a tremendous detonation. Astonished, Yusin comprehends that the force of the assault has intensified twofold merely due to that alteration. Whirling the armament, Shio prepares himself while Yusin shouts at him to cease the antics. Concurring, he states this is an examination to determine if he can confront his inner demons. Incapable. In reply, Yusin acknowledges that all he has stated is accurate. With a grin, Shio Choi remarks that if he finds it unsatisfactory, acknowledging his error is another possibility. Stimulated, Yusin claims that he is not to blame for not competing as anticipated. Observing, he inquires whether this is the manner in which Shio Choi intends to proceed. Yusin subsequently cautions that he will cease restraining himself, but Shio merely sneers. Another attack hits the ground, creating a new explosion that shatters the floor. Swinging the weapon, he launches a series of attacks in different directions. Numerous blows struck the venue, generating a multitude of detonations throughout. As the velocity escalates, he observes that evading becomes increasingly challenging. He subsequently recognizes that Shio is adjusting to his rhythm remarkably swiftly. With a composed grip, Shio formulates a novel strategy of assault against his adversary. He then ponders whether it's merely another novel ruse. Without a moment to respond, Yusin protects himself, yet is propelled against the wall. The force of the assault triggers a massive detonation that consumes the surroundings. Exclaiming, Shio inquires if Yusin is fine, mentioning that he evaded at the final moment. In the meantime, the energy armament zips through the atmosphere at a rapid velocity. Trapped, Yusin intones a spell, summoning a kind-hearted apparition from the beyond. He subsequently instructs the entity to comply, utilizing the harness power. Channeling the energy akin to a bow, he readies to launch the ethereal projectile. Propelled with vigor, the projectile darts through the arena towards his adversary. Witnessing the impending assault, Shio succumbs to despondency. At that moment, the strength-wielding Shio is interrupted by the projectile. Observing his armament disintegrate, he shifts backward to adjust his position. Without delay, he forges an additional energy armament to persist with the assault. The visage averted, Yusin braces for Shio's impending action. Leaping to the side, he evades the newly launched energy orb. Conjuring an apparition, he readies himself to battle even in the absence of his mystical implements. As a result, he is unable to utilize the majority of his incantations at this moment. Touching down on the terrain, Shio once more clutches his energy armament for battle. With effort, he endeavors to manage the force he conjured into his grasp. Merging the forces, he ultimately forges a formidable ethereal blade for the battle. Readying, with a sudden thrust, Shio advances with his improvised armament to confront Yusin. The two armaments subsequently clash, generating a tremendous burst of energy. Upon collision, the blade slices through Shio's armament, fracturing it. However, prior to delivering the decisive strike, he falters as he battles against his companion. He grits his teeth, resolving that he must persist precisely for that purpose. Bunching his hand firmly, Shio readies himself for a decisive, urgent action. With expansive eyes, Yusin faltered at the prospect of bringing him down. Lacking uncertainty, Shio delivers another powerful blow to his visage. Following the strike, Yusin collapses to the floor, while Shio gazes at him in bewilderment. He inquires about Yusin's restraint, but he refutes it. Reclining on the earth, he clarifies that it was the most effective incantation he could employ. He claims the strike obliterated his armament and would have vanquished even an enchanted fiend. Yusin then discloses that the incantation identified him as a human rather than a demon. Remaining on the ground, he grumbles to himself, expressing that it is unjust. The atmosphere shifts. Daylight emerges emerges over the metropolis, revealing the thoroughfare's awakening. Strolling along the pavement, Yusin emerges with a dressing covering his nose. Observing Shio's unease, he urges him to simply express what is troubling him. Thus, Shio Choi inquires whether his nose is painful and if it will result in a mark. He clarifies that his recovery is swift and that Shio restrained himself during the strike. He remarks that his nose would have been fractured had his companion not restrained his strike. With a deep exhale, he remarks that Shio has demonstrated his capabilities and is free to act as he wishes. However, when he expresses his gratitude, Shio is informed that it is merely the agreement they established. Immediately afterward, Yusin instructs him to acquire an object he has brought along. Grasping the object, Shio observes that they resemble diminutive, vibrant, suspended gourd flasks. Yusin subsequently clarifies that it's more advantageous to regard them as explosives at his disposal. He advises him to simply grasp it and issue a command or discard it onto the floor. Expressing gratitude, he inquires whether Yusin will be alright, considering he provided him with 3 of them. Shio subsequently remarks that they must be quite challenging to produce given the significant amount of energy involved. Upon hearing this, Yusin inquires about how he is aware, pondering if he has encountered something akin to it. Grasping the squashes, Shio claims he can sense the vitality within them. He elucidates that the vitality he experienced during the battle parallels the energy contained within the bottles. As a familial instrument, the tri-hued gourds gather mystical energy within their depths. Subsequent to decorating the gourd, a shaman infuses their vitality into it whenever feasible. With the squashes, anyone can invoke the energy and wield exceptionally potent incantations. Astonished, Yusin requests Shio's hand, coming to the realization that he perceived the energy. Perplexed, Shio extends his hand while Yusin discusses palmistry. Upon his companion's grasp, he remarks there is one certainty that can be asserted. Astonished, he recognizes that Shio Choi embodies raw ability with immense spiritual capacity. Nearly, undoubtedly, Yusin is taken aback, yet Shio Choi fails to comprehend his response. Yusin believes that given his considerable abilities, he would swiftly be embraced as his apprentice. Yet he recalls that Shio is a fiend and conceals his visage within his palms. He understands that the conservatives would reject it and the situation could deteriorate significantly. Yusin then concedes that if it weren't for Shio, he wouldn't regard it favorably either. Transferring support the squashes, he cautions that Shio faces a challenging journey ahead. With a slight scoff, Shio inquires whether he can genuinely perceive his destiny. Uncertain of his return, he states that he requires a new outfit initially. Strolling along, he remarks that even his feet seem to have diminished, which is rather peculiar. With a grin, Yusin expresses that their peers are going to be astonished by his transformation. In response, Shio remarks that his companion appears to be enjoying the entire circumstance. Gazing at the clock on his phone, Yusin remarks that he was just beginning to feel peckish. Thus, he requests that he procure something to eat, yet Shio proposes they head to his residence. Enthusiastically, he inquires about the same bacon-fried rice that Yusin had prepared previously. Yusin subsequently clarifies that he has a visitor at his residence who is still slumbering. Furthermore, he states that he must be at a location immediately following lunch. Comprehending the circumstances, Shio inclines his head and acknowledges the information he received. With a sigh, Yusin reassures him not to fret, recalling the agreement they established. Upon this, Shio proposes that they postpone lunch for a different day. Casting a sideways glance, Yusin counsels him to maintain his posture and exude self-assurance, stating, after bidding farewell, the 2 companions part ways following their discussion. Upon reaching the area, he glances at his phone and ponders whether he is in the correct location. Subsequently, he pauses before an imposing metallic entrance adorned with a placard. While attempting to decipher the sign, he perceives the door slowly open with a creak. In that moment, a man emerges at the entrance, gazing intently at the newly arrived Shio Choi. Perceiving the force, he realizes that humanity possesses an exceptionally formidable spirit. Absent a term, the individual strolls by him and proceeds along the avenue. Subsequently, a lady inquires whether this is his initial visit to this enigmatic location. Presenting herself, she states that her name is Hong Ryan, and she serves as the deputy chief of the residence. Bowing slightly, he presents himself and reveals that he was dispatched by Judge Mengta. Acknowledging her prior knowledge, she beckons him to enter and accompany her. Traipsing behind her through the dim corridor, he perceives a gloomy shadow looming over the area. As he traverses the gloom, his foot descends into a realm of obscurity on the ground. As he pivots his head, he is utterly astonished by the novel vista that unfolds. Departing the corridor, he discovers himself in an expansive, brilliantly illuminated palace. Upon entering, an individual begins to dispense tea into a pair of cups. Positioned comfortably, he expresses his gratitude for the tea and scrutinizes the surrounding things attentively. He subsequently inquires if they are not in essence, remarking that the atmosphere feels rather invigorating. She affirms, clarifying that the residence exists apart from the realm of humanity. Gazing outwards, he realizes the dwelling assists spirits in acclimating. Astonished, he recalls Mangta mentioning that the journey would greatly benefit him. Abruptly, 2 scrolls materialize in the air, manifesting before them. At the counter, he inquires whether he can utilize the infernal tokens he obtained. She clarifies that the majority of individuals trade the coins for currency used in the human realm. With a grin, she discloses that a single demon coin is valued at 3 million won. She indicates that the fee is already incorporated in the transaction amount. After calculating, he is astonished by the sum of money he could possess. Attaining, she volunteers to display some of the merchandise available for purchase. She subsequently requests that a man demonstrate the demon tablets to show. Upon unsealing a container, the individual uncovers an assortment of pills in various hues within. She clarifies that the tablets accelerate a demon's energy restoration. She persists in stating that recuperation is already sluggish in the demon realm. By employing botanicals and a clandestine technique, they formulated capsules that rejuvenate vitality. Enthusiastic, he inquires whether there is a distinction in impact among the tablet hues. She clarifies that the hues signify the hierarchy, ranging from silver to black. Recommending that he choose the black option, she mentions that the recuperation is significantly swifter. He subsequently requests the dark capsule, and she replies that the impact will arrive shortly. Taking a seat, she states that the dimensions of the crystal and its absorption properties are the paramount factors. The dimensions of the crystal expand as a demon consumes others or simply matures. However, assimilation is affected by aptitude and is challenging to cultivate and enhance. She subsequently contemplates that a half-demon would require several days to assimilate the dark tablet. Grasping the tablet, he consumes it, as she asserts that she was truthful regarding its impact. Ingesting the tablet, he remains oblivious to the fact that it could replenish his crystal fourfold. At that very moment, a radiant illumination envelopes his entire figure. As energy is discharged, a detonation transpires within the heart of the opulent palace. However, ultimately, the emitted energy was merely equivalent to the dimensions of the crystal. Stunned on the ground, she cries out that what just occurred is inconceivable. In mere moments, he assimilated significantly more energy than his crystal was capable of managing. Despite perspiring, he claims he was already aware, as this marks his 3rd day as a fiend. Due to the tablet, he experienced a vigor surpassing his complete potential. Moments prior, in the annex of House Yonghui, the atmosphere was remarkably tranquil. Grasping a bottle, a colleague inquires of the visitor whether he relished the beverage. Beaming, Dongwu elaborates that the wine was crafted specifically for his arrival. The youthful gentleman responds that it's satisfactory, but expresses dissatisfaction that a man is attending to him. He subsequently inquires about the location of Hung Ryan, probing whether this was a form of disrespect. Anxiously, Dongwu urges him to remain composed, suggesting that she must have been held up by something. It is subsequently disclosed that she is catering to a distinguished visitor of Judge Mengta. Inquiring about the identity, the young lord learns that it is a half-goblin. Deriding the notion, he fails to grasp why Mengta clings to that lineage. He declines to label the boy as a demon, pondering his existence in that location. Noticing the other's quietness, the young master inquires whether he has become weary of his duties. He subsequently proposes that his remarks may have upset a semi-demon. With a grin, he claims he's heard that House Yonghui is comprised of a mix of hybrids. He proceeds, stating that they are recognized neither as individuals nor as fiends. Grasping his garments, he deems their endeavors a pitiful means of enduring. With a grin, he cautions that they will never be regarded as genuine fiends. Gazing at Dongwu, the young master inquires whether he disputes his assertion. Dongwu responds that entities such as themselves are unaware of the trajectory their existences will follow. As he takes a sip, the young master grumbles that there is no amusement in teasing him with such responses. He subsequently inquires about when he may depart, and Dongwu reassures him that all preparations will be completed today. Elaborating on the arrangements, he states that his identity and dwelling have already been established. Dongwu remarks that they rush to cater to his needs as he safeguards humanity. Chuckling, the young master claims he does it not for them, but for his own individual motives. He discloses that this is his opportunity to excel and take part in the magnificent celebration. He goes on to assert that he possesses the same level of skill as his siblings, albeit being slightly younger. Setting the cup upon the table, he remarks that he requires acknowledgement as a contender. As Dongwu rises, the young master halts him, stating that he has a significant task for her. At that moment, he discloses his desire for Hong Rian to be under his authority in the human realm. He emphasizes that he desires no diversions, solely solely to concentrate on pursuing the encroaching demons. At last, the young master cautions them against the necessity of his reiteration, as they are merely traitors. Prior to delivering a message, Dongwu instructs them to inform Hong Rian of something. Suddenly, a tremendous detonation erupts in close proximity, disrupting their dialogue. Utterly astonished, the two pivot in response to the unforeseen sound. Peering through the window, they notice that the rooftop of the neighboring house is trembling. Perplexed and bewildered, the young master inquires what on earth that sensation was they just experienced. Transitioning to a different perspective, it is articulated that energy circulates within all things akin to water. Thus, existence would resemble a puddle where this identical water ebbs and flows. This essential principle would pertain to every species, regardless of whether they are demonic or human. No individual can transport more water than their own limit. This is an evident reality. Returning to the setting, Xiao Chue advances towards the lady and expresses remorse for the detonation. Reclining on the earth, she comments that the capsule is astounding, yet ponders the reason behind it. He responds that he feels fantastic, as though he could accomplish anything at this moment. Still bewildered, the woman inquires about the cause of all the uproar. At that moment, the young gentleman arrives and inquires about his impoliteness in disrupting others. Observing the circumstances, she rushes and states that she assumes complete accountability for the visitor. Instructing her to be silent, he interrupts her in the midst of her speech. Subsequently, he inquires whether she believes him to be a sort of simpleton. He articulates that he sensed the child's malevolent energy emanating from that detonation. He subsequently inquires whether she anticipates him to simply overlook this entire situation. Bowing. On the surface, Hung Ryan expresses regret as Xiao Chue pivots. He subsequently mentions that he is unaccustomed to managing his demonic energy. Expressing remorse for any inconvenience, he endeavors to clarify the circumstances more effectively. Yet, with a sly grin, he cautions that he disapproves of his conceited demeanor. Clenching his jaw, the young lord inquires about what he just uttered to him. With a grin, Xiao Chue expresses his regrets for the detonation, yet labels him a jerk. Without a moment's hesitation, the young lord unleashes an assault upon him with his fingertips. Colliding directly, Xiao Chue is propelled backward with tremendous strength from the impact. He is ultimately hurled against the courtyard edifice, resulting in significant devastation. Astounded, Hung Ryan merely observes the spectacle, immobilized in her position. The youthful master cautions her against participating, asserting that this is a matter of discipline, not a conflict. He claims he's merely instilling some civility as Xiao Chue gets ready to retaliate. Extending his finger once again, the youthful master devises a fresh assault against his adversary. Xiao Chue displays no response and endures another blow to the visage. Leading the way, Hung Ryan implores him to halt, reminding him that aggression is prohibited. Yet, as she articulates her thoughts, she is struck by numerous unseen impacts upon her physique. Upon the collision, she collapses to the floor and starts to cough uncontrollably. Irritated, the young master asserts that he had previously cautioned her against intervening in the conflict. Gazing at her, he remarks that fundamentally, she's no different from the rest. Injured, she attempts to comprehend the assault that struck her unexpectedly. The youthful lord discloses that this is the enchantment of his lineage, commanding Xiao to prostrate. Undaunted, Xiao Chue simply responds with a taunt. Removing his coat, he reproaches him for discussing etiquette while launching an unprovoked assault. Ready for battle, he proclaims that it is now the young master who requires an admonition. Embracing the challenge, the young master asserts that he will provide him with what he seeks. Subsequently, Xiao Chue commences to parry the young master's strikes. Astonished, the young lord and Hung Ryan observe as he successfully halts the assault effortlessly. Xiao Chue subsequently clarifies that his sorcery employs rapid water droplets. He discloses that the initial strike utilized the tea that had been spilled on the floor. Upon coming to this understanding, he could perceive the water beads during the subsequent assault. He went on to state that he is capable of utilizing any type of water, such as dew or moisture. He observes that this brings to mind an individual he encountered the previous day. In contrast, he asserts that the young master is merely a feeble adversary. With a grin, he advises him not to interpret it personally. Observing his adversary immobilized, Xiao Chue's vigor starts to materialize. Enraged, the youthful lord refers to him as a mixed blood, clenching his jaw in sheer fury. With that, Xiao Chue darts towards him to resume the battle they initiated. Priming his assault, he charges at his adversary with utmost velocity. Assessing his adversary, he observes that his mastery of energy is rather lacking. Evading the strike, Xiao Chue realizes that the trajectory of the assault was overly apparent. The youthful master is utterly immobilized, incapable of comprehending what he has just witnessed. Without delay, Xiao Chue delivers a forceful blow directly to his abdomen. Utterly stunned, Hungryong observes the spectacle spectacle in silence, unable to utter a single word. Towering above his opponent, he reiterates that he had previously cautioned him about his frailty. Astonished by the result, Hungryong whispers that this ought to be inconceivable. Even when facing an unfamiliar demon, he succeeded in countering each and every one of his adversary's methods. Aware that his energy was detectable, he concealed the trajectory of his blow, redirecting his strength at the final moment. Capitalizing on the opportunity, Xiao delivered a pivotal strike. With his adversary on the floor, Xiao Chue stands elevated, utterly triumphant. Contemplating the occurrences, she observes that the offspring of the goblin surfaced merely 4 days prior. She ponders how a demon of such tender years could already possess this level of proficiency. Xiao proclaims that he is unconcerned with the specifics, yet asserts that an apology is warranted. On the earth, the youthful demon quakes, incapable of articulating a reply. Indicating the woman, Xiao clarifies that she was merely attempting to halt the altercation. He subsequently commands the young master to drop to his knees and implore for absolution. With a grin, Xiao Chue gazes at him intently as the other finds it difficult to articulate. Prior to any words being spoken, Xiao rushes towards him with astonishing swiftness. Lifting his hand, Xiao redirects a gem sent his direction. In a swift response, the young master propels himself ahead, assailing Xiao Chue with all his might. However, with a swift movement, Xiao Chue narrowly dodges the blow. He takes advantage of the void, delivering a forceful strike straight into the earth. The sheer intensity of the collision propels the young master forcefully into the sky. Plummeting through a rooftop, he descends into a neighboring dwelling. A stream of crimson starts to seep, trickling onto the floor planks. Pulling himself up, the young master grins as he unveils the genuine might of his method. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chue starts to ooze blood from his eyes and nostrils. By enhancing water pressure, his method produced a blade-like instrument. Additionally, he could permeate the adversary's system with water akin to a lethal toxin. With her body immobilized, Xiao Chue fights to keep herself upright. The youthful master clarifies that infernal recuperation is exceedingly sluggish when combating poisons. Crouched on the ground, Xiao Chue expels blood, verifying the internal injuries. The youthful master acknowledges his lack of caution, although he concedes that Xiao battled admirably. He contemplates whether Xiao's power arises from his lineage or from possessing a greater demon essence than that of a human. From afar, Hung Ryan observes the spectacle, filled with dread at the events transpiring. Collecting an immense volume of water, the young lord proclaims he will reveal to him what a genuine demon appears like. Yet, propelling his hand against the earth, Xiao Chue commences to ascend once again. He replies that he is indifferent to all of that, yet he is confident about one matter. Staring menacingly at his foe, Xiao Chue refers to the young master as nothing more than utter refuse. Observing his recuperation, the young lord contemplates how he could recover so swiftly. In utter astonishment, he clenches his jaw, taken aback by Xiao's tenacity. The youthful master resolves to unleash one of his most formidable abilities. He withdraws water from adjacent sources, amplifying his strength for the assault. When the water is pressurized, its power challenges the principles of physics. Merging mass and velocity, the ultimate collision surpasses that of a rapidly moving lorry. Rebounding, Xiao Chue readies to confront the colossal onslaught. At that instant, an innovative method starts to emerge from his very own lifeblood. Disregarding the peril, his complete attention pivots to the form of his armament. Employing what he discovered during the battle, he shapes the ideal structure for protection. The orb of water rushes towards him with complete intensity. Readying his sanguine weapon, he elevates it to confront the assault. His method resembled that of a fencer he had encountered ages past. Nevertheless, he didn't require the identical accuracy as the expert of that technique. Concentrating all his energy, he directed his attention exclusively on unrefined cutting force. Moreover, his infernal gem was emitting considerably greater energy. With his energy surging, he unleashes a peak force blow. Cleaving across the orb, his crimson blade cleaves the assault in half. The force results in the water gushing forcefully outward. The youthful master observes the water parting directly before him. Circling around him, the waves struggle to deliver a direct blow. Perplexed, he remains motionless at the center of the turmoil. Subsequent to the collision, the region is inundated and thoroughly ravaged. Gazing around, the young master contemplates where his adversary has disappeared to. He whirls around upon detecting a sound originating from the rear. Spinning swiftly, he notices Xiao Chue materializing right behind him. Reflecting on the previous conversation, Xiao inquires about the restoration of extremities using energy. Grinning, Xiao remarks that it suits him perfectly as he hits his adversary. Armament in possession, he cautions that he no longer possesses any motive to restrain himself. Confronted with the predicament, the young lord remains immobilized, incapable of of responding. Single of his detached hands descends into the water in front of him. Limbless, his form descends into the basin of water. Towering above him, Xiao Chue observes his vanquished adversary wail in torment. He inquires whether it is painful, noting that fiends ought to be capable of enduring the agony. Advancing towards him, Xiao Chue gazes fiercely at him as he reclines on the earth. Without a moment's pause, he delivers a powerful blow directly to the young master's torso. The impact propels the young master into a residence. Rooted and without limbs, he starts to shudder for an alternate cause. The setting transitions to a sculpture symbolizing the celestial lineage he is a part of. As the most junior member of the household, he was indulged during his formative years. Over him, Xiao Chue inquires whether he is at last prepared to make amends. With his arm extended, the youthful master appears to grasp for something ahead of him. He yells that he regrets his actions, but his apology is not directed towards Xiao. Indicating himself, Xiao claims that the obligation owed to him has already been settled. He subsequently elucidates that the apology should be aimed at the woman. Xiao commands him to kneel and present her with a heartfelt entreaty for absolution. With a serious gaze, he inquires whether the adversary has yet to grasp his lesson. He cautions that he is prepared for another bout if the other continues. Departed. With no alternative, the young master approaches the woman to express his regrets. Observing, as he draws near, she stands astonished by the whole circumstance. At last, the young master inclines his head, expressing remorse for his conduct during the altercation. The setting shifts as an individual yells from outside a residential complex. Within a chamber, a voice requests Xiao to fetch a glass of water. As he yawns, Xiao ponders whether he might be away from home. Reclining in her bed, she ponders what he might be engaged in to delay a guest. On the occasion of, upon his arrival, an elderly man with white hair is astonished by the condition of the location. Director Moryong remarks that this is the inaugural occasion he has ventured out in a decade. His aide subsequently expresses regret, but is informed that it is futile. Moryong clarifies that it wasn't their wrongdoing, as he had misjudged the young man. Inquiring about Hung Ryan, he discovers that her wounds are not severe. However, the assistant discloses that she feels remorseful for instigating the disturbance. At that moment, the director recalls administering the tablet to him, oblivious to its swift assimilation into the system. This is the reason she acknowledged her error, prompting him to inquire about their visitor. In another location, Xiao Choi was recuperating following all the upheaval. A table laden with nourishment and beverages had been arranged to facilitate his recuperation. Seated in solitude, he continued to grapple with the events that had just transpired. In contrast to the initial occasion, he now possessed total command over his physique. Additionally, brimming with vitality, his feelings and determination were entirely his. Subsequent to utilizing the surplus energy, his clarity and feelings settled. As he reconnects with the present, he contemplates in disbelief what has just transpired. Within the chamber, the door shuts, rendering the atmosphere more tranquil for him. Reclining, he determines that the confrontation was warranted, given the individual's extreme aggression. To halt the enchantment, he needed to sever his adversary's limbs and would not hesitate to do so once more. Yet he also recalls the sensation of enjoyment he experienced from engaging in it. At that moment, a rap on the door disrupts him, and an individual inquires if they may come into the room. Turning toward the sound, he rises and affirms that they are welcome to enter. Starving. Subsequently, she enters the chamber and gradually strides toward the table. Concerned, Xiao Choi inquires about her well-being and the state of her wounds. She responds that she is okay, expressing her gratitude and mentioning that they were merely superficial wounds. He emphasizes that she must not overlook her wounds, having witnessed her expel blood earlier. Bending forward, she pleads for pardon, claiming she was not in a sound state of mind. He motions and admits it was his responsibility, as he even caused a roof to explode. She assumes accountability, stating that she ought not to have suggested the black pill. Subsequently, she discloses that either a silver or gold capsule would have sufficed. Astonished, he inquires if she attempted to deceive him since it was the priciest tablet. She subsequently discloses that she is a half-demon, conceived by a human father and a demonic mother. As per her elucidation, alliances between the two ethnicities have been relatively prevalent since antiquity. Possessing characteristics from both, they are regarded as neither entirely human nor wholly demonic. She clarifies that, similar to them, she is capable of sensing energy yet is unable to retain it within her crystal. As a result, she exists with a yearning that cannot be satisfied by the ambient vitality. Even when consuming demon tablets, the impact on them is nearly entirely insignificant. Revealing her motive, she admits she experienced significant jealousy towards him due to this. She refers to him as a marvel, for despite possessing human blood, he is an extraordinary fiend, incapable to acknowledge that he possessed what she desired fired. She misled him out of sheer jealousy. Bowing her head, she expresses regret for misleading a client, perpetrating a serious transgression. At that moment, a voice remarks that her method of expressing remorse is entirely misguided. Clarifying the circumstances, Morong asserts that requesting retribution merely transfers the accountability to another party. Astonished by the sound, they both pivot toward the individual who has just entered. He subsequently presents himself as Morong and expresses regret for the events that transpired throughout the day. Requesting her to give them space, he assures her that he will manage the visitor from here on. He acknowledges her contrition, reassuring her not to be concerned about it. He seizes the chance to request a reimbursement for the black capsule. Positioning up, Director Morong inclines his head in reverence to the young man. As she departs, she expresses her gratitude for his kind acceptance of her apology. Observing the circumstances, he replies that he doesn't believe she acted inappropriately. Addressing the director, he expresses his desire to seek mediation. In this instance, Morong clarifies that the individual from the altercation was the clan's youngest offspring. Savoring a cookie, he remarks that the young man was entirely dissimilar to his expectations. However, the director cautions that the young master will not recount the events impartially. Consequently, he suggests convening a discussion to clarify all matters before the circumstances deteriorate. Comprehending the suggestion, Seo Choi expresses gratitude, yet opts to decline the assistance. He subsequently asserts that they do not have to intervene to resolve this on his behalf. Should the clan pursue him, he will reveal the entire reality on his own. He would inform them that Yuzi Ohm responded aggressively when a mere apology would have been adequate. Consequently, he merely undertook what was essential at that moment. He asserts that they need not express remorse as he prefers to contend solo. Subsequently, the director cautions that his siblings are significantly more powerful and perilous. Recognizing his inexperience, he remembers having encountered more formidable adversaries in the past. Disclosing his ambition, he declares that he must struggle regardless to ascend as the demon sovereign. Astonished, the director remarks that this is not a matter to be taken casually. He understands he might perish, yet asserts he is entirely ready for the repercussions. The director comprehends that the young man is quite earnest regarding this issue. As he resumes dining, he remarks that the notion of such demons frightens him. In response, the director inquires if he wishes to avert it, to which Seo concedes that it appears absurd. With a solemn expression, the director concedes that the young man has truly captured his attention. While rummaging through his garments, he persists in scrutinizing the youth in front of him. He subsequently sets an item upon the surface, piquing Seo Choi's interest regarding. Elucidating the item, he claims it's a present as a token of regret. Additional, the youth subsequently discloses that, despite the premature timing, he aspires to contribute to the lad's future. The setting shifts. Darkness is beginning to descend outside the structure. Upon returning home, he remarks that it has been an arduous day and that dinner is nearly ready. A voice subsequently inquires about the reason for his delay, and he promptly begins to express his regrets. At that moment, Seo enters the room, completing the statement he was on the verge of expressing. She assures him not to fret about his tardiness, as she has just acquired some news. Intrigued, he inquires about the details and attempts to acknowledge the avian companion perched on her shoulder. Abruptly, the avian creature soars upward and strikes him squarely in the face with its wing. She inquires about his sluggishness, clarifying that the avian creature is not Solmi. As the avian creature departs, she cautions him that it's wiser not to utter that in her vicinity. Seolwa clarifies that Solmi is displeased with her lack of white plumage, despite it being commonplace for her kind. Accompanied by, with a hand on his visage, he attentively hears her declare that the avian creature was an envoy from Solmi. The data indicates that the vanishings from the previous month are focused in several regions of the city. He subsequently deduces that they are territories for hunting and resolves that they will plunder one of them this evening. Prior to their departure, she cautions him that he must get ready for something else beforehand. However, when he consents to prepare, she delivers a powerful blow to his visage. Subsequently, she clarifies that she did not anticipate an ideal host, as she arrived without prior notice. However, she expresses dissatisfaction that the hoodie he provided her reeks of perspiration. Disregarding his remorseful plea, she commands them to immediately purchase apparel for her. Upon arrival in the metropolis, Seolwa inquires whether this is the premier department store. He claims it isn't, yet she is intrigued by the structure, erected without infernal sorcery. As it was his inaugural experience shopping, Seo Choi appeared rather anxious about the entire process. He had consistently possessed a fascination for style, even setting aside funds to purchase his own garments. However, something consistently prevented him from completing a transaction. Previously, he would assure himself that he would purchase something once he shed some pounds. Now resolute, he declares his intention to seize this business opportunity he has envisioned for an extensive period. Extremely eager, he informs her that she may try on whatever she desires, as it's at his expense. Within the shop, he ultimately prepares himself for his inaugural shopping adventure. Due to his inexperience, he was completely unaware of what to anticipate. Seizing a price tag, he was taken aback by the item's exorbitant cost. At that moment, a sales associate praised him, remarking that his girlfriend is quite fortunate. Seol-hwa then begins to stroll through the shop without a care in the world regarding the costs. Observing this, the shop attendant is taken aback by his demeanor. Emerging from the dressing room, the sales associate compliments how excellent the new ensemble appears on her. Dressed in her new outfit, she seeks his thoughts on her appearance. Stammering slightly, he responds that she appears fantastic in the new ensemble. Upon noticing the purchase alert, he is astounded by the substantial amount. In spite of his astonishment, he exhales and remarks that they are proceeding to the subsequent shop. She inquires whether they have finished, indicating that she requires more than a single ensemble. Noticing his response, she gently caresses his brow and urges him to draw nearer. Subsequently, she requests him to extend both of his hands in her direction. Following this, she grasps his hands, even as he remains completely unaware of the situation at hand. At that moment, multiple infernal coins abruptly materialize in his hands. She inquires whether 10 demon coins are sufficient for their purchases. While gazing at the coins, he listens to her request to inform her if it falls short, and to retain the surplus as compensation. As she pivots to leave, she beckons him to keep on browsing within the shop. They proceed to stroll through the shop, searching for a couple more fresh ensembles. At this moment, in a different ensemble, she inquires about her appearance, and he responds that she is stunning. Fitting into yet another ensemble, she inquires about his opinion on that fresh arrangement. Although he states it appears fantastic, she asserts that the ensemble is not flattering on her. Reclining on the ground, he inquires about the reason, and she replies that he irritated her. While transporting the bags, he notes that he is taken aback by one particular aspect. He clarifies that she possesses considerable knowledge about style, despite it being her inaugural visit. Without a moment's pause, she discloses that all her insights stem from Salmi. Believing she would enjoy it, Salmi encouraged her to peruse an assortment of fashion publications. At this moment, he comprehends that she must have perused them all and begins to articulate his thoughts. Unintentionally, he collides with a man walking by in the shop. Taken aback by the circumstance, he pivots and expresses his regret for colliding with him. Casually advising his girlfriend to be cautious, the man strides away without glancing back. Noticing that, she remarks that it appears all individuals are cowards. She then clarifies that the gentleman was the one who collided with them and scarcely offered an apology. She claims he ought to have compelled the individual to atone for his insolent demeanor. He attempts to assert that it was not essential, yet she maintains that it was. She cautions him that being a feeble demon will render him an effortless target. Viewed in that manner, he will never be regarded as an individual who is genuinely resilient. She then asserts that he allowed the Peak faction to trample all over his. Elucidating her awareness, she states that she detected their aroma on him from a considerable distance. She subsequently infers that he must have engaged in combat with the youngest offspring. Refuting any acquaintance with him, she discloses that she has previously battled his elder sister. In a moment of reflection, she reminisces that the sibling initiated the altercation driven by competition. He subsequently inquires if she resisted, to which she responds that the real issue is whether she emerged victorious. On that day, she defeated her, cautioning her to avoid meeting her gaze ever again. Subsequently, she never encountered her again, but she catches wind of whispers regarding retribution. Gesturing towards him, she asserts that he must defeat all his rivals. She articulates that employing violence appropriately curtails further violence in the future. Bowing, he concedes to her counsel and addresses her as Mayam. Subsequently, she instructs him to prepare to obliterate those present in the shop. Down in the foyer, a number of gentlemen in formal attire were already anticipating their arrival. Dashing down the corridor, the young man cautions that they must not arrive late under any conditions. At that moment, he is abruptly yanked backward by an entirely unfamiliar force. Sensation. The tug. The young woman twirls swiftly to discover what occurred. Reflecting on the past, she is unable to locate her partner anywhere. Perplexed by the circumstances, she inquires in astonishment about what just transpired. In her quest to find him, she urges him to cease his antics and reveal himself. Close by, an enigmatic silhouette approaches steadily toward its next target. The fiend completes its consumption of the youthful male it recently ensnared. Perched in a cafe, she grumbles that he had an unpleasant flavor, expressing that she ought to have chosen the girl instead. She subsequently takes a gulp of her beverage, noticing the activity surrounding her. As he strolls by, a young lad unexpectedly gazes towards the woman. Noticing the youngster gazing at her, the demon merely offers a chilling grin. Perceiving the threat, the boy becomes utterly immobilized. Frightened, revealing her genuine nature, she parts her lips, disclosing her tongue and teeth. Ultimately, the child is filled with dread and on the brink of weeping. As he savored his coffee, the demon became irritated by the piercing cry of a child. He then murmured the name Qian, casting a disdainful glance to the side. Just subsequently, another fiend approaches him and states that they require a discussion. Qian recalls that he partitioned the lands and was prepared to eliminate him. Inquiring whether they battled, the other replies that the regional fiends discovered them. Proposing, as they depart, Qian reminds him that the pact was not to engage in combat with them. However, the other individual rectifies him, stating that the consensus was to avoid creating a disturbance. They then note that they were only found following a month of searching. Determining that the spirits of Korea are feeble, he asserts that withdrawing is unwise. As they were already violating the regulations, he concluded that they need not subsist solely on humans. Grinning, he suggests that they consume the 2 Korean specters present. Seo subsequently comprehends the rationale for their presence, and she validates his conjecture. Sealwood discloses that this establishment was the site of the highest number of human vanishings. This is why Seo expended his vitality to entice them, fully aware that it would place them in a vulnerable position. Noticing that they did not flee, she asserts that they must impart a lesson to them. Confronting their adversaries, they assert that the metropolis is their domain for pursuit. The cause of the substantial audience was the retail establishment's advantageous positioning. In addition to serving as a prominent retail hub, 3 underground train lines converged at that location. In proximity, there was also a coach station linking to the rural areas. Since, among these 3 elements, the region had transformed into a vibrant center in Seoul, this rendered it the ideal spot for individuals to vanish unnoticed. Despite having no hidden areas, it was unfeasible to stop an individual from disappearing. In such a large gathering, the majority of individuals would likely remain oblivious if someone disappeared. Seo subsequently indicates that, drawing from her perception of the energy, she can detect 4 malevolent entities in the vicinity. She concludes that they have partitioned their domain among the shop, the station, and the underground train system. Anxious, he proposes that they notify the magistrate as they are at a disadvantage in numbers. She responds that it would be a worthwhile notion, but they are being instigated. This is due to the fact that the adversaries are aware of their presence and will not retreat from a confrontation. Even, although it represents a setback for them, Sealwa asserts that they must seize them at all costs. In contrast to the demons, they must adhere to the regulations and are unable to inflict harm upon humans. Thus, she deduces that the confrontation will take place here, serving as a trial from the adjudicator. Glancing at his mobile device, Seo Choi remarks that they cannot enter the subway due to the overwhelming crowd. With a grin, she responds that it is inconsequential, as there will still be staff present. Liberating her enthusiasm, she guarantees him a limited crowd will not pose an issue. Transitioning to the rooftop, darkness had already descended upon the department store's courtyard. Up above, one of the fiends inquired of her associates regarding Cheon's whereabouts. Ray advances and clarifies that she departed because she wished to refrain from participating. In a recollection, Cheon remarked that she wouldn't jeopardize everything for merely 2 fiends. Ray persisted in stating that it wouldn't pose an issue, yet she remarked that it was merely his viewpoint. From her perspective, it was a perilous wager that lacked value. Furthermore, she believed they had been entirely untrustworthy throughout the preceding month. Irritated, Ray inquires if she genuinely believes she can halt. Rising to her feet, she expresses that she will not hinder them and was already departing. Grateful for all he has done, she remarks that she gained a great deal of knowledge from him throughout that period. As she turns away, she offers him her best wishes accompanied by a highly sarcastic grin. Returning to the current moment, the remaining demons express their dissatisfaction, claiming he was excessively lenient with her. Ray then asserts that nothing shifts, as Cheon was never genuinely a member of the group. The young woman states that the trio is sufficient, yet she is taken aback by the rejection. They subsequently inquire about their next course of action, as they cannot overlook the repercussions. Unveiling the strategy, Ray mentions that there is a concealed location for them to persist in the pursuit here. He affirms they will continue consuming humans and eradicate the indigenous demons pursuing them. Encircled by individuals, he elucidates that their adversaries are unable to assault with maximum strength. The young woman subsequently cautions that their scheme can endure for only a finite duration. Until their return, he proposes that they consume as much as possible to attain the spiritual threshold. Summoning his siblings, he urges them to recall the disgrace their household endured. He ensures that upon their return home, no one will be able to regard them with disdain any longer. With their newfound abilities, he asserts they shall dominate the demons of Jongyuan. Amending his statement, he contends they might ascend to become the next apex demon monarch of this era. Beneath, Seol-hwa beams with assurance, readying herself for the impending events. Abruptly, the trio of siblings detect an aura and become instantly vigilant. Suddenly, a formidable force envelopes the whole structure, astonishing all three of them entirely. Channeling her vitality, Seol-hwa's voice reverberates across the edifice. Commanding, she directs the individuals to leave while she governs the humans present in the shop. Upon her directive, all the staff cease their activities and exit. Her purple murmur method conveys directives to her subjects through energy. The impact of the capability relies on the energy of the target and its closeness. Observing that merely 3 individuals remained, Ray inquires about the whereabouts of the other staff member. On the rooftop, Seol-hwa remarks that she presumes he isn't that naive. Upon witnessing her arrival, Ray contemplates how she managed to ascend so swiftly. Deriding their fragrance, she expresses her gratitude for their presence in an expansive area. Infuriated at the remark, Viren clenches her jaw and readies herself to strike. Advising her to relax, Ray cautions that she's merely attempting to incite her. He then instructs Wylan to descend to the level beneath, allowing him to handle the confrontation alone. Ray clarifies that there is one additional creature to capture, so he and Viren will take care of the fox. With a grin, he permits her to consume the other demon after she vanquishes him. At his signal, Viren springs from the ledge down to the level beneath. Deriding the command, Seol-hwa remarks that he ought to have instructed her to flee to a distant place. Ready for battle, they respond that she ought to focus on her own well-being. Ray examines his adversary and determines that she is excessively powerful for them. However, given that they have consumed more than 1,000 individuals, he is confident they can achieve victory. In unison, they brace for the clash and unleash their infernal power. Seol-hwa subsequently remarks that she appreciates their lack of awareness regarding their position. Emitting her own aura, she declares that she will ascertain their true capabilities. Below, an elderly woman emerges, unsteady and bewildered by the instruction she has been given. She subsequently conceals herself behind a column, still somewhat bewildered by the circumstances. Just subsequently, Seo Choi advances toward her and intercepts her before she topples. Taken aback, the woman inquires about what transpired, and he questions whether she is all right. He clarifies that a gas line has ruptured and the shop will be shutting down ahead of schedule. Expressing her gratitude for his assistance, she inquires whether he has spotted a young child in the vicinity. Seo subsequently gestures toward the level beneath and mentions that her grandson is present there. Observing the woman descend, he exhales a breath of relief for having aided her. Seol-hwa clarifies that hypnosis is ineffective on individuals who possess a resistance to demons. Thus, she requests Seo Choi to seek out any individuals who may require an escort. Searching nearby, he enumerates 7 individuals and opts to continue his search for a bit more time. Strolling along the corridor, he perceives a subtle vibration emanating from the vicinity. As he approaches, a voice beckons to him, prompting him to swivel around in astonishment. Wylan subsequently proposes that they act as if this gathering never took place. She discloses that she arrived to consume him, yet he doesn't seem particularly nourishing. With a grin, Wylan expresses that the most significant aspect is that he fits her preferences. Stepping back, he clarifies that he has no desire to assume the role of the Dark Sovereign. The young woman suggests they can put everything behind them and simply coexist as companions. Not desiring to consume him, she inquires about his opinion on her suggestion. He then inquires whether she originated from the level beneath, causing the girl to feel perplexed. With a grin, she inquires whether he is referring to the individual she dispatched. Displaying her crimson-stained hands, she claims she consumed both of them during the journey. She remarks that she couldn't allow them to be wasted. Furious, Seo Choi prepares to attack. Without a moment's pause, he springs ahead and strikes Wylan forcefully in the face. Seo punches Wylan directly in the jaw. She strikes the barrier forcefully. Gazing in the direction of the escalator, his focus appears to be elsewhere. His demeanor abruptly shifts, disclosing that he is perplexed by the unfolding events. He then recalls that fiends directly consume human beings. He recalls the previous 3 days, which were a challenging ordeal for him. He experienced directly the peril that demons could pose. Disturbed by the recollection, he comprehends a notion he had never contemplated previously. His battle had consistently been against demons, without ever acknowledging the threat to humanity. Rising from her position, Wylan expresses that the blow was quite painful. She cleanses her injury, remarking that he startled her unexpectedly. She subsequently observes that he appears appetizing now, poised to strike. Seo Choi responds tranquilly, merely stating that it's wonderful for him. With an unwavering stare, he gets ready to resume the battle without faltering. He propels himself ahead, springing toward Wylan to deliver a blow. She perceives the motion and exclaims that he is approaching from her left side. However, he pretends to strike from the right, astonishing her entirely. With a grin, he expresses his preference for being referred to as delectable instead of attractive. He pursues with an unyielding onslaught of precise strikes. Overwhelmed, in a retrograde motion, she reaches for the earth to stabilize her balance. The strength of the assault propels her far across the shopping center's floor. She collides forcefully with one of the masonry columns. Positioned there, Seo Choi inhales deeply, surveying the devastation he has wrought. On the opposite end, Wylon chuckles softly as he endeavors to regain his composure. Perched on the ground, she remarks that she appears absurd after flaunting so extensively. Abruptly, she perceives something unusual and halts her conversation for an instant. Gazing at Seo Choi, she inquires about what is manifesting. Astounded, she claims she has never encountered anything akin to it and inquires if it is his sorcery. Lifting his hand, he affirms that it is, revealing the armament that has materialized. He strikes with the lash, propelling it towards his adversary. His armament darts through the corridor with remarkable velocity, nearly touching her. The assault strikes its target, resulting in a tremendous effect. Astonished, she can merely mourn what has just transpired. However, Wylon seizes the lash, expressing her desire that he would not witness this. She yanks the lash, seizing Seo Choi's armament. He acknowledges that she is exceptionally powerful. The weapon starts to disentangle, gradually being extracted from his grasp. Stepping back, he recognizes that this is her genuine essence. With a surprised expression, he observes something approaching him. He elevates his arms to shield himself from Waylon's assault. Wylon charges ahead, hastening towards Seo with astonishing velocity. Waylon's right arm starts to metamorphose, acquiring a more powerful, enhanced shape. She delivers a strike, yet Seo successfully intercepts her arm. Seo lunges at Wylon once more, exerting his entire strength into the strike. After deflecting the hit, he secures his stance resolutely on the earth. With a detonation propels her violently toward the wall. Breathless, she remarks that she would have escaped if she had realized Seo would perceive her in that manner. Wylon then clarifies that this is her enchantment, a visage she perceives as grotesque. Seo Choi expresses a differing opinion, but she interrupts him, asserting that she is already aware. She persists, remarking that she has the scent of a decaying body, a realization she came to not long ago. She subsequently discloses that her kind, the cerebral devourers, requires the consumption of human flesh to gain strength. Due to their lack of power, they were nearly eradicated following the enactment of a law. In her view, prohibiting them from consuming humans was akin to prohibiting an individual from drinking water. Eons ago, numerous individuals of her ilk perished from hunger while attempting to conceal themselves. Honestly, she confides that her guardians were slain by different demons. Ultimately, she expresses that her only sorrow arises when she observes her siblings' distress. She discloses that the trio existed in the obscurity of the human realm devoid of guardians. Residing within the drains, they lacked even a human guise to conceal themselves. With a grin, she inquires if he can envision how circumstances are presently. Joyfully, she proclaims that she can be lovely now and no longer needs to strive. She additionally asserts that consuming humans is not a significant issue, as it has been a long-standing practice. Fearful, Seo Choi expresses that he is unwilling to relinquish his existence due to this matter. Waylon proposes that they act as if nothing occurred, as she is unwilling to harm him. However, he responds that he is not a fiend and desires the legislation to endure. He then urges her to cease her attempts to garner his compassion and come engage in combat. Comprehension, the circumstance, she readies to strike once more, lacking additional reluctance. Feeling remorseful about his choice, she hurries towards Seo Choi at breakneck pace. He attempts to deflect the strike, yet her power entirely surpasses him. Recognizing her power, he comprehends that he cannot confront her directly in this manner. Regardless of his swift development, Seo Choi found himself at a significant disadvantage at this moment. The demon he was facing had a growth rate that far surpassed his own. Trying to defend himself, he is thrown back by the force of her attack. With the impact, the explosion at the mall could be seen from a distance. She expresses regret for her unfamiliarity with her authority. Waylon asserts that she will master it and eliminate him once and for all. Demons, human flesh serves as a potion to amplify their strength. Waylon has been consuming humans for the last month, leading to an extraordinary surge in his strength. Gasping for air, Seo Choi urges her to employ her infernal sorcery once more. She responds that his most recent assault was his most powerful and optimal opportunity. Conceding with a tentative affirmation, he focuses his vigor in his palm, poised to strike. Releasing his vigor, he propels multiple projectiles toward her. Evading the assaults, she understands he cannot wield that sorcery without restraint. He subsequently lunges ahead and delivers a precise strike to her with his altered hand. Responding with a flurry of strikes, she remarks that she'll engage in some amusement prior to consuming him. Reclining on the earth, he is is utterly bruised from her onslaught of assaults. She laments not even being aware of her adversary's name. Advancing for the ultimate strike, she remarks that it was a pleasure to encounter him. Reclining on the earth, he realizes that she risked everything on that final assault. He subsequently discloses his method, verifying that his wager ultimately bore fruit. Proceeding. A few hours earlier, Seo Choi inquires of Seo Choi whether he battled Go Aoyu. Responses indicating that it was not a significant confrontation, as his strikes were ineffective against him. She observes that Go Aoyu merely disregarded the strikes, existing on an entirely distinct plane. Elaborating further, she states that he is among the most formidable combatants. Seo Hwa persists, stating that few demons aged 500 years surpass his strength. Concerned about this, Seo Choi inquires whether that regulation is applicable to her as well. Irritated by the inquiry, she shoots him a fierce look, prompting him to swiftly express his regret for the affront. With a grin, she asserts that she will triumph regardless, as she is the most powerful. He then inquires about the techniques she employed, wishing she maintained her composure. Informing Mangtae, he states that he employed a grappling technique utilizing an object. Observing that Go Aoyu was unscathed, Seo Choi remarked that he sensed a boundary to his strength. Inquiring about the circumstance, he recollects that Go Aoyu remained motionless throughout his assault. Seo Hwa discovers that there is additional depth to the narrative beyond merely the disparity in their standings. With a grin, she clarifies that wrestling pertains to power, not sorcery. Abruptly, a resounding quaking noise emanates from beyond the vehicle. Sensing the earth trembles, she merely lingers, contemplating the sound she perceived. With a grin, she remarks that he is grasping the concept and is becoming less of a worry. At that moment, the demon Ray materializes, injured, inquiring about her presence. Clarifying her attendance, she asserts that she was correct, yet she felt concerned for him. She subsequently remarks that he was a commendable challenge, yet she feels somewhat disheartened. With a sigh, she laments believing she would require a minimum of 4 of her appendages. Observing the vanquished Wylon, she comprehends the reason behind the demon's arrival in Korea. Subsequently, she inquires about the number of individuals who traversed and who assisted them in concealing themselves. Declining to converse, Ray cautions that he will refrain from divulging any information to her. With a grin, she remarks that dignity is ill-fitting for him and renders him absurd. Proposing an arrangement, she asserts that she will allow him to survive if he chooses to speak at this moment. As his physique changes, he declines to agree to any form of arrangement. Observing the metamorphosis, she stays composed, assessing the developing scenario. Perceiving his strength, she retrieves a crimson cord, gearing up for battle. Already converted, he dashes ahead with remarkable swiftness toward her. Getting ready, in her assault, she summons the initial crossing of the Supreme Demon Sovereign. With immense strength, she vanquishes him with a solitary accurate blow. Sensing yet another shake, she cautions that the outcome would have been identical regardless. Observing him on the ground, she disparages the limitations of his vigor and might. With a raven perched upon her shoulder, she elucidates that social class originates from the manner in which authority is wielded. At that moment, the raven perched on her shoulder expresses its admiration for her attire. Taken aback, Seo Hwa inquires about her arrival while observing the being soar into the sky. Returning to her usual state, Salmi remarks that her response is quite dull. Concerned, Seo Hwa inquires about the situation, as she appears far from well. Salmi chuckles wearily, stating that she has scoured both realms without a moment's rest. On the verge of tears, she promptly appeals to Seo Hwa for assistance. Gathering her garments, she enumerates all the chores she must tackle independently. Seo Hwa consents to assist but inquires about the discussion regarding visitors. On the verge of responding, Salmi halts as she senses the earth tremble once more. Gazing at her companion, Seo Hwa responds that the tremor is likely caused by Seo Choi. Raising her gaze, Salmi listens as Seo Hwa mentions that he is currently engaged in a confrontation. Anxious, she inquires further, to which Seo Hwa affirms the immense peril he faces. Seo Hwa then contends that he cannot be safeguarded solely due to the severity of the circumstances. As a goblin aspiring to ascend the throne, he has no option but to engage in battle. Worries like hers, in Seo Hwa's view, will merely hinder his selected route. Seo Hwa declares she doesn't have to be concerned about Seo Choi. Seo Hwa simply advises Salmi to relax and be patient for a while. Revisiting the clash, it is rumored that the struggle will conclude shortly. Willen shouts, inquiring why the assault failed to affect him. At that moment, she delivers another precise strike, causing him to collapse to the earth, vanquished, using his hand for support prior to rising. Perplexed, she contemplates why her strikes are ineffective despite numerous attempts. Clutching her arm, he discloses that a shift occurred at that exact instant. She observes him from afar, unable to comprehend how he continues to remain upright. Regaining his breath, he proclaims the title of his method, Goblin goblin grappling. In contrast to the club, each goblin is inherently endowed with the talent for wrestling. However, if it were merely a power-oriented method, it wouldn't be referred to as infernal sorcery. That's the reason goblins prevail in combat. It's not merely that they excel at it. Taking a stride, Seo Choi expresses regret for becoming overly enthusiastic about everything. He clarifies that he had to acclimate to the novel feeling so that he wouldn't lose recollection of it. With a resolute expression, he cautions that it's time to conclude this. Noticing her approach, he realizes he must reduce the impact of the impending strike. Subsequently, she seizes his head, poised to deliver him into perpetual slumber. With a solemn expression, she declares that this pertains to the events that transpired earlier. Restricting her actions, he delivers a decisive strike to her skull. Following the collision, she examines the outcome but perceives something unusual. Seo asserts that redirecting the adversary's force is a fundamental tenet of numerous recognized martial disciplines. However, rather than halting at that point, he disseminated the impact throughout the expanse. This method is what goblins refer to as foundations, similar to a tree. Upright posture served as the cornerstone for everything. By reducing the harm endured, the method enhances his durability significantly. It further enhances the potency of his goblin grappling, augmenting his might. At that instant, the object he is utilizing appears to respond to his vitality. Growing more formidable than ever, he readies himself for his upcoming action. Releasing the capability's genuine strength, he now performs his unique method. He subsequently seizes Wylan from the air and hoists her over his shoulders. Colliding, he brings her down to the earth, concluding the maneuver with power. She can scarcely respond to the strike, utterly engulfed by his skill. Following the force of the strike, the whole structure starts to tremble once more. Perched on the rim of the cavern, he surveys the aftermath of his assault. Below, the surface of the adjacent level fractures under the impact. Descending to the ground beneath, he finds himself surrounded by debris. Severely injured on the ground, Wylan implores him for a service. She requests him to end her life as she desires to pass away with elegance. However, he informs her that he will not terminate her life as he requires substantial information. Chuckling softly, Wylan expresses her desire to be preserved for a meaningful purpose. Abruptly, he pivots, detecting an unfamiliar entity swiftly drawing near. Taken aback, he adeptly deflects an assault approaching from his flank. Switching to a different setting, Salmi clarifies that entities from China have arrived to assume accountability. Silwa expresses intrigue, stating her desire to encounter the newcomers if they possess strength. However, Salmi cautions that the assistance provided is from a renowned and obstinate individual, challenging to deal with, to contend with. With a grin, Silwa inquires if it's a millennia-old matriarch. However, Salmi responds in the negative as Silwa inquires about her lineage. An unfamiliar presence materializes in front of Seo Choi. Subsequently, a woman emerges, presented as the granddaughter of the illustrious monkey monarch's son Wukong. Standing there, the newly emerged demon observes the spectacle with a commanding stance. Becoming aware he wasn't the intended mark, he presents himself as Seo Choi. She interrupts him, asserting that it matters not to her who he is. Observing her dialect, he listens as she declares that the wrongdoer behind him merits death. Evocative, her earring, she cautions, will be overlooked this time, but only this once. Subsequently, she fractures the end of the ornament, causing it to radiate with intense brilliance. She subsequently instructs him to move aside if he wishes to avoid perishing alongside her. Projecting what appears to be a filament, she initiates her offensive toward him. Without a moment to respond, he observes the missile approaching at a rapid velocity. Upon collision, a tremendous detonation occurs, obliterating portions of the adjacent landscape. Observing the outcome, she remarks that she believed that would suffice for him. However, he employs Wylan as a defense, prompting her to comment that he is formidable. He subsequently recognizes that he would have perished had he remained unchanged. Employing his method, he adeptly diverted the impact of the assault. Nonetheless, the harm was excessive for his still maturing physique. Breathless, he contemplates whether he can evade once more, doubting if his legs will endure. She cautions him that it is irrelevant, as she will ensure his demise this time. Concentrating her strength, she readies herself to harness her infernal sorcery. Subsequently, she executes her strike, the Zephyr of Souls, with tremendous force. Following the detonation, the region is entirely enveloped in debris from the assault. Astonished, she comprehends that an unforeseen event has just transpired regarding her attempt. At that moment, an enormous hand emerges and halts her strike in mid-flight. Seizing the energy, the hand obliterates the assault, dispersing all of its force. Reclining on the earth, Seo Choi gazes upward, still attempting to comprehend the circumstances. A colossal beast then materializes, positioned directly before him. Upon reaching the location, Silwa expressed that she sensed something unusual and chose to investigate further. With an exasperated expression, she summons the demon that arrived from China. She charges her with battling a feeble demon rather than fulfilling her responsibilities. Instructing her not to simply remain stationary, she insists that the other at least provide a justification. She concludes the statement, urging the other to voice her thoughts if she desires to continue existing. As she nears him, Seolwa inquires of Seo Choi whether he is feeling okay. Rising from his position, he responds that his wounds are not critical, and she inquires about the incident. Disregarding the altercation, Seolwa asserts that the true cause of the disturbance lies elsewhere. Noticing his bewilderment, she clarifies that the alternative was regarded like royalty. That's the reason the novice is reluctant to adhere to directives and aims to demonstrate who holds authority. Distant from them, the fiend grumbles that she had no desire to arrive and that everything is more dreadful here. She subsequently inquires how she can collaborate with entities who are oblivious to their position. Ridiculing the circumstance, Seolwa dares her to demonstrate to everyone how it's accomplished. Sensing the strain in the atmosphere, Seo Choi merely swallows hard, bracing for the inevitable. The strain escalates as the two brace themselves for the impending clash. Trading rebellious looks, the two confront each other, poised for the initial strike. Subsequently, they commence to wield their abilities, orchestrating their offensive strategies. Recognizing the threat, Seo Choi cries out urgently, urging them to cease. However, Seolmi emerges, inquiring of Seolwa what she believes she is undertaking. Irritated, she points out that the other is a visitor and that they ought to refrain from quarreling. Taken aback by the reprimand, Seolwa is at a loss for words in front of her companion. Seolmi cautions that the situation is identical for the other individual, who was dispatched as reinforcement. Shifting her gaze to Xiaohui, she highlights that she was the one who initiated the assault. Engaging in combat between demons without an arbiter constitutes an offense, a decree established by the sovereign himself. With a grave expression, Seolmi cautions that she will not hesitate to evaluate her at this very moment. Seolwa subsequently informs Seo Choi that she would expel and notify her. She persists in stating that not everyone is capable of occupying Seolmi's role. Although numerous individuals covet the prestige, only a handful of fiends like her are capable of managing the task. Her responsibility is to convey unfavorable tidings to fellow demons. Maintaining her poise, Seolwa further asserts that although she is compassionate, she never shies away from a confrontation. Exhaling deeply, Xiaohui concedes that she has relinquished control and recognizes that the circumstances are not worth the effort. Seolwa concurs, stating that it isn't beneficial to impart a lesson to the young boy. Revolving, as they depart, Xiaohui cautions them never to obstruct her path again. Fuming from the affront, Seolwa readies herself to strike back, but is halted by Seolmi. With an intimidating stare, Seolmi compels Seolwa to retreat instantly, without hesitation. Observing, at the debris site, Seolmi rejoices that the operation was a complete triumph. Extending her congratulations to Seo Choi, she expresses that due to his efforts, the humans will find security in this place. Concerned about additional sites, he discovers they are not the sole ones pursuing targets today. Malevolent entities, similar to Goyu and others who were dispatched to various hunting territories. With a grin, she is confident that the majority of the intruders were apprehended this evening. Seolwa subsequently discloses that a few individuals with leisure time are also assisting with the endeavor. As per the accord, the demons would seize the territory situated south of the Han River. In the interim, on the northern side, the shamans would be accountable for managing matters in that area. Transitioning to a different scene in Namsan, the evening appears remarkably tranquil within the metropolis. Reclining on the earth, Yusin takes a breather, appearing weary following a skirmish. A woman reprimands him, stating that this is the consequence of his solitary combat. Presenting herself as Soyeonji, she asserts that he could have summoned additional assistance. Yusin responds that he was adequately capable on his own, as the others would merely have obstructed his efforts. She then counters that it is a shaman leader's responsibility to acclimate to guiding others. Holding his disguise, he asserts that he never sought to be their chief. Towering over the vanquished demon, Yusin expresses his dissatisfaction, lamenting that he was compelled to assume the role. Contemplating, she observes that the fiend lurking behind him is extraordinarily massive and powerful. As he swivels around, he affirms that it is a supernatural tier demon, but perhaps not the chief. Yusin subsequently clarifies that it was merely a moderately sized fiend from the assembly. Astonished, she discovers that he vanquished a band of 10 enchanted fiends entirely on his own. Contemplating his development, she recognizes the senior's choice to elevate him. Exploring, amidst the remnants of the demon, Yusin inquires about the documentation they are required to present. She responds that they must leave immediately, as the chief of police is expecting them. Refusing his plea for a respite, she cautions him that the metropolis of Seoul is in turmoil. Presenting him with a news article, she remarks that that the public may perceive it as a terrorist incident, concurring that this perspective is preferable. She claims they must maintain a facade for the time being. With a weary exhale, he consents to return home, yet she informs him about the airport scheduled for the following day. Stunned. Upon reading the news, he wonders why he must arrive at the airport so early. She clarifies that a family of onmyoji from Japan has asked them to dispatch 2 individuals. Inquiring the reason for his selection, he has been informed, is to equalize the overall strength dynamics. At the airport, it is disclosed that the 2 guests are the forthcoming heads of the clan. Hauling his luggage, he remarks to his sister that the atmosphere in this place seems distinct. She subsequently encourages him to lighten up somewhat, as it is their inaugural journey. He responds that he understands it will be challenging, yet he anticipates that Korea will be enjoyable. Endeavoring to extend a greeting in Japanese, he stumbles through the phrases he has just perused. Soyeon rebukes him for his tardiness, yet he retorts for her to be quiet. Curious about their decision to accept the position, he considers it extraordinary for shamans and onmyojis to collaborate. She replies that, in a technical sense, it is not reminiscing about an occurrence from the period of Japanese colonization. At that time, 2 onmyoji traveled to Korea and conducted a joint exorcism. When he inquires about the events, she clarifies that they apprehended the fiend, albeit not without difficulty. The procedure was anything but tranquil, as the pair were completely at odds with each other. Their squabbling resulted in more destruction than the actual battle against the fiends. Contemplating the past, she asserts that this was anticipated owing to their disparities. She subsequently cautions him to exercise caution, as even a minor spark could trigger a dispute. Anxious, he expresses that he struggles with handling such situations and will flee if circumstances deteriorate. Gazing forward, Soyeon cautions that the visitors are positioned nearby. Anticipating. Positioned beside a column, the 2 youths await, fully aware of their appearance. He subsequently gazes in their direction, realizing they are being observed from a distance. Observing the youth's demeanor, he remarks that he resembles trouble incarnate. Advancing, he readies himself to welcome the pair of visitors. He advances, encountering the newcomer from the airport. Making an effort to remain composed, he begins conversing in Japanese to extend a cordial greeting. However, the youthful gentleman acknowledges him first, clasping his hand and unexpectedly inclining his head. Perplexed, he listens as the boy expresses gratitude to them in Korean for retrieving him. Presenting himself, the young man states that his name is Yoshihiro Kira and expresses his desire for a harmonious relationship. Commending, Soyeon learns that he has been mastering Korean since his adolescent years. Extending a handshake, he remarks that his sibling surpasses him in every way. She merely glances from the periphery, engrossed in her phone, seemingly indifferent to the discussion. With a casual greeting, she continues to type on her device, remaining utterly still. Observing her response, the man is at a loss for how to proceed or what to express. Offering an apology, he discloses that her name is Yuzuru Kira and that she is 2 years his senior. He subsequently comes to understand that one genuinely ought not to evaluate a book by its exterior. Gazing at the young woman, he realizes that she is, in fact, the genuine instigator. The atmosphere shifts as they enter the vehicle, having a hotel booking arranged in advance. While navigating the roads, Soyeon encourages them to inform her if anything feels uneasy throughout their visit. Grinning, Kira expresses her gratitude, pleased that they managed to obtain accommodations so swiftly. Noticing her mentor's silence, Soyeon reaches out to him, earning a glance in reply. Nodding his head, he expresses his regrets and inquires precisely why they have arrived. Yuzuru subsequently inquires whether they are present to assist or merely to observe. Soyeon responds that understanding the purpose will enable them to deliver the most exceptional service. The young man pauses briefly, contemplating his next words. Unexpectedly, Kira opts to reveal the reality, astonishing his sister with his choice. She inquires about his motives, but he responds that there is no need to conceal the truth. Supporting his stance, he asserts that it is more beneficial to be candid and seek their assistance. When she inquires about the specific demon they are pursuing, he discovers that it is not of the ethereal variety just yet. Kira clarifies that in Asia, fiends are categorized into 4 primary classifications. The initial category comprises ferocious fiends, creatures that have acquired intellect and vitality. The subsequent category is formed of vengeful specters, human spirits that have transformed into demons. The final category is the tsukamagami, venerable objects possessed by a spirit. He proceeds, stating that entities emerging from nature are referred to as spirits. However, he discloses that there exists an anomaly, something referred to as tatarigami. His superior acknowledges the title, observing that in Korea, it is referred to as the shadow fiend. Affirming this, Soyeon states it emerges from a profound chasm. Now, one is fully aware of its origins, yet individuals conjecture that it arises from shared apprehension. Only a single individual of each each type of shadow demon may inhabit a particular generation. Soyeon clarifies that their development and aspirations surpass all expectations. Endowed with remarkable intellect, they become more formidable as they absorb everything around them. Historically, their presence consistently instigated turmoil, compelling an unexpected alliance among all. When inquired about the nature of the demon, Kira responds that he is uncertain at this moment. Yusin is aware solely that an oracle foretold its arrival and its expedition towards the west. Departing the pair at the inn, Yusin advises them to take a break. Upon entering the foyer, Kira inquires of his sibling what occupies her thoughts. Outside, Yusin states that they will collaborate and turn the situation into a catastrophe. Concurring with him, Soyeon listens as he expresses that he comprehends precisely what she intends. Pensive, Soyeon contemplates what the individual orchestrating all of this seeks. Contemplating on the previous day, Yusin remarks that the fiends were feeble and effortlessly vanquished. Pondering whether they desire something different, he considers this to be a futile endeavor. If the objective was to induce them to relax their vigilance, Yusin asserts that they accomplished it. Soyeon claims she believed the domination had ceased. However, if one of them is an apparition of darkness, he subsequently proposes that the shadow entities could be responsible for it all. Whirling around in astonishment, she realizes that it's not solely Japanese spirits that have arrived. Even in limited quantities, entities from other regions of the globe are present in Korea. He goes on to state that a shadow demon is uncommon, yet not unattainable to discover. If an external shadow entity had been escalating over the past month, it would pose an issue. It would be on an entirely distinct plane, perhaps even a metaphysical one. In addition to the Onmyoji, he suspects that another individual has arrived with the intent to eliminate the demon. Observing the metropolis, she wishes she is fretting for no reason. The setting transitions to the highlands adjacent to Seoul. As Soyeon pivots, she remarks that the location appears appealing due to the lack of crowds. As they stroll, Soyeon expresses that it is insignificant if a handful of individuals observe them in that location. Chuckling, Soyeon expresses that it's a comfort, as he has the ability to manage anyone if necessary. Soyeon becomes quiet for a brief instant, observing Soyeon with a solemn demeanor. She subsequently inquires whether he has been unable to rest due to the individuals who perished the previous day. The responses indicating that the responsibility lies not with him, but with her for failing to contact them. Gazing at the earth, he confesses he believed he could have accomplished more. Sealwa mentions that she brought him here intentionally so he can accomplish more. Henceforth, she will instruct him in the arcane arts whenever possible to ensure he becomes formidable. Acquiring basic infernal sorcery can prove highly advantageous in numerous perilous circumstances. Nodding pledges to concentrate diligently on the instruction. Prior to commencing, she hastens, dragging her feet along the surface. In a rapid gesture, she approaches him, surprising him with her swiftness. Startled, unsteady, he attempts to request that she pause, but it is already too late. Seizing his garments, she prevents him from toppling, advising him to exercise caution. She cautions him that, as a goblin, he must always remain alert and never be taken off guard. Cradling him in her embrace, she declares this is the ideal stance for them. Inclining closer, she urges him to unwind and remain motionless for a brief period. She then inclines nearer, murmuring that the training will conclude shortly. Inhaling the fragrance of a blossom, Seo detects a delightful, fruity aroma emanating from Sealwa. Abruptly, he experiences a sensation of lightheadedness, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. With an unwavering stare, she observes him, maintaining silence for a brief interval. Seo subsequently shuts his eyes, experiencing an unusual feeling envelop his body. Upon reopening them, he discovers that his environment has entirely transformed. Surveying his surroundings, he realizes he is in a recognizable location, albeit altered from the norm. Astonished, he learns that there is no need for concern, as this is not the genuine location. She subsequently clarifies that this location exists within his own subconscious mind. As he turns around, feeling a sense of relief, he inquires if she too is merely a figment like all the others. She refutes this, disclosing that the enchantment she employed on him is rather unique. The enchantment of her species, the purple murmur, deceives the mind with deceptive sensations. Possessing this talent, she can manipulate actions and even induce amnesia in individuals. By linking their minds, she can establish a cognitive channel between them. In summary, she claims she is merely exploring his thoughts as a visitor. With her hand illuminated, she gets ready to embark on the subsequent phase of the training. Astonished, he learns that she is intrigued by the examination he is about to undertake. Harnessing her abilities, she conjures a rival for him, eager to observe his combat skills. As it advances, the elusive silhouette gradually manifests before him. As the figure solidifies, the adversary's physique starts to become evident. Filled with dread, Sayo implores her not to reveal that it's the person he suspects. A robust incarnation of himself materializes, striding gradually in his direction. She subsequently clarifies that it isn't an accurate reproduction of his former self. With a grin, she remarks that it's an impeccable replica derived from his recollections. Inquiring about his lack of curiosity, she provokes him to discover who possesses greater strength. With a snap her fingertips, she remarks that the rival's vitality is identical to what it was previously. She recalls that he was on the brink of breakdown, scarcely able to remain upright. With a resolute stride, the replica asserts its position, poised for the impending battle. Subsequently, the replica surges ahead with a bound, generating a detonation as it ascends. As it approaches him, the duplicate readies itself to strike the initial blow of the confrontation. With a forceful blow, the copy hits the earth, just skirting its objective. Observing the battle, she notes that he exhibited strength even in the absence of demonic energy. Taken aback, he contemplates the nature of that force, sensing the tremor from the impact. With a swift kick, the replica strikes Sayo, compelling him to stagger backward several paces. Astonished, Sayo struggles to respond to his adversary's velocity and power. The duplicate assails him with a barrage of strikes, driving him to the earth as he has been struck. Sayo ponders whether he was genuinely that powerful in the past. He acknowledges that the replica's strength and velocity surpass those of the fiendish woman. Parrying the blow, Sayo readies himself to respond with an attack of his own. Veering to the side, Sayo attempts to strike the duplicate's visage, but is obstructed. The replica delivers a knee strike straight to Sayo's visage, propelling him through the air from the force. Perched comfortably, she inquires whether it isn't simple, lightly grazing the mug positioned before her. She subsequently remarks that engaging him in a physical confrontation would not have been a straightforward battle. Halting briefly, Sayo inhales deeply, bracing for the forthcoming assault. As she savors her tea, she contemplates that his combat intuition is effective solely against the feeble. She ponders how Sayo will respond if faced with an adversary of greater skill. Deceiving. On the surface, Sayo contemplates why he is unable to inflict any harm. Despite exerting all his effort, the replica doesn't even shift a fraction. Pondering the feasibility of this, Sayo struggles to grasp the power of his adversary. Fascinated by this revelation, Sayowa observes him, lifting one of her brows. Rising to his feet, he takes on a combat position, prepared to resume the duel. The replica hastens ahead, advancing with remarkable swiftness toward him. He acknowledges that all the methods he employed were shaped by his adversary. As he wielded the club, the recollections embedded within it assisted him in transforming its shape. With a resolute expression, he is convinced that if the replica can achieve it, then he can as well. He subsequently strikes the earth, employing his adversary's identical method to safeguard himself. The article acknowledges the maneuver, referring to the method as ground stomp. He concedes that the replica excels significantly in the skill compared to his own abilities. Clutching his own wrist, he proclaims that the demonic energy is irrelevant at this moment. He understands he may not match the original, but chooses to attempt it regardless. Elevating the text, he discloses that he possesses a handful of combat techniques as well. With his club poised, he readies himself for the forthcoming assault with complete assurance. Sayo contests it, inquiring how it intends to apply the method in the absence of the earth. He prepares to launch an attack, poised to demonstrate his abilities in the sky. Hurling the club skyward, it expands into a significantly grander shape. With a grin, he observes his instrument hover, poised for the decisive strike. The bat descends with tremendous power, resulting in a massive detonation upon impact with the earth. Wearing a triumphant grin, she shuts her book, anticipating the outcome of the blow. Grasping the bat, he exclaims that he succeeded, recognizing his adversary's vulnerability. She then commends him for the excellent work he accomplished. Sayo subsequently remarks that they both recognize the power he exhibited during the clash. Chortling, she gestures to the side, urging him to observe intently. Taken aback, he pivots, perceiving a fresh presence gradually nearing him. He then spots a recognizable silhouette grasping the club with a grave demeanor. Elevating the weapon, the duplicate prepares itself for the subsequent bout of the clash. She discloses that he has been recognized, as the duplicate has propelled his team into battle. Breaking out in a chilling sweat, he comprehends that the replica deemed him unworthy of wielding the weapon. As the club expands, the squad gears up for the ultimate onslaught with full force. Astonished, he merely gazes at the armament, sensing the tremendous power it now radiates. Collapsing to his knees, he acknowledges that there is no possibility of evasion or protection. With blood streaming from his brow, he grumbles that this entire predicament is unjust. The duplicate swings the club, resulting in a colossal detonation as it impacts the earth. After, the influence causes the foundation of his thoughts to fracture into fragments. Injured and vanquished, he is cast back into reality, semi-conscious. Reclining on the earth, he regains consciousness, still experiencing the repercussions of the battle battle on his physique. Assisting him to his feet, she commends him for the commendable battle he fought. She subsequently remarks that the confrontation was unjust, yet he compelled her to utilize 5 tails. Intrigued, he inquires about the number of tails she would employ to combat him at this moment. Considerately, she responds that she would utilize 3 or perhaps 4 if she were pressed for time. She discloses that her strength amplifies 1.5 times with every tail she employs. With an intense expression, she yells, claiming she spots someone concealed like a rodent. Emerging from behind the foliage, Hung Ryan expresses regret for concealing himself in that spot. With her knees bent, she asserts that she harbored no malicious motives, astonishing Co as he identifies her. Silwa inquires whether he recognizes her, and he affirms that she hails from the Young Hoi house. Hung Ryan subsequently clarifies that she is present to present an object as collateral for the agreement. She discloses that the article is a garment crafted from an exquisite infernal artifact. Beginning a day ahead, Moryong states that the term investment can be perplexing. Upon entering the chamber, he assures assistance to Co Choi with tangible assets. By presenting certain unique objects, he asserts that nobody has encountered them until this moment. Co Choi considers the suggestion and remarks that everything appears wonderful to him. However, he swiftly interrogates the true significance of the term investment in this context. Inquiring about Moryong's desires, he is informed that he is an exceptionally intelligent young boy. At that moment, the director gets ready to articulate what they genuinely desire from the young man. Chuckling, Moryong discloses that, for the time being, they desire nothing whatsoever from him. He subsequently clarifies that this is the reason it cannot be regarded as an investment at the present moment. To be frank, Moryong cautions that Co Choi is not the sole contender. He subsequently clarifies that the destiny of a supporter hinges on the forthcoming demon monarch. Moryong elaborates, indicating that feeble demons aspire to at least become cherished subordinates. To exemplify the scenario, he demonstrates how backers select their contenders for the future. Co Choi expresses that he feels at ease with it, yet envisions that others might disapprove. Nodding, Moryong affirms that he is entirely correct in his assessment. Moryong explains that the grievances merely vanish and starts to provide an illustration. He subsequently references the leader of the Haiti faction, who had earlier been their endorsed contender. Elevating, with his hand, he starts to express that Co Choi revealed something significant. Indicating directly, he claims the boy demonstrated he was the suitable companion for them. Subsequently, Moryong articulates that he must demonstrate his value by defeating his competitors. He persists, stating that the undeserving are perpetually discarded in the intense celebration. Should he ascend to the throne, Moryong will articulate his conditions for a forthcoming resolution. Requesting his acceptance of the proposal, Moryong suggests he view it as an act of benevolence. Motioning with his hands, he showcases a unique object to the young boy. Now adorned in his fresh attire, Co Choi remarks that they are quite cozy. In response, Co Choi clarifies that he has the ability to conjure the attire at any moment he requires it. Upon inquiring about the incantation, Hung Ryan instructs him to merely utter on and off. Grasping with his hands, Co Choi gets ready to evaluate the deactivation command. Abruptly, the garments start to disappear rapidly from his figure. Adjacent to him, Co Choi exemplifies the velocity by toggling her own attire on and off. Observing from afar, Hung Ryan remarks that Co Choi appears to be enjoying himself immensely. She subsequently discloses that the young woman is exceptionally intelligent and has declined multiple proposals. Transitioning, suddenly, Co Choi fixates on Hung Ryan and inquires about her desires. Furiously, Co Choi instructs her to depart and inquires if she has come to eavesdrop. Arriving, at that moment, Co Choi urges her to settle down and inquires about the cause. Hung Ryan subsequently elucidates that they have unearthed the whereabouts of a congregation of demons. She persists, stating that Moryong aims to assist by sharing details regarding them. Co Choi grows wary and inquires how she obtained such precise information. Requesting him to refrain from deceit, she inquires whether he recalls Master Yaozong. Co Choi promptly affirms, stating that he recalls the individual from the Haiti clan. She claims that the night before, he took part in the chase alongside 2 companions. Therefore, he inquires whether Yaozong was the individual who provided her with the demon's whereabouts. In a recollection, Hung Ryan discloses that the 2 fiends accompanying him were slain. She concludes the narrative, clarifying that the young master merely absconded from the conflict. Astonished by the announcement, Co Choi inquires why she wasn't alerted to the setback. Hung Ryan clarifies that he only discovered the circumstances in the morning as he arrived later than usual. Claiming he was hurt and in a state of distress, she asserts that they admitted him. As per her account, his state remains unchanged. He continually recounts the events that transpired. She speculates that the terror and embarrassment of defeat have have rendered him in a state of shock. Reflecting on the circumstances, Seo Choi expresses that he has brought disgrace to his family by fleeing. She subsequently inquires whether the judge is already informed, as he ought to be apprised. In response, Seo Choi indicates that the judge is indeed aware, yet is skeptical that any measures will be implemented. Seizing him, Seo Choi asserts it was merely a singular setback and they will address it at a later time. Turning, before departing, she cautions that Salmi is experiencing difficulties with the tidying. Reflecting on the past, she advises him to witness it for himself if he feels so troubled. She persists, cautioning that Mangti and Salmi will endeavor to prevent him from proceeding solo. Seo Choi subsequently states that he is already aware of the whereabouts and is capable of proceeding without authorization. Declaring that he will not cease, she expresses his desire to vanquish the demon. Seo Choi asserts she would support him if she were in his position, which is precisely why she will not hinder his efforts. Offering a final suggestion, she advises him to ascertain the nature of the demon. As she strides away, she advises him to exercise caution with sorcerous entities. Creating a gateway, she states that the choice is his before vanishing. That Seo Choi consults Hung Ryan and requests her to share something with him. Gazing at her, he requests to learn every aspect Yuzum conveyed. Transitioning to a hotel setting, Yoshihiro inquires about his sister's destination. Yuzuru responds that she is clearly taking a stroll, as she wishes to avoid being confined to her room. Skeptical, he inquires if she is genuinely only meandering through the city. She subsequently reminds him that they are visitors and must adhere to the regional regulations. With a sigh, she remarks that the shamans appeared to be agreeable, yet she remains skeptical. Approaching him, she inquires if he believes she would pursue demons in that place. Indicating him, Yuzuru asserts that he's acting strange and ought to heed his own counsel. She then states that she wasn't responsible for the chaos at the Sumida River. Before departing, she announces her intention to return for dinner and that he can reach out. He simply observes as the bedroom door slams decisively in front of him. Isolated, he questions whether she would even pick up if he attempted to call later. Upon reaching the 14th level, the elevator display illuminates and the door swings open. Solitary in the vehicle, Yuzuru remains still, wearing a profoundly somber countenance. By pushing a button, she resolves that her time there will not extend much further. With minimal exertion, she conjures a spirit to draw the demon to her. Gazing at the being, she inquires about a substantial fortune and wonders if it is achievable. Concurred, the essence indicates that the force she has amassed is considerably substantial. It subsequently clarifies that there are 7 varieties of luck and arranges one of them. Grasping the petite scroll, she expresses her gratitude, unaware of which fortune had been bestowed upon her. In the reception area, it becomes evident that the essence consistently selects the essential fortune. Beaming, she expresses that this will allow her to ensnare the demon with great ease. However, as she peruses the scroll, she discovers that the fortune she obtained pertains to affection. The communication indicates that today, she will encounter the ideal partner of her aspirations. On the opposite side of the street, all are taken aback by a shriek. Wrinkling the paper, Yuzuru ponders if this is truly what she required. Conversing with the cab driver, Sayo remarks that it's acceptable and that he will proceed on foot from that point. At that moment, Yuzuru pivots suddenly and gazes intently at the individual positioned nearby. Exhaling deeply, he ruefully reflects on the predicament he has inadvertently found himself in while strolling along the street. Further along the road, he expresses his dissatisfaction, stating that he would have opted for the bus had he been aware. The setting transforms. The narrative now unfolds within the essence of Hanggang Park. A number of individuals are wandering leisurely through the park, savoring the bright day. Perched on a seat, Baihyun perceives Qian, remarking that he appears to be enjoying himself. As she approaches, Qian expresses her belief that he despised all humanity. Noticing his associate, he inquires about when Qian arrived. Qian clarifies that she emerged only a short while ago to avoid disrupting him. He asserts that detesting and merely watching are distinct phenomena. It then likens it to people observing insects, regardless of their feelings of revulsion towards them. Concluding his reflection, he remarks that it's amusing to observe their discomfort and effort. Qian replies that she cannot relate. He explains that this is due to her youth. As she listens to the elderly gentleman, she perceives that she will grasp everything eventually. With a deep breath, Qian inquires whether Ray and his siblings have truly perished. He responds that Wailuan could still be living, yet it would amount to the same outcome. He guarantees her that they will attempt to extract information from her, yet they will not obtain anything. Qian confesses she couldn't cease pondering over the events of the previous night. Reflecting on that evening, Qian states that she only grasped the entirety of the situation when she ventured out by herself. Perched on the seat, she expresses that it was unwise to become aware of her emotions at this moment. Enraged, she shouts that she ought to have consumed the trio trio of siblings for herself. She then remarks that she feasted throughout the night yet still feels famished. Upon listening to her admission, Bichang inquires about the number of individuals she consumed the previous night. She subsequently responds that she did not tally the total number of victims. Disclosing the whereabouts, she claims she consumed all those within the structure. Bichang informs her that she is liberated as the time limit concluded at midnight. While they stroll, he tells her that he will cease to meddle in her decisions. With a grin, Bichang announces that the 7 of them are now at liberty to pursue whatever they desire. Glancing at his phone, he anticipates that the reports of the vanishings will be released after lunch. Dubious, Bichang inquires how she is aware of the particulars regarding the altercation between the siblings. Wearing a grin, Xian effortlessly affirms that indeed she was present. Reflecting on the prior evening, she concedes she was at the location of the altercation. Concealed, she clarifies that she had no purpose being there and that it was merely a happenstance. She then discloses that what captivated her was occurring in close proximity. Beaming, she remarks that it holds no significance, at least for the moment. Once again on the pavement, Xiao Chue strolls along the pathway while others move past. Before him, he observes Yuzuru motionless, gazing directly at him. Inclining her head, she contemplates what in the world she is observing. She subsequently observes the malevolent energy he is emanating without even attempting to conceal it. Taking into account the circumstances, she deduces that there exist merely 2 options. The initial one is that he is a mortal being controlled by the sorcery of a demon. Alternatively, the second possibility is that he is attempting to entice someone by feigning an inability to manage his energy. He subsequently gazes at his hand, scrutinizing the object he is gripping firmly. The pursuing blade, he readies to employ the enchanted relic. Hungrian describes how a fragment of the blade embeds itself within the adversary. In this manner, anyone wielding the blade can monitor the objective from afar. Xiao Chue realizes that Yuxium was pursuing the demon with that fragment of the sword. She responses indicating that he can monitor it for more than 1,000 kilometers. Upon listening to the clarification, he realizes that he must exert additional effort to detach the blade. Upon being severed, a new blade regenerates, yet the adversary proved to be excessively powerful. Grasping the blade, he understands that the sole explanation for its continued fracture is that the demon is deliberately not attempting to dislodge the blade. Pursuing the energy, he reaches a narrow passageway featuring a rather dubious structure in front of him. Once inside, one of the fiends shouts to Tao, who is amidst the chaos. Subsequently, the wrapped fiend gestures towards his companion's limb, displaying a great deal of concern. Noticing the injury, his associate inquires whether he should remove the knife. Untroubled, Tao remarks that the injury is not significant and considers it entertaining. Abruptly, the other demon advances and remarks that he intended to inquire about that. Furious, he inquires why Tao is enticing hunters to their sanctuary. Anxious, the associate cautions that they will no longer be able to consume humans with this level of exposure. Observing the pair, Tao proclaims that he will cease to consume human flesh. Exclaiming, the other fiend inquires about what he will consume if not humans. However, he clarifies that his appetite is boundless and that he discovered a solution yesterday. Reflecting on the battle, he notes that his adversaries were formidable and his past self would have been defeated. However, after overcoming them, he expresses that he ultimately felt entirely fulfilled. In response, Zen expresses that he has ultimately grasped his emotions and recognizes that he was destined for this purpose. Tao proclaims that he now seeks to pursue solely those who provide him enjoyment in the experience of consuming. Perceiving everything as preposterous, the other demon declares his departure and seeks to avoid conflict. With a sly grin, Tao simply inquires if he is truly convinced of that. Acknowledging the resolution, he expresses his comprehension that they desire markedly different outcomes at this point. Thus, he asserts that their collaboration concludes at this point. It's regrettable yet essential. Pausing, the associate reaches out his hand, becoming aware of the significance of his remarks. In a moment, he was taken aback to find the other's hand positioned before him. Grinning at his past associate, Tao merely extends his best wishes for his journey ahead. Expressing gratitude for their moments spent together, he mentions that he gained considerable knowledge from them. Tao cautions that it is advisable for them to maintain a significant distance from him moving forward. Compelling, with a grin, he bids farewell, expresses gratitude, and labels Tao an oddball. Calling upon Zen, he encourages him to hasten so they can depart prior to dusk. Zen turns to his companion and inquires what he is still anticipating. Proclaiming his desire to remain with Tao, he departs, leaving the other demon utterly astonished. He subsequently clarifies that their survival was solely due to Tao's struggle on their behalf the previous night. He then expresses that his aspiration at present is to grow significantly more powerful, akin to Tao. Furiously, Immediately, the companion barks at him to recognize his position and refrain from being an idiot. Shifting. Nearby, Tao cautions Zen that remaining in his company is perilous and could lead to his demise. However, he vows, pledging that Zen shall not perish before him, regardless of the circumstances. Observing the spectacle, Zen can merely utter Tao's name, still quite astonished. Fatigued by the dialogue, the companion declares he's done with this entire farce. He then inquires if they would object to him devouring everyone downstairs before he departs. Tao responds that he is able to leave, but advises him to consume as much as possible. Concluding the statement, he advises him to relish it before the sun ultimately disappears. Destinations. Shu Choi advances towards a vast, deserted storage facility in the distance. Within, Zen inquires whether Tao is alright, having observed that he appeared unexpectedly unusual. Grasping his arm, Tao expresses that he is alright and that it was merely an unexpected incident. Outside, Shu Choi anticipated his arrival, yet he didn't foresee him arriving so promptly. In an ancient illustration, the fiend is depicted with its authentic and terrifying designation. Equipped for the battle, Tao announces that it is time to receive his visitor. Shu Choi strides solitary into the vast, entirely forsaken storage facility. As soon as he steps inside, he perceives two entities approaching from distinctly different orientations. Glancing upward, he can detect a demon's aura emanating from above. Below, he also perceives the potent aroma of blood. Confronted with these two options, he gets ready to make a significant choice. Meanwhile, Yuzuru approaches and regards the same structure with skepticism. Observing the location, she deduces that this is where malevolent beings typically indulge. She then ponders why he entered without a moment's pause, as he must have perceived the signs. Undoubtedly, she recognizes it as a snare. Folding the document, she recalls that the youngster's luck consistently prevails for her. Despite having a romantic horoscope, she is confident she will discover her ideal partner. However, she has her doubts, as the prediction does not specify the identity of this individual. When contemplating Shu Choi, she rejects the notion, perceiving him as awkward. Perceiving the force from above, she prepares to enter the storage facility. Conjuring her beast, Yuzuru commands Reiju to proceed within alongside her. Bounding with grace, Yuzuru's being ascends to the pinnacle of the structure. Upon arrival, she and her invocation ready themselves for whatever lies ahead. Surveying her surroundings, she considers that she may have overvalued this peculiar location. Quaking with dread, Zen comes to understand that the foe does not appear to be a formidable demon. In an effort to motivate himself, he reassures himself that he is capable of accomplishing this. Indifferent, she proclaims that she will effortlessly eliminate anyone who appears. In the meantime, Shu Choi cautiously descends the shadowy staircase. Abruptly halting, he gazes into the obscurity that unfolds ahead. His eyes then catch a glimpse of a fiend consuming something on the ground, nestled in the gloom. Perceiving his presence, the fiend swivels in astonishment and inquires about his identity. As he strides closer, Shu Choi prepares to confront the creature. He subsequently alters his inquiry, asking how many of its kind are concealed in this location. The fiend deduces that the others have ascended and labels the boy as unusual. Noticing an opportunity, it intends to flee after completing its disrupted repast. Gazing at the youth, it indicates that Shu Choi will act as an alternate. Nodding, the fiend is taken by surprise by an abrupt motion. Hastening quickly, he taunts the demon to pursue him if it genuinely possesses the ability to battle. Subsequently, he delivers a forceful blow directly to his adversary's abdomen. Coughing up blood, the demon is astounded by the astonishing swiftness of the assault. Without allowing it a moment to respond, he seizes the demon and readies his blow. Then, he hurls the adversary with all his might against the storage facility's ground. Already on the surface, the fiend perceives that he will inquire one final time. With an earnest expression, he questions the number of adversaries present and their capabilities. Altering its jaw, the demon howls for him not to presume to regard it so lightly. In the meantime, Shu Choi merely observes the demon gearing up for its forthcoming assault. In the fraction of a second, he is struck by a rapid slash that grazes his visage. Amused by the predicament, the demon exclaims that he ought to have eliminated it when the opportunity arose. He then cautions that all present should recognize their position in the battle. From afar, the demon declares it will maintain its distance to execute its strikes now. In that instant, numerous swift strikes are directed at the young man simultaneously. Impact. Through numerous wounds, he remains steadfast against the foe's assault. Subsequently, the fiend propels itself ahead with another sweeping and forceful strike. The strike entirely dismembers his left arm from his torso. Absorbing the full force, the assault cleaves through his shoulder and torso. On the ground, his detached ear rests in a puddle of blood. Panting heavily, the fiend appears wearied following that onslaught of strikes. It subsequently inquires about his identity, as he ought to have perished by now. now. Gazing at his adversary, Shu expresses his comprehension of the urgency to gain power. Shu inquires whether this is the entirety of the power it acquired from that, insisting he will not endorse it. Shu asserts that taking lives for an inequitable reason is unethical. In a rapid motion, Shu springs forward, taking it entirely by surprise. Immediately thereafter, it delivers a swift, exacting strike to Shu's hand. The force detaches the hand, which then tumbles away. Despite having his hand severed, Shu continues his onslaught. Nearly vanquished, it claims they consume humans solely because they are capable of doing so. Reclining on the earth, the fiend declares that a hunter consuming its quarry is inherent. In response, Shu merely concedes that his adversary is correct regarding the duplicity. Without a moment's delay, he advances and dispatches the demon with one accurate blow. Extracting a sphere from the corpse, he grips it tightly in his crimson-stained hand. Facing the cadaver, he gazes intently at the sphere he holds. Below, the demon's lifeless form sprawls in a pool of blood. He then raises the sphere to his lips, poised to consume it. Transitioning to the upper level, an abrupt electrical strike impacts the vicinity. On the lower level, Zen remarks that something seems amiss. Next to her being, Yuzuru inquires about the whereabouts of the group's chief. Hesitating, Zen replies that he is unsure of what she means. She subsequently responds that she is concentrated and observes the demon with complete focus. Abruptly, a vigorous electrical strike strikes Zen, sending him sprawling to the floor. Observing him, she determines that he is merely a novice who has been overlooked. Upon witnessing the vanquished demon, she contemplates the possibility of capturing it alive for a greater bounty. Unexpectedly, Tao materializes and remarks that Zen must alter his demeanor initially, that Yuzuru understands that Onmyoji possess greater hands-on experience than other clairvoyants. She was a specialist in conjuration, having summoned more than 100 demons. Yet, despite her extensive experience, she pauses briefly. Strolling serenely, Tao expresses that she must convey an aura of strength. She subsequently recognizes that she cannot perceive his essence, despite his identity as a demon. From below, Shu Choi states that he did not intend to mislead her. He subsequently elucidates that his associate was eager, prompting him to provide an opportunity. Even thus, Tao readies himself for battle, poised for whatever may arise. However, something seizes his arm. In a rapid motion, the weapon darts toward Tao with astonishing velocity. Shu swiftly approaches Tao. Tao merely grins, recognizing that the contest is finally poised to become more engaging. Shu Choi dashes ahead and delivers a forceful strike directly to his adversary's visage. He executes a rotational kick, striking forcefully against Tao's face. Hurtled backward, Tao collides forcefully with the warehouse ground. Observing, in a state of distress, Zen calls out his companion's name, displaying profound concern. On the floor, Tao inquires if she possesses some form of clairvoyance or similar abilities. Shu Choi subsequently instructs her to depart, stating that there is nothing for her to accomplish. In an effort to assist, she asserts that she is capable of battling as well, but is interrupted. With a grin, Tao clarifies that he wishes to avoid any interruptions during his combat. Gazing at the youth, he inquires if his assessment is accurate. He then states the child desires this battle much more than he does. Infuriated by the circumstances, she is indignant at being labeled a diversion. Lacking. Upon reconsideration, she seizes the gilded object from her companion. As she reveals its potency, Tao inquires as to whom she believes she is conversing with. Prepared to strike, she shouts for Shu Choi to move aside at once. As he pivots, he cautions that he will not restrain his strength merely due to her presence. At that moment, she engages her relic, summoning the deer's thunderous call. Springing into the sky, she unleashes an erratic surge of electricity from her beast towards the adversary. Tao and Zen can merely observe as the formidable electrical assault surges toward them. Targeting the relic, she unleashes a second surge of power at the pair of fiends. She subsequently realizes she cannot preserve energy while facing such a formidable adversary. Resolute, she resolves to utilize all her resources to defeat them simultaneously. Readying herself, she conjures the Furious Tempest, a significantly more powerful assault. In a tremendous blast, the lightning impacts the facade of the structure with immense power. Once the turmoil subsides, she remains there, gasping for air. She understands that after merely 2 shots, her energy is already diminished by 50%. She then realizes that she is not aligned with the essence of this nation. Abruptly, Shu Choi seizes her arm along with the relic, catching her off guard. Urging her to calm down, he gazes at her with a grave demeanor. He subsequently cautions her that if she continues in this manner, she risks sustaining injury. With a surge of vigor, he propels Yuzuru away from himself to a secure distance. From the sidelines, she merely observes him get ready to resume the battle solo. Subsequent to, amidst all the uproar, the storage facility becomes quiet for an instant. Astonished, Yuzuru Yuzuru acknowledges that the fiend has succeeded in fleeing, but then rectifies her statement. Shu Choi clarifies that he did not flee, as they remain intertwined by energy. Grasping the thread, he tugs it firmly, unveiling the bond that exists between them. The power line spans the whole depot, linking the two. Upon examination of the circumstances, he remarks that the demon's companion appeared to lack significant experience. Thus, he concludes the assault was merely to guarantee a secure getaway. As he prepares to depart, he asserts that her assistance is unnecessary for him to proceed. Frustrated with his arrogance, she labels him ridiculous and pivots to confront him. But as she turns, she is completely immobilized by what she witnesses. With a sinister expression, he states that she is oblivious to the true meaning of absurdity. In a swift motion, he seizes her throat with a vice-like grip, showing no sign of reluctance. Maintaining his hold, he acknowledges the intensity of his squeeze. He then cautions her that with just a slight increase in pressure, he could shatter her neck. Urging her to act swiftly, he warns her that failure to do so will result in her demise right there. Swiftly, he retreats and sidesteps with finesse. Just then, he pivots and glances over his shoulder, appearing astonished by something. As he gazes downward, he observes the tiny being advancing toward him. As Yuzuru approaches, his being begins to prod his leg. Silently, he observes the unfolding spectacle with a grave demeanor. Gradually loosening his hold on her neck, he retracts his hand, liberating her from his grasp. As she descends, he expresses remorse, stating that his forcefulness was required. He proceeds to clarify that the earlier assault was solely directed at him. He carries on, asserting that the fiend sought to prolong the situation by compelling him to save her. Thus, he inquires what further evidence she requires to recognize that she lacks strength. Instructing her to return, he gets ready to exit the location without delay. As he departs, he expresses his desire to avoid any further human fatalities today. Prior to his exit, he cautions her that he has one final matter to disclose. Indicating downwards, he informs her about the remains of the victims located in the building's cellar. He implores her, kindly stating that no one would wish to be discovered in such a manner. Following it all, dawn arrives, and the metropolis appears tranquil for an instant. Strolling down a narrow passageway, Seo Choi trails the vibrant energy link tying him to the fiend. Halting for a brief instant, he expresses his gratitude for the regard he received. Before him, Tao expresses that he fulfilled his commitment due to his adversary. Severing the cord, he observes that they find themselves in an area devoid of any nearby humans. He clarifies that it is a redevelopment zone, and all individuals evacuated due to the speculation. Remarking regarding the site, he notes that merely a handful of inquisitive individuals arrived to document. Seo Choi subsequently retrieves a pipe from the earth, bracing himself for the impending confrontation. Expressing remorse, Tao prepares himself for battle, poised to commence the confrontation. With a grin on his visage, he expresses his enthusiasm regarding the confrontation. Vaulting into the sky, the two adversaries maneuver with astonishing swiftness. They subsequently surge ahead, their abilities colliding. However, Tao observes something. Responding swiftly, Seo counters with a forceful strike direct to Tao's visage. Clutching his sword securely, Seo readies himself to wield his armament. With his blade, he delivers a crushing impact straight into the demon's torso. The impact of the strike propels Tao into a building's facade. Smashing through the framework, he persists in soaring, shattering all obstacles before him. He then gazes at the child, astonishment evident in his eyes. Without hesitating for an instant, Seo Choi springs toward his downed adversary. He delivers another strike to Tao's head, who counters the immediate assault. Gripping the tube firmly, the altercation between them appears well-balanced. However, as time progresses, the disparity in strength between them starts to become evident. Subsequently, Tao seizes the young man's visage, fully accepting his own ferocious instincts. He then delivers a forceful blow, demonstrating his superiority in the fierce battle. Expectorating blood, Seo Choi experiences the complete force of the strike he has just endured. Transitioning to a different topic, Xiaohua expresses that he was fortunate with the infernal tablets. She subsequently cautions him never to consume them again, regardless of how fervently he objects. She clarifies that excessive accumulation of infernal energy can pose significant risks to him. For instance, she refers to the kobold that descended into madness due to its inability to manage the immense power. Persisting with her caution, she asserts that he might transform into an unmanageable beast. Once again in the fray, Tao concedes that the young individual is truly remarkable and astonishing. He then claims that the adversaries from yesterday pale in comparison to him. Cleansing the crimson from his lips, he unveils a diminutive, concealed sphere. His gaze remains steadfast upon it. Tao inquires about the nature of that exquisite object. At that moment, the goblin mask emerges as the third capability of the species. In a hamlet, an individual begins recounting a tale of having witnessed a goblin firsthand. Within a residence, a gentleman remarks that the narrator consistently embellishes. He clarifies that a colossal fiend emerged, but a goblin intervened and rescued him. Inquiring about the experience, the other individual seeks additional information regarding the creature's physical attributes. He responds that the being was colossal, double his height and breadth. However, he claims that apart from its dimensions, it resembled a person with quite ordinary characteristics. Chuckling, the audience remarks it had to have been a person, rather than a goblin. Refuting that it possessed horns, he is informed that an alternative narrative exists regarding that matter. Upon hearing this, a third individual ponders, expressing that he has no skepticism regarding the tale he has just listened to. Assertively, he claims that the goblin he observed lacked any horns. Astonished, the other individual inquires if he has ever encountered a goblin, to which he affirms that he indeed has. Recollecting his youth, he recalls a time when he witnessed two goblins battling. He characterizes them as appearing humanoid, yet they were gazing intensely at one another in silence, poised for battle. Returning to the current moment, the individual inquires whether he is certain regarding the absence of horns. He then discloses that the pair merely disappeared without a sign. He goes on to elaborate that both donned something sharp, perhaps a disguise or a headpiece. Subsequently, he mentions that following that moment, he could no longer perceive them. They simply vanished from view. Affirming the narrative, he recalls sprinting as the whole mountain trembled. As they pour their drinks, the other individual remarks that debating it is futile. He observes that numerous myths regarding demons frequently originate from a semblance of reality. The setting shifts, revealing that human perception skews the authentic reality. For instance, it is disclosed that a goblin's horn is not an integral component of its anatomy. Truly a battle mask, a prized possession crafted from infernal energy. Moreover, the tale concerning goblins becoming unseen also possesses its nuances. It is clarified that the myth of invisibility is merely a partial truth. Goblins, those who don the mask, don't entirely vanish from view. They simply transform into beings too swift to be perceived, even by fellow demons. Abruptly, a forceful collision takes place, resulting in a massive detonation. As the particles settle, Tao confronts his adversary with a grin. Subsequently, Tao's hand seems to be utterly fractured. Delivering a forceful strike, Xiao strikes Tao directly in the visage. The force propels Tao backwards, spewing as he travels. His feet scrape along the surface due to the power of the strike he endured. Subsequently, Tao delivers a headbutt to Xiao. Following the flurry of strikes, the pair locks eyes for an instant. Readying himself for a retaliation, Tao charges ahead with a grin upon his lips. However, he is seized by his garments before he can finish his maneuver. Elevating his opponent off the ground, he rotates him with remarkable strength. Employing one of his strategies, he readies himself to cast his adversary. The atmosphere shifts, and a quiver is sensed amidst the structures of an urban landscape. Abruptly, an object strikes one of the structures, resulting in substantial damage to the facade. Following the collision, a significant amount of rubble and dust starts to descend. Descending into a narrow passageway, the camera reveals the location where the demon ultimately came to rest. His feet strike a pool that has accumulated on the surface. Despite lacking both arms, Tao rises and confronts his adversary. Arriving in the passageway, he ultimately halts after casting aside his adversary. He intuitively comprehends the novel powers that the mask has recently bestowed upon him. It amplifies the capacity of his abilities, yet it operates in a markedly distinct manner. Because from this, Sayo realized that his strength had expanded beyond his ability to manage. Experiencing discomfort for the initial occasion, he becomes aware that his hands are trembling significantly. In the meantime, his vitality is being depleted at a rate 3 times greater than usual. Becoming aware of the circumstances, he observes that he won't be able to endure much longer in this condition. In reply, Tao expresses that he is remarkable and that he has gained a great deal from their confrontation. Balling his hand into a fist, he declares that he has now comprehended his genuine power and velocity. With his arms restored, Tao expresses his gratitude, stating he is delighted their paths crossed. Letting go. Regarding his possessions, he advises Tao not to express gratitude for anything. Nipping at his own digit, he urges the creature to simply perish already. However, Tao simply chuckles, remarking that regrettably, he is unable to do so at the moment. With a grin, he lunges ahead, expressing that he is experiencing more enjoyment than he ever has. The confrontation recommences, and the force generates another massive detonation on the structure's uppermost level. At a rapid pace, he charges at his adversary with all his might. Delivering swift strikes, the two combatants are closely balanced in the battle. The strength of the collision compels the earth beneath their feet to fracture entirely. It is clarified that their velocity and strength were almost equivalent, yet the individual who succumbed first would be the one unable to manage the stress. strength. To exacerbate the situation, Tao readies an additional assault, accumulating power within his palms. Releasing the force, he strikes Seo square directly in the torso. The assault produces a tremendous detonation precisely at the site of collision. Hurling towards the barrier, it becomes evident that goblins are not the sole beings that undergo transformation. Tao discovers an unprecedented sorcery, expressing astonishment at his newfound ability to perform such feats. Acquiring. Rising once again, Seo confronts his adversary, prepared to resume the battle. Then Tao releases a formidable surge of energy toward his adversary. Jumping at the final moment, Seo successfully evades the oncoming strike. He subsequently readies a counteroffensive, channeling fresh energy into his hand. Unleashing his force, he generates a detonation that collides with his opponent. Armed with the mask's strength, he readies himself for the ultimate showdown with Tao. Neither of the two creatures was prepared to relinquish their grip on this fierce confrontation. Bunching his hand into a fist, he channels all his strength for a singular strike. Subsequently, he initiates his assault, unleashing the energy harnessed within his grasp. They collide with intensity, recognizing the necessity for even more formidable destructive strength. Confronting one another, they both resolve to exceed their boundaries simultaneously. Merging their enchantments, Tao commences to conjure a novel armament for the battle. He consequently forges the ultimate wave lance, an exceptionally potent artifact. Undaunted, Seo also readies his own armament for the ultimate confrontation. Advancing with determination, Tao sprints swiftly, gripping his spear tightly. The confrontation between them triggers a colossal eruption of water. Subsequent to the collision, Tao emerges from the debris, significantly diminished. Even in loss, he acknowledges it was unfortunate, yet he embraces the result of the battle. He even claims that Seo's armament was more impressive prior to his descent. Triumphant, Seo gazes down at his adversary sprawled on the floor, fatigued and lacking a limb. Advancing from the rear, an enigmatic silhouette proclaims that the confrontation was nothing short of extraordinary. As he draws nearer, he remarks that Seo has significantly enhanced his strength since that time. Stating that he resembles an authentic goblin, he ultimately expresses that it's a pleasure to encounter him. Disclosing his identity, he presents himself as Bai Hyung and claims he is also a goblin. Confronting the newcomer, Seo stays vigilant amid the debris. With a tranquil expression, he gently advises Seo to unwind a bit. As Seo continues to harbor doubts, Bai Hyung cautions that he will not participate in the confrontation with Tao. Abruptly, a fragment of wreckage is propelled swiftly along the surface. Captured. Unexpectedly, Seo responds as he observes Bai Hyung drifting away. Addressing Seo, he remarks that Tao appears to be quite content with everything. Searching. Gazing at the fiend on the earth, he remarks that the result might have altered. With a grin, he remarks that it is inconsequential, as there will perpetually be another opportunity. Rushing from the rear, Seo shouts that there shall not be a subsequent occasion. Harnessing his strength, he strikes forcefully at Bai Hyung. Expressing astonishment, he confronts the approaching assault with a grave expression. He remarks that he scarcely succeeded in fending off the assault with roots that erupted from the earth. Grasping the apparatus, he asserts that Seo's genuine nature is incisive. In that instant, Seo realizes the power he ought to have been wielding against his foes. He realizes that it wasn't merely power that thwarted his earlier assault. It was the comprehensive iteration of the method that redirects force through the planet's crust. Clutching the weapon, Bai Hyung expresses his gratitude for recognizing the proficiency. Releasing the firearm, he allows it to drop to the earth directly in front of him. Leaping, returns C.O. Perceives Bai Hyung expressing his comprehension of the perplexity surrounding the circumstances. He persists, stating that C.O. was informed he was the last goblin remaining, yet C.O. responds that he is not bewildered and is indifferent to that at the moment. Seizing him by his garments, C.O. inquires if he is the individual they sought. With a grin, Bai Hyung affirms that he is the individual who summoned the extraterrestrial fiends. He subsequently inquires whether C.O. is interested in understanding the rationale behind his actions, stating he will disclose all that he asserts he has always wished to discuss with him. His gaze then sparkles as he gets ready to finally commence speaking. Lacking in anticipation, C.O. lunges ahead with his armament in an unexpected assault. Bai Hyung merely observes the strike advancing without displaying any significant response. He subsequently begins to offer C.O. some counsel as a fellow goblin. Interrupting him, C.O. delivers a forceful blow directly to his abdomen. Even in the midst of bleeding, he counsels him to maintain 1 foot on the ground when confronting a formidable opponent. Elaborating on the root's ability, he explains that it has the capacity to redirect the majority of assaults. He then gets ready to demonstrate how the method functions for an offensive maneuver. With a forceful strike, he propels C.O. with all his might toward an adjacent wall. The collision hurls C.O. against the barrier, barrier which fractures from the force. Grasping his hand, he clarifies that the method generates optimal force without depleting energy. However, he commends Seo for independently acquiring the fundamentals of goblinhood. As he traverses the debris, he abruptly inquires whether Seo has a fondness for canines. Without awaiting a response, he asserts that canines surpass humans. However, he claims that at times they can be bothersome, displaying their fangs and nipping. Attaining near Seo, he claims that in such instances, it is the proprietor's responsibility. He subsequently states that it is abhorrent when feeble individuals fail to recognize their position. With a terrifying grin, he asserts he perceives them as uninformed and insignificant. Furious, Seo asserts he can't be joking, yet he advises him not to mix things up. With a grin, he claims to detest humanity, yet they are not the sole ones. Commencing his tale, he recounts that in times past, there existed neither a malevolent monarch nor regulations. He clarifies that there existed solely dominance and the hierarchy of sustenance it established. Consequently, frail humans and demons served merely as sustenance for the more powerful beings. With a grin, he remarks it's amusing how fiends bide their time to feast. Bayong asserts that these fiends resemble livestock, believing themselves to be hunters while actually being safeguarded. Reflecting on former times, he states that Seo understands how individuals remain unaware of their role. Shielded by legal provisions, they engage in activities without assuming accountability for their behavior, behaving as though they possess the authority to trample on others without facing any repercussions. And the most unfortunate aspect is that they remain oblivious to the fact that they are, in fact, being safeguarded. Thus, he requests Seo to envision a realm devoid of all this ridiculous safeguarding. In that realm, there would exist no regulations, and the sole criterion that would hold significance is dominance. With no means to safeguard themselves, the careless would merely conceal themselves, remaining silent. Indignant, Seo remarks that it resembles something a juvenile might utter, yet Bayong merely chuckles. Upright, he expresses that he doesn't anticipate C.O. to comprehend, as their principles are excessively dissimilar. Confronting C.O, he asserts that they will simply alter that moving forward. Bayong expresses that he developed his fascination following Seo's victory over Tao. With a grin, he beckons him to accompany him and discover all there is to know. However, Seo inquires about the consequences of outright declining the entire proposal. Bayong responds that it's acceptable, as he lacks any alternatives regardless. Advising him to calm down, Bayong advances as Seo's arm responds. Inquiring about his certainty, Bayong cautions that any defiance will be futile. Abruptly, he pivots, observing a fresh silhouette materializing in the backdrop. His facial demeanor shifts upon encountering the unforeseen visitor that abruptly materialized. At that moment, Yuzuru emerges, readying a maneuver with an object in his possession. Utilizing their power, they unleash an electric assault directed at Bayong. Aimed at causing harm, the assault merely resulted in immobilizing Bayong. Taking advantage of the chance, Seo dashes at a swift pace to assault the adversary. He subsequently delivers a forceful blow straight to Bayong's head. Smashing with intensity, his knuckles firmly strike the adversary's visage. As a result of the strike, Bayong is propelled high into the sky. It is elucidated that Seo's recuperation was gradual due to a particular rationale. His physique was concentrating on the peculiar transformation that occurred to his armament in the previous confrontation. He was unaware of the rationale for the alteration, nor the foundations underlying its strength. However, he was confident in his emotions, recalling the myth regarding his armament. Existing as an armament that mirrors its possessor's aspiration, it transforms its shape. Up until that point, Seo had already employed this skill to protect himself and engage in combat. He consistently converted it into a multitude of distinct shapes for every kind of circumstance. Yet this time, what he fashioned was no mere tactical armament. His creation now encompassed the profound sentiment of attaining his ultimate objective. Reflecting on the cycle, he understands that fiends consume humanity and humans are consumed. Incapable to halt this sequence of misfortune, he was unable to take any action previously. Nevertheless, he could still concentrate on the objective within his grasp. Proclaiming his intent to end his life, Seo unleashes his feelings through his armament. Upon this, Bayong emits a slightly apprehensive chuckle in response to the looming danger. Seizing the armament, an overwhelming sensation of sheer bloodthirst engulfs one. Embodying the intent of its possessor, the weapon unveils its authentic and formidable essence. He subsequently releases an immense force that propagates across the city beneath. Observing the spectacle from a distance, Yuzuru is immobilized by the recent events. Even petite, Seo lifts his arms, now converted into a colossal battle axe. Positioned within the debris, he grips his now completely altered armament. Observing this, Yuzuru contemplates the source of his entire power. At that instant, his strength was akin to that that of a high-ranking demon from the abyss. Subsequently, he lunges ahead and strikes the axe towards Yuzuru. On the verge of attacking, he shouts for her to lower her head swiftly. With no moment to respond, Yuzuru merely gazes as the strike approaches her. However, his strike is redirected and targeted at Baiyong instead, and Seo comprehends that he hasn't even touched Baiyong. Emerging abruptly, Baiyong proclaims that he continually astonishes with his progress. Even fatigued, Seo acknowledges he failed to inflict even the slightest damage on the adversary. Inquiring about his experience, Baiyong remarks that wielding the weapon isn't so unpleasant. Against the backdrop of the sky, he expresses regret that he isn't eliminating anyone. His hand revitalizes as he explains that he must make amends as a mature member of his kind. Subsequently, he assaults Seo, delivering a rapid strike with his armament. His assault strikes directly. Acknowledging the circumstances, Baiyong states that matters have become considerably more intricate. As a result of the collision, Seo's armament splinters into fragments. Hurtled backward, Seo comes to rest at a considerable distance while the girl observes the spectacle. Advancing, Baiyong clarifies that the genuine nature of the weapon amplifies a singular intent. He persists, stating that Seo's armament was designed solely to eliminate him. Utilizing a harmful implement for protection resembles absorbing a strike with your physique. Consequently, he claims it would have been preferable if Seo had utilized his physique from the beginning. Baiyong inquires whether she is not a person from that nation. As she pivots, she catches him questioning if Yuzuru is a spiritualist from Japan. With a grave expression, he cautions that Yuzuru ought to have assessed the circumstances beforehand. Gazing at Seo, he states that she may continue to exist only under one stipulation. The arrangement is that he will permit her to survive if Seo relinquishes what he is grasping. As she is seized, she identifies the object as a tablet from the Yanghoi residence. With a grin, he cautions that each medication carries a perilous adverse reaction. He clarifies that Shu overburdened his crystal, and the result is now unpredictable. Noticing his fatigue, Baiyong expresses his awareness that he is unable to take any action. Cradling the girl, he instructs Shu to abandon all and accompany him. However, the young woman shouts for him not to heed her as Shu elevates the tablet. She asserts that she has been ready her entire existence to perish during an exorcism. With an exasperated expression, Baiyong expresses that she is beginning to annoy him. Abruptly, the young woman begins shrieking with an anguished look on her face. Instructing her to understand her position, Baiyong is struck by a rapid cut. Abruptly, something grazes his hand. He remains motionless, not comprehending the source of the assault. Astonished, Baiyong glances to the side, attempting to identify who abruptly assaulted him. Conversely, a bespectacled gentleman emerges and tightens his grip. Prepared. Advancing ahead, he delivers a succession of swift blows to Baiyong. Amidst the turmoil, a hand emerges and seizes Shu's arm. At that moment, Goyu instructs him to remain still, cautioning him against expending any additional energy. Perplexed by his presence, Shu inquires about Goyu's purpose for being there, accompanied by. With a grin, Goyu responds that it's somewhat tardy to be posing that inquiry. Indicating the devastation, he instructs Shu to observe the harm. In the meantime, Yuzuru gathers her composure, accompanied by Goyu and Yuyong. Noticing his worry, Goyu reassures him that, fortunately, Yuzuru is safe. However, he claims he cannot assure the same for their rival. Trading strikes, the suited man and Baiyong engage in a rapid confrontation. Subsequently, the individual in the attire gets ready to initiate another straightforward assault. Evading at the final moment, Baiyong successfully avoids the approaching strike. He intercepts a strike, lamenting the unfortunate events unfolding. Casting aside his opponent, he asserts that their power is incomparable. Seizing his arm, Baiyong cautions that his strikes are futile. Abruptly, Baiyong begins to bleed from his mouth and eyes. Goyu subsequently clarifies that his lineage is deficient in power, disclosing their innate sorcery. Through his sorcery, tiny droplets of water start to simmer in the atmosphere. Gushing from his eyes and mouth, Baiyong is impacted by a sanguine technique. Presenting himself as Yuyong, he claims he must employ tactics in opposition to martial arts. Subsequently, Baiyong responds to the sorcery, which alters the shape and characteristics of water. It is elucidated that the potency of the incantation relies on the cleanliness of the water and its closeness. Consequently, the clan typically employs assaults utilizing subterranean water and vapor. Baiyong realizes that the hand-to-hand combat was a ruse to employ his own essence in the incantation. The method of simmering blood is characterized as exceedingly uncommon and challenging. With his hands, Yuyong readies to initiate his forthcoming assault against the adversary. He subsequently gestures with his finger, initiating the incantation he has just concocted. With a look of astonishment, Baiyong confronts the assault heading towards him. From his grasp, Yuyong launches a rapid water water missile toward him. Observing the detonation, Bai Yong comments that the force is immense for just one drop. In reply, Yu Yong asserts that each species possesses its unique advantages. He then readies several droplets of water, which start to hover around him. By initiating them simultaneously, he triggers a succession of detonations in the adjacent structures. As Goyu nears Sayo, he remarks that he has likely grown accustomed to this scenario. He persists in stating that Sayo had already battled the sorcery of the height the previous day. Sayo recalls the confrontation, observing that their vitality is remarkably alike. However, he recognizes that there is a substantial disparity in strength between the two sorcerers. He was able to perceive the other's sorcery, yet this instance was markedly distinct. Goyu elucidates that abilities differ even within the same category of demon. He asserts that Yu Yong is unmatched among all individuals of the Hai clan. Confronting Bai Yong, Yu Yong observes his adversary among the haze and debris. He observes that Bai Yong's rehabilitation is remarkable, even in the face of the blood sorcery. Irritated, Bai Yong expresses that he was merely beginning to grasp the nuances of the battle. Shouting to Goyu, Yu Yong cautions that he will unleash his full force in the upcoming assault. Instructing him to look after the others, Yu Yong gets ready for a significant clash. Observing from afar, the girl perceives the vast power that is accumulating. Balling his hands into fists, he focuses all his strength in a singular location. From the earth, a vast volume of water ascends, creating a colossal column. Comprehension. The approach, Bai Yong states he has collected all the water in the surrounding area. Emerging from the depths, a colossal beast with a fearsome visage starts to take shape. Indicating towards Bai Yong, Yu Yong instructs his creation to assault. Emerging from the metropolis, a colossal aquatic being starts to take shape. Utterly immobilized, Yuzuru gazes at the spectacle, incapable of responding. Next to Goyu, Sayo remarks on the creature's colossal size. He subsequently identifies the enchantment as identical to that originating from the Yanghoi house. Reflecting on the assault, he notes that authority has previously annihilated a residence. Yu Yong subsequently addresses the being by its title, disclosing it to be Ishimi. Gesturing ahead, he issues the command for it to proceed. In retaliation, the being darts ahead with remarkable swiftness. Consequently, the aquatic monster surges directly toward its objective. Despite being wounded, Bai Yong confronts him, urging him to give it his all. Blood begins to seep from one of his eyes during the altercation. As he is shoved backward, he attempts to withstand the power of the assault. Halting abruptly, he declares that he has finally grasped what is transpiring. Immediately afterward, a colossal collision takes place directly before him. Struck by the explosion, Yuzuru protects herself from the force with her arm. From her concealed position, Yuzuru attentively observes the unfolding events. At that moment, Yoshihiro seizes her, and they are both astonished by the predicament. Shielding the girl, he observes Goyu establishing a defensive barrier. Subsequently, Goyu completes his maneuver, erecting a wall encircling them. His method is thorough, ensnaring the pair within. Observed from above, the orb is situated in the core of a massive depression. It has been disclosed that the Haidii and the Black Turtle clans are unsuitable. It has been demonstrated that their techniques for controlling water negate one another. Goyu subsequently verifies that their partnership was as dreadful as he had anticipated. Breathing heavily, Yu Yong gazes at the void and remarks that it was beneficial they united their efforts. Shifting his attention to his companion, Goyu inquires whether Yu Yong is feeling well. He responds that he's merely recuperating after an extended duration. Gazing at the abyss, he remarks that he is uncertain if this was the intended result. Positioned at the brink, the duo gazes at the vast chasm that has emerged. Below, Yoshihiro asserts that there are now merely two alternatives. He asserts that he either overvalued the adversary or the adversary had no desire to engage in battle. Yu Yong responds that it was the alternative choice, as he was already contemplating the upcoming match. Perplexed, Goyu inquires why the adversary would be so concerned about him. Straightening his necktie, Yu Yong lapses into silence for a fleeting instant. Shu and Yuzuru merely observe the peculiar dialogue unfolding between them. Subsequently, Yu Yong lifts his hand and conjures an incantation directly from the earth. Ascending from the soil, the energy abruptly impacts Shu. The force propels Shu into a mound of debris. Addressing Goyu, she shouts, inquiring what he believes he is up to. She subsequently shoots an intense look at Yu Yong and inquires about the reason for their assault. He reassures her not to be concerned, as he acted as anyone else would. Observing the defeated Yoshihiro, Yu Yong remarks that he is free to depart now. He subsequently informs Yuzuru that no danger remains to pose a threat to her. Proclaiming, with the issue resolved, he cautions that humanity ought not to intervene. Following all that has transpired, the metropolis bears the marks of extensive devastation. Transitioning to a new setting, the narrative now unfolds within a contemporary edifice. In another location, Tao is seated on the ground, his body marked with injuries. As he nears, Chen remarks that he is a shadow fiend, much like himself. He subsequently remarks that Tao appears to be an excellent treat for later. At that moment, Baiyong interjects and urges them to attempt to coalesce. Approaching them, Baiyong declares he is indifferent to whether they consume one another. Chen then inquires of Baiyong whether he is still among the living. With a grin, Baiyong concedes that his adversary was able to astonish him. Elucidating the circumstances, he states that the child comprehended his sorcery flawlessly. He discloses that his origins transmit tremors throughout the earth. This implies that his abilities are ineffective when the terrain is unreliable. Recognizing the tactic, he comprehends that the adversary deliberately sabotaged the terrain. Chen responds that he'll keep that in mind when he consumes him later. Enthusiastically, Baiyong remarks that the child confronted him more effectively than the Haitai clan had. Sipping his drink, Chen inquires as to why he didn't continue to fight at that moment. Gazing at the heavens, Baiyong expresses that he wished to engage in combat but was halted. Unable to comprehend the clarification, Chen is utterly baffled by the response. She subsequently gazes at her companion, attempting to comprehend what she has just perceived. Abruptly, the climate shifts and a torrential downpour commences. Baiyong clarifies that the rainfall caused him to withdraw as it was not anticipated in the weather report. He claims that confronting those two in the downpour would pose an excessive hazard. Consequently, Baiyong cautions that Chen is likely to perish amidst the battle. He states he was obligated to look after Tao while the others were safeguarding someone. With a grin, he laments not seizing Xiao but reserves it for another time. Transitioning to a new setting, Xiao gradually starts to awaken his eyes. His gaze sharpens on the overhead lights, still unable to comprehend his surroundings. Awakening abruptly, he ponders his current location. Attempting to shift, he becomes aware that his whole physique is experiencing significant discomfort. Suddenly, he perceives the sound of footsteps nearing his chamber. Positioned next to the bed, Yuyong emerges, toying with his mobile device. Buzzing continuously, his phone begins to chime on the mattress. Responding to the summons, Yuyong presents himself to the individual on the opposite line. He then quietly absorbs his superior's reply. With a gesture of reverence, he expresses his gratitude for their consideration and assures them that he is well. Upon concluding the call, he notes that he had to forego work today. Upon unfastening a suitcase, he inquires about Xiao Chue's current state of well-being. Concerning the mask, he clarifies that it was roused only recently. Its enchantment, he cautions, amplifies strength, yet it devours substantial energy. Regarding that, he states he had no alternative previously. The sole alternative was to compel a complete cessation of that colossal energy source. Expressing remorse, he states that he reacted intuitively in the presence of peril. Shifting the topic, he discloses his desire to discuss his sibling, Yuseum. As an envoy of the tribe, he conveys his regrets on behalf of his sibling. In response, Xiao states that it's unnecessary and inquires about the other demon. Xiao asserts that the adversary employed identical goblin sorcery as he did. Acknowledging his error, Mangti expresses the necessity to disclose the entire reality. Ultimately, Mangti discloses that the fiend's title is Baihyang, his forebear. Intense rainfall cascades over the metropolis as individuals traverse the avenues protecting themselves. Sensing the droplets on her hand, she observes that it also showers in the realm of humanity. She observes that individuals possess greater strength than she had previously envisioned. Salmi expresses her gratitude for the assistance, confessing that she was uncertain about how to manage the witnesses. Reflecting on the incident, she states that the circumstances would have escalated without support. However, Xiaolua advises her to express gratitude to you as she has consumed his time. Expressing remorse, she acknowledges her intention to assist but ultimately achieved the contrary. Upon arrival at the cafe, the notice on the entrance signifies that it is welcoming guests. In close proximity, two young women converse about one of them being rejected. Overhearing, during the dialogue, Salmi clasps her hand over her mouth in astonishment. Completely bewildered, Xiaolua inquires of her companion what that was all about. Salmi clarifies that patrons visit solely to interact with the proprietor. Upon entering the cafe, the duo makes their way to the service counter. Observing their arrival, Goyu notes that the venue is already unavailable for the day. However, upon identifying them, he salutes the duo, understanding their identity. Salmi inquires why he is shutting down if he was the one who summoned them. Responding that he hardly ought to have opened in the first place, he questions what they would like to drink. Salmi requests her customary dish, while Xiaolua must select an item from the menu. Perched at the table, Salmi expresses her dissatisfaction regarding the number of coffees she has consumed there. In the meantime, Xiaolua relishes her meal in total tranquility. Upon re-engaging in conversation with them, he provides several suggestions for tea. tea. Abruptly, Xiaolua becomes annoyed and inquires what he is gazing at. Observing, amidst the uproar, an individual shouts from the rear, urging Xiaolua to relax. Hurriedly stepping in, Salmi asserts that he is merely a blameless lad. However, Xiaolua asserts that she is fully aware of precisely who that haughty, vain lad is. Quoting a saying, she states that in a realm of the sightless, the individual with a single eye reigns supreme. Salmi mentions that a fox is attempting to usurp the tiger's dominion. Xiaolua subsequently elucidates that the notion of a nemesis is also present among demons. It is demonstrated that the antagonistic interactions among creatures persist even after they transform into demons. Nevertheless, it is clarified that their initial vigor is not consistently preserved. This competition extends to the progeny of both lineages. Observing the strain, Goyu reassures Salmi not to be concerned about the circumstances. Wiping down the countertop, he asserts that he will not retaliate like a savage animal. Unleashing her strength, she cautions him, asserting that she could effortlessly eliminate him at that moment. Undeterred, he merely responds that it's acceptable to him. Abruptly, a voice interjects, commanding the young master to halt at once. Astonished due to the disruption, Salmi states that she cannot lower her defenses for even a moment. Upon reaching the location, she reprimands him for instigating a confrontation on his inaugural day. Frustrated, he mutters that the fox was the one who glared and issued threats at him initially. Approaching him, she cautions that adhering to the guidelines isn't always sufficient. Resting her hand upon him, she discloses that he is disputing with a significant individual. She subsequently cautions that ultimately, the responsibility will rest solely on him. Observing the situation, the two come to understand that she was aware of this from the very beginning. Stepping back, Xiaolua expresses her desire not to eliminate the final tiger. Salmi notices that despite the instigation, Xiaolua is retreating from the confrontation after all. She subsequently remarks that this combination of details is rather paradoxical. Proceeding, she asserts that the one attending to him is an old and malevolent entity. The lady instructs him to tidy himself, but Xiaolua cautions him not to heed her. Shifting her attention to Goyu, she inquires about the reason for their summons. The other woman similarly questions what transpired, as they were meant to remain concealed. Goyu clarifies that the magistrate authorized permits for formidable demons to provide assistance. Stating that circumstances have altered, he subsequently summons Xiaolua directly. Following that, he also mentions the name Huanhui, as well as Wu Yang. He discloses that all the remaining demons have been returned to their homeland. Taken aback by the announcement, Salmi inquires about Xiaokoi's situation. Hung Ryan responds, stating that Shu is an outlier to the regulation. Anxious, she inquires whether he was dispatched alone to the realm of demons. Xiaolua concedes that he is not feeble, yet his strength remains unfulfilled. She clarifies that, as a human, he would be consumed within a matter of days. Having made up her mind, she declares that she will mentor Shu for a month in accordance with the arrangement. With an exhale, he remarks that Shu remains present and ought to pay attention. Disclosing her revised aim, he cautions that Shu's destiny is in jeopardy. She then clarifies that her objective will be to safeguard the youth from humanity itself. The setting transitions back to the chamber where Seo Choi is recuperating. Remaining in bed, he inquires whether Baihyun was genuinely a forebear of his. Contemplating the adversary's visage, he ponders what his actual age could be. Mongtai subsequently discloses that the fiend may exceed 1,500 years in age. Affirming this, the individual, Shu, is taken aback by the notion of a demon existing for such an extended period. However, Yu Young clarifies that demons typically have a lifespan of merely 500 years. To extend one's lifespan, he asserts that one must amass a substantial amount of malevolent energy. Still perplexed, Shu wonders how the adversaries could be so ancient. Yu Young responds that his looks do not correspond with his true age. Regretting the outcome, he confesses that his fiercest assault barely grazed him. Labeling himself as inadequate, Mongtai interrupts him, urging him not to belittle himself. He then states that only Xiaolua and Goyu are on par with him today. Disclosing a hidden truth, Mongtai discusses the goblin's vanishing act 666 years prior. He uncovers that the goblin divided into two factions and engaged in conflict. Despite their triumph, the winning faction endured immense losses and came close to being entirely eradicated as well. Convinced they were eradicated, he asserts the final goblin perished from his injuries. As a result, he believed that Shu was a concealed heir of the final goblin. Mongtai further emphasizes that their lifespan corroborated this notion. However, Bai Xiong from the vanquished faction reappeared with the identical vigor as previously. Shu subsequently comes to the understanding that if they are still living, they might be his forebears. Highlighting the actual issue, he inquires why Bai Xiong remained concealed until this moment. He subsequently declares that they must determine why his lineage has been revealed at this moment. At that instant, he inquires whether Shu's mother is an ordinary human being. As she swings the door open, Shu's mother steps inside and beckons his name. A recollection commences at the educational institution as he reminisces about an expression of regret. His mother expresses her deep regrets, asserting that it was entirely her responsibility. The instructor subsequently reassures her that it was not an issue, encouraging her to relax. Elucidating the circumstances, she asserts that the senior students instigated the altercation. It all commenced when they attempted to seize his companion's soccer ball. That is, when the brawl erupted, as Shu insisted they return the ball at once. Luckily, she clarifies that the other boys' guardians stayed quiet. Expressing gratitude for her assistance, his mother inclines her head and bids farewell to the instructor. Departing from the institution, the duo strolls side by side in quietude. Facing her son, she inquires whether he feels resentful towards her. Grasping her grasp, he replies in the negative as he was the individual who battled. However, she clarifies that occasionally, occurrences such as this are inescapable. Embracing her child, she expresses her wish that such a day will never arrive. Reflecting on the past, he recognizes what his mother was truly undertaking. Requesting a guarantee, he realizes it wasn't concerning the perils of aggression. With his fingertip, Shu Choi pledges to his mother. Reflecting on it now, he understands it was more akin to a unique privilege. Pondering the reason, he remembers the embrace he was given that day. Even without comprehension, he sensed it was a crucial plea from her. Upholding his vow, he never harmed another soul until he transformed into a fiend. Returning to the current moment, he clarifies that his father was a title holder in combat sports. He holds the conviction that the goblin lineage originates from his paternal ancestry, since, to his mother, he clarifies that she's merely an average person. Indicating Mangti, he suggests that she may have intentionally withheld that information from him. Averting his gaze, he observes that the significance of his life has transformed. Mangti concurs, asserting that he was more of a human than a fiend. Accompanied by a grin, Shu expresses that it is bothersome to learn they anticipated nothing. Yong commends him, noting that his development has been remarkable in recent times. Mangti subsequently discloses his uncertainties, harboring suspicions of a more extensive scheme devised by Haiyong. Yelling in fury, Shu claims that the concept is utterly absurd. Mangti comforts him, asserting his purity. Shu subsequently inquires why he is regarded as a menace. Yu Yong discloses that the shamans perceive him as Bai Haiyong's collaborator. Astonished, Shu learns of the numerous vanishings that have taken place throughout the nation. He states that the authorities have verified that the occupants of a structure have disappeared. The discourse on the internet has descended into turmoil following these recent developments. With an earnest expression, he states that they had been getting ready for weeks. The shamans even solicited assistance from the nation's authorities to conceal the entire matter. However, he asserts that everything transpired in less than 24 hours. Observing the news, Shu perceives the increasing fascination with the vanishings. Mangti elucidates that the shamans must now make amends for their inadequacy. Luckily, no fatalities occurred, yet the devastation was witnessed by numerous individuals. Utilizing this as a justification, the shamans are insisting on his deportation. While not disputing his conduct, Shu asserts that he acted independently. However, Mangti advocates for him, asserting that his adversary had violated infernal regulations. Proclaiming the choice rests with him, Mangti claims the shamans have transgressed his dominion. With a breath of resignation, Shu remarks that there's no need for concern, even if he is removed. However, Mangti assures him that he will safeguard both him and his mother at any cost. Taken aback, Shu inquires about his mother, unable to grasp the situation unfolding. Yu Yong clarifies that the shamans now perceive his mother as a transgressor. The atmosphere intensifies as the pair gazes at Shu with grave countenances. Abruptly, a window at the rear of the chamber flings open. Without hesitation, Shu leaps toward the unbarred window. Shu advances resolutely, intent on departing from that location. However, Mangti restrains him, expressing that he comprehends his motivations for departing. Obstructing his route, he cautions that this is precisely what the sorcerers desire. Collapsing onto the ground, he is informed that an individual has already been dispatched to safeguard her. Yu Yong subsequently requests him to pay attention, as his present condition is perilous. Kneeling on the ground, Shu claims it's entirely his responsibility. Constrained and restricted, he claims that the circumstances spiraled beyond management due to his actions. Acknowledging his lack of knowledge, he states he did not consider the ramifications of his behavior. With tears glistening in his eyes, he implores them to grasp his apprehension. Employing all his might, he strives to escape from his bindings. Beyond the structure, a deafening clamor reverberates throughout the metropolis. Abruptly, the garments restraining him rip entirely asunder, liberating him. Now unshackled, he assumes his infernal guise, poised to flee. Taken aback, Mangti comes to the realization that he liberated himself solely through his own power. Expressing remorse, he assures that he will come back after ensuring his mother's well-being. Vaulting through the shattered window, he evades the residence and darts through the metropolis. Gazing at the gap in the wall, the pair remains motionless, observing him escape. Mangti subsequently inquires why Yu Yong simply permitted the boy to flee. Sporting an uncomfortable grin, Yu Yong struggles to concoct a justification for. He subsequently clarifies that there was no water in proximity for him to utilize. An individual prompts him that it was precipitating, leaving him utterly mute. With a grin, Yu Yong remarks that he also took it easy on him, as his spellcasting doesn't shred so effortlessly. Gazing at the fragments scattered on the ground, Mangti merely exhales a short, contemptuous breath. Assuming accountability, he acknowledges that the present circumstances are his doing. Furthermore, he asserts that he is not unfeeling enough to overlook a child weeping for his mother. Shifting to a different setting, the sun descends amidst the urban structures. Attempting to reach her son, she becomes anxious when he fails to respond to the call. Just at that moment, the doorbell begins to chime, disrupting her contemplations. As she nears the entrance, she inquires about the identity of the person waiting outside the flat. Emerging from behind her, Seol-War exerts her influence and instructs her to remain silent. Totally overwhelmed by the force, her eyes start to radiate uncontrollably. Witnessing the door shatter, she acknowledges that Solmi was correct regarding humanity. Enraged, she exclaims that humanity irritates her and forcefully bangs the door closed. Emerging at the entrance, Yu Yong cautions that the number of adversaries she has accompanied is inconsequential. Menacing to eliminate them entirely, he instructs Seol-Wa to bow down to avoid her demise. Utilizing with his enchantment, Yu Yong murmurs the incantation to her. With this ability, Seol-Wa can influence her target's perceptions. Defying the domination, he prepares his blade for the impending confrontation. Noting that he refrained from striking, she instructs Solmi to step into the chamber. Sighing with relief, Solmi expresses that she feared arriving too late. In a kneeling position, Yu Yong reprimands her, asserting that the shaman was insufficiently strong. Accompanied by Shu's mother, Seol-Wa requests him to escort her away. Taken aback, the pair experiences an intense nearness impending. An unusual force starts to envelop the entire neighborhood where they are located. Astonished, Solmi comprehends that this sensation is entirely unfamiliar to her. Seol-Wa then comprehends that they intuitively grasp what has just transpired. Recognizing the obstacle, she realizes that this had all been orchestrated beforehand. Rising, the shaman ponders why they dispatched someone in advance. Undeterred, he readies himself to confront the formidable adversary. Astonished, Seol-Wa contemplates how he escaped her influence. Unsettling his adversary, he dislodges the blade with a singular blow. With a resounding clang, the blade tumbles and glides over the apartment floor. Positioned on the ground, the armament is now beyond its possessor's grasp. Cautioning that he has no desire to engage in conflict, he expresses that his intention is to safeguard her. Embracing the woman, Solmi acknowledges the stranger with astonishment in her gaze. Inquiring about his sense of self, Seol-Wa queries whether he is truly Shu's companion. Claiming they lack the time, he cautions them regarding the obstacle on the structure. Seol-Wa responds that they can effortlessly dismantle the obstacle from within. Perplexed, he fails to grasp the cause of their skepticism. Seol-Wa subsequently clarifies that he is primarily a shaman and secondarily a companion. Solmi concurs, stating that conversing with him might pose a threat to their safety. Grasping the circumstances, he retracts his arm and acknowledges their skepticism. Managing his fury, he resolves to take extreme actions to validate his argument. Observing his response, Seol-Wa comprehends that she was already aware of the forthcoming outcome. He commences to hit himself, assaulting his own physique repeatedly. Astonished by the spectacle, the two young women are unable to respond swiftly. Gasping for air, he clarifies that he immobilized his energy centers. Proclaiming himself an ordinary individual, he informs them that they may access his thoughts. Cautioning him about the peril, Seol-Wa states that she could manipulate him like a marionette. Breathing heavily, he responds that he is aware of the danger, but it will assist her in escaping. Solmi subsequently inquires of him, questioning the reason behind his extreme actions. With a weary grin, he responds that they are companions, and that's sufficient. Chortling, Seol-Wa appears skeptical about the response she has just received. Sun Mi assists him, remarking that he is either a simpleton or an exceptional companion. Acknowledging the ceasefire, Seol-Wa inquires about the current activities of the shamans. In another location, Seol-Wa races through the avenues heading toward his residence. In spite of the agony, he continues to sprint as swiftly as possible. Abruptly halting, he senses a formidable aura that causes causes him to pause. Gazing at the structure, he perceives an unusual presence in the vicinity. Abruptly, a silhouette emerges and proclaims that he must be Seol. Presenting himself, he states that his name is Jagwong Im. Stunned by the disclosure, he identifies the name of the shaman agency. This brings to mind Yusin, prompting him to ponder the man's association. Without any delay, the man instructs him to yield at once. To exacerbate the situation, he clarifies that the obstruction has been sealed and his mother is trapped within. Approaching him, he cautions that dashing will merely exacerbate the situation. With a resolute expression, Seol concludes that he must engage in battle now. Unexpectedly, a hooded silhouette silently materializes behind the child. Taken aback, he pivots to confront the unforeseen assault. With no opportunity to respond, he's struck by a blow. With a grin, the cloaked individual appears to be relishing the moment. Successfully shielding himself, he parries the adversary's blow. Subsequent to the collision, he retreats and readies himself for combat. However, he is astonished as the assault had no impact whatsoever. As he crosses the threshold, he is conveyed to an alternate setting. The individual clarifies that the obstacle functions similarly to a fishing net. Currently, he becomes aware that he is entirely ensnared within this secluded region. Restating the alternatives, the individual urges him to decide between capitulating or fleeing. Assuming a combat position, he readies himself for the unavoidable clash. At that precise instant, Seol senses a slight tremor coursing through his physique. Arriving from a distant place, he perceives a recognizable voice despite the absence of any real noise. Without a moment's hesitation, the man begins to flee from the vicinity. Pursuing relentlessly, Seol discerns that the vitality emanated from the vicinity of his residence. With a resolute expression, he resolves that he must distance himself from his mother. He subsequently recognizes that they have not apprehended her thus far, and Seol is present. Although he is the main focus, he recognizes that his mother is the secondary objective. Formulating a strategy, he resolves to devise a diversion to allow Seol to flee. Jagwang attempts to assault Shu, who evades. Commending his rival, Jagwang remarks that Shu Choi possesses exceptional reflexes. With a swift stride, he advances to persist in his assault. Commencing the brawl, the pair trade a succession of blows and strikes. Acknowledging his power, Shu Choi observes that he's considerably more formidable. The pair collides, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy in the process. Defending a strike, he shields himself while assessing the present circumstances. The individual subsequently states that the confrontation wasn't a solitary encounter. Noticing the other individual's demeanor, Shu becomes aware of the peril he faces. Concerned, he expresses that he is unwilling to engage in conflict there to avoid causing harm to anyone. With a grin, he clarifies that the shield safeguards the individuals outside. Casting a glance to the side, Shu realizes that everyone within the barrier is in slumber. With a blow, he asserts that Shu Choi ought to have capitulated by now, and Jagwang assaults Shu, resulting in a significant collision on the roadway. Clenching his hand, Shu Choi expresses that he no longer requires restraint. Grasping his opponent, he readies his subsequent action. Astonished, Jagwang discovers that he is powerless to break free from his hold. Employing his method, he prepares to propel his adversary aside. With a tremendous detonation, he crashes the foe onto the earth. In the meantime, the cloaked silhouette quietly observes the whole confrontation. He then cautions him that he opted not to take his life personally. Perched on the earth, Jagwang asserts that this will not deter him from battling. Responding gravely, Shu Choi warns that he cannot promise he will refrain from unleashing his full strength once more. Clenching his jaw, Jagwang feels fury rise at the youth's reply. Advancing, surging ahead with great velocity, he charges at Shu Choi with all his might. With a forceful blow, he hits Shu. However, Shu appears completely unaffected by the assault. Astonished, Jagwang cannot comprehend how he thwarted the strike. Without delay, he launches an onslaught of blows against Shu Choi. Astonished, he comes to understand that his assaults have no impact on him. With a pinpoint strike, Shu connects with his adversary's visage. The force of the strike propels Jagwang through the air, resulting in a massive detonation. Searching, turns around, gazing at the cloaked silhouette, observing everything. He then understands that the individual is not going to engage, merely observe. Seizing a move, he cautions that he will not shy away from confronting her if needed. The cloaked entity subsequently shifts. Reclining on the earth, Jagwang asserts that he will manage everything independently. Silently, the hooded silhouette conveys to him the need to invoke something. Irate, Jagwang shouts at her to conjure it and cease delaying. Observing the dispute, Shu attempts to comprehend the situation. Lacking any clarity, he merely observes their confrontation. Yet he was acutely aware of the actions he must take at that pivotal instant. Examining the circumstance, he comprehends that the concealed individual is the most formidable. Lacking comprehension, comprehension of the tactic, he opts to launch an assault swiftly while the opportunity persists. The cloaked entity subsequently employs her amulets, invoking 100 formidable specters. Issuing a directive, the cloaked silhouette instructs her phantoms to assault. Abruptly, Shu finds himself ensnared by bindings of azure power. Attempting to escape, he wrestles, but the shackles are far too powerful. Subsequently, a massive column of energy bursts violently from the earth. With a rapid blow, he strikes the crown of her head. He then recognizes that his defensive barrier against creatures was effective. She comprehends that exorcism amulets are ineffective against demons. Harnessing his abilities, a goblin visage starts to materialize upon him. Progressing with his armament, he strikes with a forceful lateral cut. Noticing her withdrawal, he understands that his assault failed to connect with her. To a resolution, he realizes that her shield has a boundary. Combining with her hands, she starts to recite an incantation. Assessing his choices, he endeavors to discern the vulnerability of the obstacle. Concluding the incantation, she summons a novel offensive strategy. With a grave demeanor, Shu pays attention to the words of the other. Raising 3 fingers, he clarifies that 3 primary shamans and 2 aides are encircling them. Elucidating the strategy, he demonstrates that the shamans themselves serve as the focal points of the obstacle. Upon hearing this, Seolwa mentions that they only need to eliminate half of them to shatter the protective barrier. Observing the 2 ladies on the couch, he cautions that the scenario isn't straightforward. Cautioning them about the peril, he asserts that their abilities differ from those of demons. He subsequently discloses that the practitioners of shamanism develop their skills exclusively for the purpose of pursuing demons. He equates the struggle to a snare, asserting that it hinges on compatibility. Referencing the 3 leaders, he cautions that they possess the ability to combat unique adversaries. Given that the confrontation is inevitable, he suggests that the 2 young women confront one of them. Elaborating the approach, he will engage one shaman while the 2 confront the other. Assuredly, he begins to assert that he is aware of each person's whereabouts and abilities. However, Seolwa interjects, pointing out that he has confined all of his own abilities. Recognizing the error in the strategy, he stands astonished, utterly taken aback. Salmi then remarks that, with limited alternatives, the undertaking has become considerably more challenging. Seolwa remarks that they are not the sole individuals concerned about the inhabitants in this vicinity. Reclining against the doorway, the youth remarks that they are unable to engage in a proper confrontation here as well. He subsequently discloses that their fixation is so intense they would conceal fatalities. Salmi then inquires why they are so eager to seize the boy. Disclosing the explanation, he states that the shamans have similarly awaited 666 years for this moment. Lacking comprehension, Salmi asserts that the lack of demons has resulted in tranquility for humanity. He persists, stating that human society experienced its pinnacle period devoid of malevolent forces. Rectifying his statement, he asserts that it was the pinnacle era for the majority of them. Within the cityscape behind him, he recounts how the residents constructed everything independently. Subsequently, the shamans were overlooked and transformed into merely a relic of bygone superstition. He elucidates that contemporary shamans experience a significant sense of inadequacy. With a grin, he foresees that in 6 months, they will mock human misery. On that day, they will cease to be a myth and once more assume their position as sovereigns. He claims they have lost standing with the administration, and that is the reason for their behavior. Detaining the chief is the sole method to reaffirm their dominance over humanity. Salmi is skeptical, pondering whether the shamans truly disregard the inhabitants. Instantaneously, a surge of energy detonates atop a neighboring structure. Upon hearing the sound, Seolwa pivots and inquires about what just occurred. Astonished, he discerns the power and wonders if the gathering of the 100 has been initiated. Upon the rooftop, the cloaked individual strikes the surface, triggering one of her formidable powers. The initial method entails reciting archaic texts to harness the energy embedded within them. Utilizing through this technique, the majority of shamans can tap into enhanced energy. The second capability, nonetheless, is considerably more uncommon, the summoning of a divine being. In order to achieve this, the shaman employs their own physique as a conduit for the entity. Before him stands a celestial commander, a divine being, called forth directly from the skies. For the initial time, Shu encounters the formidable aura of such a mighty divinity. At that moment, something within him starts to harmonize with the energy that has manifested.